This is the Mount Hua Sect, the most renowned among the 9 ancient sects. Mount Hua Sect's third-generation disciple Baek Un-ho and I am a third-generation disciple of that very sect. My day at Mount Hua starts a bit earlier than normal. As expected, no one's around. Being weaker and with less inner strength, I can't afford to slack off. Otherwise, I'll never be able to keep up with the others. I have to absorb the pure energy of Mount Hua into my core. This kid, always muttering to himself. Jiang Quang, you're here. I was abandoned at a young age and was fortunate to become a disciple of Mount Hua. Hence, I get such treatment from my peers. What's the point of a talentless guy like you studying martial arts? Stop your nonsense and get lost. Mount Hua Sect's third-generation disciple Jiang Quang. Mount Hua Sect's third-generation disciple Li Junhyung. Hey, Quang, don't be too harsh. UNHO just saved our spots for US. Keep it up, UNHO. Your plan is to join PYOG UK, right? *PYOG UK, security transport company. If you can't get a job, let me know. I can arrange a spot for you at our family's PYOG UK. You're too kind, Jun Hyung. Do you think that a loser can handle a job at a PYOG UK? He lacks talent, connections, parents, and even skill. In some ways, he's perfectly lacking. It may seem like Jiang Quang is the one mocking and tormenting me, but the real bully is. We are all third-generation disciples after all. Lee Jun Hyung. On the surface, he pretends to care about me to boost his reputation, but the reality is, he manipulates Jiang Quang to make my life miserable. Furthermore, he's the son of the sect leader, from one of the top 3 families in the Mount Hua sect. And his uncle is Mount Hua's elder, the famed swordsman, Li Jinseop. He's been consuming a special elixir since childhood, possessing 20 years' worth of inner strength. And wasn't his constitution something called, bright nourishing body? He's the complete opposite of me. Thanks, Jun Hyung. You're welcome. Oh, I heard today's breakfast is my favorite. So I'm counting on you, alright? UUH. Hey, Baek Un-ho. You know it's your turn to clean the kitchen tonight, right? Don't forget it. Huh? Did you just say, huh? Do you want trouble? No. It's just, Jun Hyung asked me to clean the shrine today. Sigh. That's simple. Just clean the kitchen and then the shrine. Honestly, kid, you lack foresight. Sorry. I didn't think of that. Then start thinking. And how long do you plan on apologizing? If you know you're wrong, just do better. Huh? I'll be more careful next time. I'm finished cleaning the kitchen and the sun has already set. Another night with little to no sleep. I heard that in some sects, if you clean diligently, you can receive blessings. Shouldn't I be getting such blessings too? Come to think of it. Monk Gong Yang So's shrine is shining the brightest. After all, who in Mount Hua doesn't revere Monk Gong Yang So? Monk Baek Gong Yang So is the very essence of the current Mount Hua. He was nicknamed 10,000 Travels due to his troubled youth, but he never gave up and eventually achieved greatness. To someone like me, he's nothing less than hope. Someday, I too will swing a sword like that. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the Supreme Master, Mong Won-kyung. No, the world's greatest. The unparalleled, Mong Won-kyung. This is a dream. Right, it's just a dream. But not just any dream. It's a Mong Won vision. Mong Won vision. Now, pick up your sword. What? Isn't this the blessing you've been wishing for? This is a rare chance. Let's not waste this. Now I'm even training in my dreams. To think it was the great Mong Won-kyung. If I had to have a dream like that, why not Monk Baek Gong Yang So? Sigh. I shouldn't be daydreaming now. Today's the day Master Gong Yachan teaches. Ha. 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 Oh, Jun Hyung's here. Having any trouble with training lately? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern though. Master Gong Yachan. Although we are referred to as third-generation disciples, it's more accurate to say that we are the candidates. Candidates like us would undergo basic training without an appointed master, and then later on, we'd either get selected by the elites to become official third-generation disciples, or if not, then we are demoted to an inner disciple. Therefore, lectures by elite masters, like today's, are extremely crucial. Especially for someone like me who has no place to go back to. You just arrived. Your complexion doesn't look good, you should have rested more. Come to me if you're having any difficulties. I apologize. Mount Hua Sect's third-generation disciple Gong Wei-chan. That's why I chose the one I chose is Master Gong Wei-chan. Even though he looks more lenient than other third-generation disciples, hey, the fatso in the third row. MME. Yes, you. How dare you chat during class? You might be more useful cleaning for your fellow disciples than staying in this swordsmanship class. Go clean the male toilet now. He's lenient only to those who he deems deserving. Which lead to him not becoming popular among everyone. I'd rather leave than be his disciple. However, that means there's a chance for me. Baek Un-ho. That's a good sign. He remembered my name. You. Who told you to swing your sword like that? I'm doomed. Put your leg to the side. Concentrate force here. Lower your arm. Is this the effect of last night's dream? Even if I was seen as someone lacking talent, I always tried my best and followed instructions. You're not a total lost cause. Your swordsmanship has improved. Is that praise? From Master Gong Wei-chan who never gives praises. If you're lacking in strength, then that's how you should use your sword. Did the atmosphere change for a moment just now? Well done. Swordsmanship should be like that. Truly worthy of being Grandmaster Li's nephew. You've always been considered a prodigy since you were young. Everyone, stop and learn from what Junhyung is doing. Am I mistaken? Wow, what's that sound? It's like breaking the air. If our swords clashed, mine would just shatter. That girl is Kong Hhyon, the eldest daughter of the leader of the Crimson Guild at Mount Hua's Jade Maiden Peak. Among the disciples from the main peak, she has the best qualifications. She may not have a background as notable as Lee Jae-hyun, but she's not inferior in terms of pure skill. Indeed, she displayed remarkable skills against Lee Junhyung in a recent duel, but unfortunately lost due to stamina. If any of us were to become the master of the Plum Blossom line before Lee Jae-hyun, then it would probably be Kong Hhyon. Lee Jae-hyun, Kong Hhyon. Compared to them, I'm utterly insignificant. Can I ever become like the venerable Tisa Jo of Manryobo? Impossible. What? It's impossible for you to become like that fellow from Gongyang-so. What's with this sudden development? After the training, I went to my room and laid on my bed. By the way, I was wondering who this Baek Un-ho I've been hearing about was, Gongyang-so, that guy. TSK. And now, the Grandmaster Mong Won-kyung from Jimujin is in front of me again. A dream. Enlightenment. I see. Not a complete idiot, huh? How was the lesson I gave you yesterday? Was it very helpful today? I'm truly grateful. I think I caught a little of Master Gong Wei-chan's attention thanks to it. Of course. When someone teaches and the student has the eyes to see, it's only natural. Now, draw your sword. From now on, we will train every night. Until your potential blooms to the fullest. Not bad. Then try to stop this too. I understand. This is different from a martial arts fight among the three great disciples. It's a sword attack that asks me, what will you do? I answer his question. And answer again when he asks once more. This is really fun. I'm having fun. Me. In martial arts. Until now, I've never felt fun in martial arts. It was just too obvious. Who finds fun in a means of survival? Even though my life is mundane, I practice martial arts so that I can live. But, for some reason, at this moment, I feel like I'm experiencing a fun game for the first time since I was born. It's so much fun. Dozens of questions and dozens of answers accumulate. And there is only one path visible within. No, perhaps I'm just being greedy. Nevertheless, can I do it? Do what you wish to do. Then. If I do it this way. What would Grandmaster Tsajo do? Oh. Then I shall answer your question. Not bad. Wah. What was that just now? What do you mean? That was the Napmi sword you learned. You managed to notice even though I purposely lowered the execution of the sword technique to your level, didn't you? Even if you were a bit slow. It was? The difference was like a worm and a dragon though. With that face you're making, it seems that you don't believe it, huh? But this is definitely the Napmi sword you know of. How on earth? It's easy to explain, but if I did it that way, then IT wouldn't be fun or have any development. Alright, then. Here's your homework. Figure out why this is the Napmi sword. If you manage to do well, I'll give you a great reward. Ha! What reward? Son, unfortunately, the time to wake up is slowly approaching. Come to think of it, weren't you on breakfast duty today? Heh, breakfast duty. After just 100 years, even Mount Hua has become quite interesting. Hey! Baek Un-ho. Can't you portion the side dishes properly? Ugh. Ha. I wonder if it was really a dream. Sorry Jechol, but meals are originally fixed amounts, so. It would be okay if you ate less, right? Give me some more unless you want to be hit. Isn't this guy mid-upper level at best and he's doing this? Of course, I'm still far from that, but. I know I'm not like Lee Junhyung or Jang Kwang, but do I have to be pushed around by such a guy too? Even though you might have been the top delinquent in your neighborhood. If it's not you doing meal duty, then you'll naturally end up eating less. So stop bothering people and just go, okay? What the hell, hey, Jechol, what are you doing now? Mount Hua's top delinquent is someone else. Damn it. I'm already pissed about having to wait in line for that guy to serve me breakfast. Kwang. It's just that. Just, what? Can't you see everyone waiting behind you? Sorry. You better watch your back, Baek Un-ho. There are 173rd generation disciples. And since there's not much going on, he'll probably forget about it in a few days, right? Or so I thought. Now, let's have a practical application of the lecture content. For the realist battle experience in Mount Hua, sect leader Nam Jiuxian's lectures were the most useful and my favorite, but this time. I told you to watch your back. Well. I kind of expected this during breakfast earlier. But somehow, I'm not afraid. That's right. After all, my opponent is just my peer. After experiencing swordplay with Grandmaster Tsajo in my dreams. I can do it. How dare. Unlike US, who were selected through our martial arts, he's just someone who got lucky and entered Mount Hua. He's the weakest loser, and yet. I'll put you in your place. Baek Un-ho. Surely you're not relying on Jang Kwang, are you? To Kwang, you're just a stepping stone. Why not just bow down and beg for forgiveness now? Forgiveness? Have you done something significant enough for me to beg for it from you? He talks big. Then again, he grew up receiving all sorts of support ever since he was young. He must think he's different from the likes of me. Baek Un-ho. The fight seems to be escalating. Just leave them be. I don't know what's going on, but if we interfere, it might cause more problems behind the scenes. It's better to let them vent their emotions at an official event where we can intervene. And never mind. What's going on? Nobody's trying to stop it. I thought that since they're so meddlesome, they would definitely try to stop this too. Are you getting scared now? Jchol. No. Does this look like fear to you? Perhaps, it's a good thing. Is your head just for decoration? No. If your face gets damaged to a certain extent, it won't even be useful as a decoration. This damn dog. As expected, he charges like a wild boar at the slightest provocation. He looks fierce and formidable due to his size, but he doesn't strike me as a sword that can't be handled. Compared to the mysteriousness of Master Tsajo, he's just a beast, wildly flailing his massive power. There is a vast difference in both power and internal energy. And sophisticated techniques cannot overcome a power as massive as a mountain, but in this case, wouldn't it somehow work? Ugh. Not all attacks are always powerful. Every attack has a beginning and an end. If one accurately perceives and strikes the transitions between the initial and final movements, then in that moment, the power carried by my sword will be stronger than the power carried by Jchol. Which means I can control the flow of the initial movements. You little rat. He's become even more powerful. But his excitement actually makes him more readable. Ugh. It's effective. His internal energy and muscles have been shielding him from effective strikes, but now, proper hits are landing. Now is the time. Stop. It seems the conclusion has already been reached. The 8-second transformation. If it's the transformation taught by Master Tsajo, I can reach even behind that hand. What am I thinking? Yes, I understand. Daring to try and attack sect leader Nam. That was insane. Did you see that? Jaichio was being one-sidedly beaten up by Baek Un-ho. Slacking off in swordsmanship classes, and now he lost against Baek Un-ho. But hey. Hasn't Baek Un-ho's swordsmanship improved somewhat? The fight was just one-sided. So what? It takes dozens of blows before a genuine one can manage to land. Apart from the last few blows, even real swords wouldn't have caused a decent bruise. This is somewhat interesting. Where did you learn that? Huh? Where did you learn those techniques? Wait. That is. If I said, Master Tsajo taught me in a dream, then they wouldn't believe me. Initially, even I would have dismissed it as nonsense. So. I just came up with them myself. While learning the Napmi sword. You thought of those yourself? Yes. As you can see, I lack talent, so I have no choice but to devise various strategies. Huh. He is small and puny. He probably didn't receive proper nutrition when he was young. His arms and legs are too thin and light. His body, crucial for supporting powerful internal energy, does not suit the principle of using power before the sword. Is he aware of that and thought of this technique himself? He compensated for his deficiencies with good insight and reading moves. But. I see. They do say that necessity is the mother of invention. But in the end, the root of martial arts is internal energy. Don't get too caught up in technique and neglect the fundamentals of martial arts. Yes, I will bear that in mind. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Truly an interesting story. Power before the sword, indeed. To hear such a tale not from a shaman's stories nor from a Buddhist monk's teachings, but here in Mount Hua. But isn't what Master Jiuxian said not wrong? It is an absolute truth that internal energy is the basis of martial arts. Rather than flashy initial movements, a steadily built internal energy eventually leads to becoming a master, doesn't it? Well, yeah. It's not wrong. Draw your sword then. Huh? You didn't come here just to chat, did you? You didn't come here to chat, did you? So. Wait a minute. Since you're going to train me. Can't you give me a magic formula for martial arts or some holy elixir? Or we're just fighting again. That's funny. You ask me for a magic formula, but I'm already giving it to you. If you train with me, you'll eventually learn it. About the holy elixir. One thing that I realized after I started training with Grandmaster Tsajo is that I'm learning what we practice pretty fast and accurately, but solely on combat. There are things which I can't improve here, like physique, stamina, and mainly, chi. It's innate in every single body, but it needs to be developed. Which can take up to 10 years of harsh training to even be noticeable. But if there were an elixir. Even if I use an elixir now, I wouldn't get to Li Junhyung's level. But it might be enough for me to guarantee a safe spot in the sect. If only I could have one. Are you out of your mind? Don't you have common sense? Do you think that if I had something like that, I would hide it instead of giving it to you right away? Well. And did you finish the homework I gave you? How do I? Of course, what I expected. I wouldn't have given you a homework assignment that could be easily solved. Wield your sword. This is so fun. Stamina and discipline training must be so boring. Maybe strong masters always trained like Grandmaster Tsajo. There, a gap. Oops. This is it for today. It ended like that. How could I ever beat him? Baek Un-ho, are you crazy? Are you proud of beating Jaichio yesterday? You're ignoring me, huh? By the way. If I keep battling with Grandmaster Tsajo like this, will I soon be able to break through Jang Kwang's defense? Because I can't defeat him with the mere strength I have now. Hey, are you thinking about something else again? It looks like it. You need to learn to respect stronger people. Kwang, are you talking about something important? No. We're not talking about anything important, we're just chatting. Bullying is chatting now. At our age. We're basically all attracted to that girl. Really? Then I'll take Baek Un-ho with me. Why do you want this brat? Huh? Me? Brat? We shouldn't use this word among fellow Mount Hua Sect's disciples. Hurry up and apologize to Un-ho. Oh, I'm very sorry, Un-ho. I bet you are very sorry. Ouch. See, it's nice to see you two getting along. Well, UNHO, if you have time, let's talk over there for a while. Is that okay? Why yeah. Let's go. W8. Out of nowhere. Sorry. It's just that I was in a hurry. I looked for you all day yesterday, but I couldn't find where you went. Yesterday, I had a little trouble. But why are you saying sorry? Didn't I interrupt you while you were trying to fight that boar? A boar. Even though he looked like that, he's the guy that Cho Jasuk, the great disciple of the elder Jin Muok, has taken as his disciple. With a face like that, boar is really an appropriate nickname. Unlike that guy from yesterday, the boar is a little more difficult to defeat. Me, beat up Jang Kwang. Are you out of your mind? An elder Jin Muok is one of the strongest people in the Mount Hua Sect. He's already a disciple of such a person. The gap between me and him is gigantic. Well, even if he has qualities, he's just a boar. Don't you want to defeat him? By the looks of it, you haven't been practicing for a day or two. What? You're playing dumb. You know, I'm not from a specific sect, and the Mount Hua Sect is not affiliated with the Chi Sect. My mother and father are from different sects, one of them is from the Sword Sect and the other from the Chi Sect. But as of now, no upper head discovered it. No, I think it's safe to say that the Mount Hua Sect is too intolerant right now. Hey. Chi Sect, Sword Sect. All of these. Who are they? Are you really going to pretend you don't know until the end? Yes. Yesterday's sword techniques are those of the Sword Sect. This one, and this one too. The ones I used yesterday, that I learned from Grandmaster Tsajo. Wait, those are all techniques from the Sword Sect. Yes. You don't mean to tell me you've mastered them without knowing that? Even if it looks like simple sword movements, judging by your smoothness, you've been practicing them for a long time. Then. All those things you showed me in your dreams. Are they all sword techniques? What is the difference between a sword technique and a martial arts technique? One is based on repetition plus accuracy. And the other purely on chi and its practice. Is that it? You really practiced without knowing? The person who taught you the sword technique didn't tell you that. I think you misunderstood something. I've never been taught anything by anyone. Ha 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 ha, I can't just tell her that a grandmaster taught me it in a dream. Then you taught yourself? If you're that much of a genius. You should be able to handle this, right? This is Grandmaster Tsajo's homework. The answer to the question is Grandmaster Tsajo's homework. The answer to the question is the basic concepts of the Nampi sword are enough for a fight. Arg. You saw through it. And you dare to say this is just a basic technique with no practice. Let's see. Next time we meet, I'm going to strip you to the bone and make you admit it. Hey, wait. I was gonna ask you a little more about those sword sect techniques. By the way. The blossom scent was coming from her. Kwang, when is the internal tournament? The last one was 2 months and a day ago. So it should be within a month. I guess we need to deal with him before that, in front of the other kids. Baek Un-ho. Why do you want to deal with that weakling? Is it because of his sudden upgrade in strength? I was planning to take care of him myself, can't I handle it instead? That Baek Un-ho bastard. You should just know that. And the one dealing with him will be you, Kwang. I fell asleep and here I am again. I got used to it. Grandmaster, I want to ask you something. Do you think I'm talented at using a sword? Talented? I don't know. Well, if you continue to train with me, you'll eventually be able to be a teenage master. So I can only become a teenage master. What? A teenage master? Not just in the Mount Hua Sect, but in all the Murim. Well, what would be the point of being a teenage master solely in the Mount Hua Sect? Well, primarily, no, only in the sect. But if you keep training with the best in the world, you'll eventually become a teenage master in the whole Murim after a long time. Well, that's true, but I'll still be a teenage master in Mount Hua. Ha ha ha. Am I a genius? I guess I am talented. Well, you can keep up with them, and if you weren't talented in the first place, you wouldn't be here. And you wouldn't even pass the first trial. Is this about the homework? Forget it, pick up your sword. You're fighting again with that girl in a few days, won't you? Your victory today was due to your ability to utilize martial arts itself and your ability to instinctively fight. It would be a different story if the girl had a sword. It would be hard, and she probably would have won. Gulp. I have 3 days to practice. To defeat the prodigy Ahhyn. Will I be able to? I don't know. But one thing is for sure. Instead of this useless chit-chat, we need to improve your sword skills. Hey, attention. Right now, I'm challenging Baek Un-ho to a fight. Me? Why, are you afraid? I'm going to show you real power. I'm sorry. But I can't do that. Is this asshole crazy? Do you think I'm asking? It was an order. Or did you get cocky after beating Hajchol? Have you forgotten how I've used to beat your ass before? Humph. We can refuse challenges because of the rules of the Mount Hua Sect, but it's a different story if there's a crowd. A kid who refuses a challenge. I guess he's scared to fight. He knows that if he asks me like this, I can't refuse. Ha 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 ha, he probably wants to humiliate me in public. Maybe that whole talent thing was just a lie. Because it seems like I'm still the underdog after all. But the answer is simple. I thought you looked like a boar because of your appearance, but your brain is of a boar's too. If only I had the strength to fight back, did you think I was going to bow to you and accept? Boar. What? You won't just let this pass, will you? You're going crazy. Crazy? What I'm talking about is common sense and rationality. This crazy bastard. Do you want to fucking die? AHIC. Having a boar's brain, you don't understand our language. Do you? Ugh. You should have thought about this possibility. Now. A gap. Even though I've hit a gap, it's not that big of a damage. The weight and strength difference is just too wide. I don't think I should keep fighting. Maybe if I use my sword. Jang Kwang. Baek Un-ho. What are you doing? You're so lucky. So. I'll actually have to deal with Jang Kwang. Okay, I see. That boar and Junhyung seem strong. But you remember, right? We have a promise, you can't simply break it. That's ridiculous. But it's not like I'm not doing it, I'm just postponing it for once, right? You were the one who made the promise in the first place. If you think about it, why shouldn't I be able to just postpone it? That's true. You're harder to gaslight than I thought. Normally, people just accept. Oh, it makes sense, people don't refuse anything because you're pretty. Gosh. I was talking about my authority as a important person's daughter, do you really think I'm pretty? Well, it's true that you're pretty. What? Shut up for once. I'm not that good at compliments. You were the one who asked, why are you acting like that? Forget it. After you beat Jang Kwang, it'll be my turn, so take care. Okay. And also, she always smells so damn good. How are the children from here? Better than the last generation. We have some pretty good martial artists this time. Mount Hua Sect Elder, Lee Jin-seop. Junhyung is much better than I thought. He's only 13 and has already fully absorbed all elixirs he received. At this rate, he'll soon grow stronger than Gong Ye-chan. Speaking of which, is he still that strong? Mount Hua Sect Master, Gong Won-tak. Ugh, he is still strong, judging by how he got possessed by a sword once. Speaking of which. Why don't you join us for a fighting event that's coming up? I'm sure the children will be overjoyed if you're there. I'd be glad to. By the way, I saw some kids that stood out from the rest on the way here. There was also a child who was bigger than a full-grown adult. You mean Jang Kwang? It said that he has a strong constitution and is good at both Qi and martial arts. It is said that the Qin family has kept an eye on him. The Qin family's martial arts would be a great fit for him. Who will he be sparring with? That kid. Baek Un-ho. He's a survivor of the Joga village incident in Yonan County. We are taking special care of him because of Baek Gong-yang-so's last words. I don't know why they're fighting, since he and Kwang have very different levels in strength. Well, since he's a disciple of Mount Hua, he should be able to take care of himself. From what I've heard from my grandson, he has improved a little, but nothing too absurd. It's unfortunate about his qualifications. But he's also a disciple of the Mount Hua Sect, we shouldn't underestimate him. I'll trust your intuition. Ha ha ha. It's not a big deal. Moreover, why don't we talk about the day of the match? Hey, are you lost or something? You couldn't sleep well because of anxiety? You look even worse than I do. No, I'm pretty sure. Your face always looked messed up, didn't it? This bastard really. He's falling for my provocations. No way. I've always been the underdog, so he must be confused because I'm not acting like one. I've been rolling in the dirt for years, unlike you. Do you think I'd just give up? Is this an advantage? What the hell is wrong with you anyway? What? No, listen. I always did everything you told me to. Shouldn't I be treated with some kindness? Why do you want to beat me up so much? What? Because, of course. He's concentrating on my sword, I have a chance. How cowardly of you. I don't care. What's the point in talking to you if you're just going to talk nonsense anyways? Why don't you stop nagging me and draw your sword? You bore. That was a good one. I'll draw my sword, you asshole. The sword that was given to the third generation of disciples, is a sword that hasn't been sharpened yet. But that doesn't mean it's harmless. Guys like Li Junhyung and Zhang Kuang, who are strong as hell, can even cut logs in half with this sword. I can, at best, cut through a stick as thick as my skinny wrist. So, that sword has haunted me ever since I joined the Mount Hua Sect. But now. It's just too easy. How? With such a shitty sword. It must have been luck. Shitty sword? You're not wrong, but it's already enough to block your strike. How? Don't worry. They're still just children, right? If it gets too dangerous, there are older disciples standing by to stop them. Of course, the young man is immature, so his control isn't perfect. What you're worried about won't happen. It's an unmanned sword after all, isn't it? He was originally a priest with no great talent for martial arts. I'm not saying I don't recognize his power, but I don't think he can analyze the situation better than I can. That kid, UNHO. Is he the one Baek Un-ho so cared for? Wait, you don't mean? Oh God. I don't know. I'll try to find out as soon as this is over. This is fun. Against Isajo, I couldn't do whatever I wanted. There was only one thing I could do to prevent my loss. But against Zhang Kuang, there are dozens of things I can do without getting punished. It's still fun, but definitely not as much. He probably thinks he's controlling the battle. But what's really happening is the other way around. I can see the flow of the duel. He just has a simple sword with no variables. Even in a sloppy stance, I can still dodge. You fucking rat. In his 16th slash, he concentrates his strength in the index finger. Ack. Here he comes. With a slight variable. He's not as strong as I expected. The feeling that I once knew as anger is starting to get replaced with fear. How could you? How could you do this to me? You bastard. Don't be ridiculous. How? How can worthless scum like you? Turning pain into anger is easy and powerful. Ugh, again. But there is a clear limit to it. Now, the emotion controlling Zhang Kuang is fear. This damn rat of a bastard. I won't fall for the same trick again. Oh really? If I'm a rat, what does that make you, who's about to lose to me? Huh? Cough. It's weaker than expected. Still, it's a martial arts skill honed to perfection. It didn't even leave a scratch. But the shock transmitted internally will accumulate. At this point, all that's left in him is sheer stubbornness. To crush him completely. I need to engrave that fear deep into his bones. Although my energy channels are weak. This is the internal power I've steadily built up over 3 years. Since Zhang Kuang can't focus, there's plenty of time to gather it. With the maximum destructive force I can generate. If it's strength against strength. I won't lose. This is. Of course, I dodged all your ignorant attacks, but you took all of mine head on. There's no way you have any strength left to block whatever comes after. There's none left. Cough. The groin. That's one place you can never train. Ha. Now's the chance. Are you okay, Kuang, AH? Thankfully, IT didn't burst. Hurry, to the medicine ward. Damn it. The external technique's hardened meridians are blocking it. Do we have a judge's needle? You did well. That's my way of granting your request. Request? You said it earlier, didn't you? Not to get hurt. How could I possibly get hurt when the prettiest girl I've ever seen is worried about me? Worried? I meant you shouldn't get hurt if you want to have a proper sparring match with me. And why do you say things like, pretty, so casually? There she goes blushing again. Anyway, here, take this. Ugh. What's this? It's Yosangdan medicine. You fought a boar, after all. There's no way your insides are fine. It's nothing fancy, just something my father told me to take in emergencies. I've got 2 more in my room back at home, so don't feel bad about taking it. It looks super rare though. Really? Then I'll gratefully eat it. With my only internal cultivation technique, Jade Gong, I feel my body heating up significantly. At the same time, it feels like the strain on my meridians is being completely relieved. A refreshing sensation. The effect of this medicine is incredible. Are you done? Yeah. But are you sure this medicine isn't actually something amazing? My body feels lighter than it did before the fight. I told you, didn't I? My father said it's for emergencies. When I saw him, he was refining over 30 of them at once in the alchemy furnace. Hongmadang. Ugh, so itchy. Is someone talking about me? Senior Kong. Gasp. Honey, what's wrong? Mr. Kong, didn't you take 35 ingredients? Why have you only made 21 pills? And 3 of them didn't meet the standard and had to be discarded. I used to love that face so much. Now, it just terrifies me. Wait, it's not like there's an alchemist out there who can perfectly extract all the ingredients for a miraculous pill. You know. Someone like me can make 21 of them, anyone else wouldn't even come close. Oh my, I know. I know that very well. That's why I'm curious why someone as skilled as you managed to burn up 11 of them. I'm not accusing you, I was just wondering if I, the head of Hongmadang, should adjust the operational plans accordingly. Perhaps, have you been overworking lately? By the way, Deputy Zhang did a decent job crafting the Akawan recently. How about letting him handle things for a while and taking a break? Are you comparing me to that Zhongmok brat now? I'm Kong Jin. Kong Jin. That guy barely manages to make 15 Jacidin pills, but I not only make 21, 5 of them even retain half their full potency. Oh my, you only gave me 3 of the half-potent Jacidin pills. Where could the other 2 possibly be? Mr. Kong. What are you doing? It's almost our turn to spar. Thanks to the Yosangdan, your body's in perfect condition now, right? So you have no excuses if you lose. Baek Un-ho. No excuses even if you lose, Baek Un-ho. Here I come. While Zhang Guang's skills are definitely among the top tier of 3rd generation disciples. Along with Junhyang. The one who contends for the strongest martial prowess among 3rd generation disciples is Kong Hyon. Even though we both use shadowless swords, she's on a different level when it comes to swordsmanship. If we clash recklessly, I'm the one who'll get shattered. And it doesn't end there. Unlike Zhang Guang's intuitive sword, Kong Hyan's sword clearly has the intent to guide my sword. Different from both Zhang Guang and the Great Ancestor. If the Great Ancestor exchanges moves with me on equal terms, she actively utilizes her advantage. In Go terms, it's like placing 2 stones at once. What's fortunate is that my physical condition is strangely good. Compared to just half an hour ago, the world looks more vivid. Kong Hyan's breathing. Minute misalignments. Gaze and intent. The me right now is faster than the me from half an hour ago. More agile. And stronger. More powerful. What? Un-ho's movements are different from what I expected. Still, if it's this much, I can win. Not yet. Still not enough. At this rate, I'll eventually slip. My muscles. Squeeze them to the limit. Faster. More flexible, more intense. The meager internal energy in my sea of energy point, which usually disappeared like a mirage after just a little use, continuously circulates through my body, adding strength to my movements. I can do this. The swordwork changed. That's not the Plum Blossom sword. Well, she is the daughter of the Red Plum Hall Master of Jade Maiden Peak. She couldn't have learned only the Plum Blossom sword. Even so, I must endure. Kong Hyan must be reaching her limit too. But it's difficult. No, how am I even enduring this in the first place? Even though Kong Hyan is using martial arts I've never seen before. There must be a clue in there. Think. I can see it. The point of force application. Gaze. Breathing. Center of gravity. No, it doesn't end there. Countless pieces of information flood in. Right, that's not the plum blossom sword. Then instead of knowledge about the plum blossom sword, I need to weave together what I've observed and analyze it anew. Until now, I've been dodging using fragments of information I gathered from her. But what if I could bind all those fragmented pieces together? But this too is the plum blossom sword, you know. That too is the plum blossom sword, I know. No time to look away. With this, it's over. So it ended up like this. Surprisingly, UNHO put up a good fight. But still, it feels like he couldn't match a Hyan, right? Wasn't that just now mutual destruction? Couldn't there have been a reversal? That's ridiculous. A Hyan held back, that's why he lasted this long. That guy almost got hurt much worse. No. What was that sword? I didn't plan on using the plum blossom sword. UNHO suddenly adapted at an astonishing speed, so I had no choice but to pull it out. If my sword had extended just a little longer at the last moment. The one who would have lost. Let me see for a moment. It's just a scratch, nothing serious. And exhaustion. It means he squeezed out every last bit of his energy. Excellent. I'll take him to the medicine hall. I wasn't sure, but the sword this kid used is definitely Sword Sect. Baek Un-ho. You must have a death wish. You must be out of your mind wanting to die, huh? Still, wasn't I fighting well for the most part? What? Fighting well? That's it. The third stance I pointed out your foot placement. The eighth stance, completely OFF flow. And you lost all the momentum you gained in the second half, eventually leading to your defeat. It's obvious you thought you could win just by waiting, huh? Do you think just calculating a victory in your head is all it takes? But at least you solved the problem. Even if I had 10 mouths, I couldn't refute it, it's all. That's exactly the problem. Trying out new methods in the middle of a fight, especially that recklessly. Twice. If this had been a real battle, not a sparring match. The cost of enlightenment would have been your life. Still, I'll give you credit for pulling it off somehow. Well, for now, that should be enough. Someone's waiting, so I'll be off now. Someone's waiting. You're awake, UNHO. Gong Yakan. You startled me. You. How do you know about the Jayamjangjibo, Sword Master's treasure? Jayamjangjibo. Wait, more importantly. Is Gong Yakan really like this? I distinctly remember him being the epitome of caution. I only take care of those with money and connections. If you don't have that, I'll just ignore you. Now. There's an intense obsession and some strange, powerful aura coming from him. Teacher, what on earth is that? Don't try to deny it. I suspected something was off ever since your duel with Jechol. To think you managed to get your hands on the Jayamjangjibo. If that's what you've acquired, it's completely plausible. Even if you say you learned it in a dream, I wouldn't believe you anyway. What exactly is the Jayamjangjibo? Both you and Hyan are talking about Jayamjang and Jyangjang. Do you think I've learned some external martial art? I fight exactly as I was taught at Wazin. I have no reason to learn external martial arts when I want to stay at the main temple. External martial arts. Do you even understand what you're saying right now? Based on your actions so far, it seems like you truly don't know. But the last move you used in your duel with Kong Hwan. Though others might not have recognized it, I know exactly what it was. It was crude, but that was definitely the Jayamjangjibo. That was Jayamjangjibo. But that was just the Nampi sword technique. Nampi sword technique? If that's the case, it definitely makes sense. But how? I don't know why, but now's the time. Please, teach me now. What exactly is Jayamjang, sword mastery? It almost feels ridiculous to ask at this point. There are two great paths that form the foundation of Waksan, Fire Mountain. One path involves diligently cultivating inner power and slowly seeking higher realms, the Seonshimhyusu, first heart, then hand, approach. The other path involves achieving mastery instantly, through swordsmanship itself, without relying on inner power, is called Jayam Seong Il-song, sword path mastery. Wait a second. Wasn't the essence of Waksan martial arts all about Seonshimhyusu? Sien Hyusu. That's nonsense. That's how Waksen is now, but the core of Waksen Tal arts has always been in the sword. Only those who understand the sword can truly attain the way. 140 years ago, the great master, Mok Un-pyong, who ascended into the sky, proved this. Why is that name being mentioned here? But, isn't the mainstream now about giving favors first and then receiving something in return? Yeah, the current volcano is the type that can steadily build internal energy and eventually succeed, but it was actually the sword type that is now avoided that was the mainstream of the volcano. 140 years ago, due to certain reasons and the sudden ascension of the Grandmaster, many sword techniques were lost in actual combat. Are those sword techniques learned from the Grandmaster applied in actual combat? You're staring a lot. Baek Un-ho. Your goal was to remain in the volcano, right? Of course. I'll help you reach that goal. Huh. I'll become your master. A master? It was Chan who took that child away, right? Yes. That seems to be the case. I think Chan might have secretly taught that child. Recently, Brother Gwangmo also went that way. It seems like I haven't been able to pay proper attention due to being too compliant. He probably taught him for at least 2 years. Shall we go look for the child separately? No, just leave him be. It looks like he chose the child with the least talent among the 3 disciples. In that case, Chan must have kept his boundaries in his own way. That's a good point. Though the harm of sword types is significant, no one would fall for that kind of appearance. Right, by the way, where is Master Jamu's grandson, who was said to be outstanding among the 3 disciples of this batch? He's coming up over there. Some orphan you found that should be enough. The current volcano holds a sword type he is not compatible with. Don't get involved. In that case, I'll let you maintain the legacy of the sword type you want. Master. Why is that? Did you hear the story? He used sword energy, sword energy. A few days ago, when you became my master, the volcano rumbled because Lee Junhyung used sword energy at the martial arts competition. Isn't it more polite to bring it out after becoming a master like Manhwa Seonin? This is really crazy. How is he already there? Was it really sword energy? I thought he would be looked up to for defeating Jang Kwang, but sword energy. It's obvious he took some elixir. Usually, you would take it beforehand and it would take 2 or 3 years to fully develop, but Lee Junhyung is that fast because of his high young physique. Speed. Limit. Capacity. Everything is overwhelmingly different. In comparison, you're the lowest rank. If Lee Junhyung gains several years' worth of internal energy after practicing for 1 year, you, on the other hand, will only gain 5 levels of internal energy after 1 year of practice. It's literally the difference between heaven and earth. Sword energy. Is that really sword energy? Nonsense. Is that what you call sword energy? It's just a bloated lump of fat, like pigs being raised for slaughter. To say that overflowing internal energy is sword energy. Don't talk nonsense. Baek Un-ho, you, from now on, you will begin seclusion training with me. To build your internal energy. Am I internal energy? Baek Un-ho, you are entering secluded training starting now. All of a sudden. I've already informed the sect leader that I'm taking you as my disciple. He readily gave his permission. It's not the master-disciple arrangement I take issue with. Why are we moving on to disciple training so suddenly? Our generation still has 6 months left until becoming official disciples, and master, you have lectures to give. You've already obtained everything you need anyway. There's no need to continue on with that clownish performance. And more importantly, what you need most right now is internal energy. Just as mind first, body second doesn't mean only the mind exists, even with sword mastery perfection, basic internal energy to wield that swordsmanship is essential. Both are ultimately just a matter of what comes first and what comes later. But will focusing on internal energy right now really make any difference? You clearly said my constitution is the lowest grade. Well, that's literally true, but right now, your body is full of medicinal energy. I don't know what you ate recently, but medicine. The mystical essence pill. Was what Ahayan gave me really an elixir? If you can fully absorb all that medicinal energy, then could I possibly? You should be able to at least catch up to the average practitioner. No, isn't that a bit too harsh? If you raised my expectations, shouldn't it at least be Junhyang's level, if not the world's best? Is the world that easy? Besides, with your body, reaching even average is quite something, isn't it? Well, that's true, but great ancestor. Why did the sword sect fall so rapidly? Even if the great ancestor ascended to immortality, you weren't the only one who knew the sword sect's secret techniques that were mainstream, right? That happened after I left. I don't know either. Well. Okay, but enough nonsense, why don't you pick up your sword? We don't have time. He definitely knows something. Does he dislike wasting time? Or is he hiding something? Did you hear the news? They say Junhyang is entering as Master Hyanmu's disciple. Why are you talking about something so obvious like it's surprising news? If not Junhyang, who else would it be? That's definitely a good point. Master Hyanmu is definitely one of Mount Hua's very old rules. The character, Mu, in the title is given to the most outstanding person of that generation. And currently the second-generation disciple Hyanja Gwak Yong, titled Hyanmu. Well, like great ancestor Baek, exceptional talent alone doesn't always make the greatest master. But Master Hyanmu at age 30 has reached peak mastery, with internal energy rivaling first-generation disciples. A talent capable of aiming for supremacy under heaven choosing Junhyang. Is it as expected and natural? The most important thing is always the most fundamental. Since I first entered martial arts, I haven't skipped a single day of violet mist art training. That's the path to becoming a master. In all our time knowing each other, if you had been negligent even for a day, no matter how excellent your abilities, I wouldn't have taken you as a disciple. Human nature is violent, but there exists the possibility of overcoming it with our will. I too was like a beast following my nature. No. How could master? No, I was like that. If I don't face and reflect on that past, how can I call myself human? Mount Hua's learning doesn't simply lie in eating, breathing, and moving. That's bullshit. Whatever the original intention, talking about such ideals in this situation full of corruption is nothing but perfect bullshit. I agree. The current Mount Hua's third-generation disciples are allowed excessive freedom. Every time that Jiang Guang committed atrocities against me, I wondered if this really was a righteous orthodox sect. Originally, Mount Hua's master-disciple relationships weren't a process of uniformly accepting disciples and selecting people like now. Great ancestor Baek, the sect leader from 100 years ago, introduced this system. Originally, the great ancestor's purpose was Mount Hua's teaching, transmit only to those who are human. Transmit only to those who are human, do not transmit to those who are not human. Through freedom, observe their nature, and filter out the mediocre to accept disciples with potential, that was the original purpose. But over 100 years, even the system has become antiquated. The reason was forgotten, and it became immune to criticism as tradition. As time passes, they'll spout bullshit about youthful mistakes and apologize however they please, and what angers me most is that due to Mount Hua's martial arts characteristics, when they achieve greatness, it's sincere. Huh. Isn't it good if they sincerely apologize? Nonsense. If it were fake, I could at least harbor revenge. But the moment they sincerely apologize and repent, I lose my target for revenge. That sense of futility. I couldn't resolve anything and the resentment remains as poison, but they shed everything and get to live with a peaceful heart. Do you think that makes sense? How petty. What a small-minded person. So you must punish him before he repents and apologizes on his own. No, wait. So the kid who succeeded in manifesting sword chi at 13 will achieve greatness in Mount Hua's martial arts in the future, so I need to beat him before that happens, is that what you're saying? It's been about 2 months since we entered here. So exactly 4 months remain. 4 months. Why such a tight deadline? Because that day is the last chance to officially defeat him in front of everyone, at the third-generation disciples' final regular martial arts competition. Simply beating him once is a slap on the wrist. You must thoroughly crush him. If Jiang Guang sincerely apologized to you now, do you think any resentment would remain? Even kneeling down inadequate. If that Jiang Guang, someone I already punished, went that far, well, no resentment would remain. That's exactly why you must defeat Junhyang in front of everyone. Is that so? Somehow it seems persuasive yet not at all. But is it even possible? That kid was stronger than Kong Ahayan even before eating another elixir. We have to make it possible. Watch carefully. You won't understand now, but I'll show you what the sword sect is. With this sword sect, you will punish Junhyang. This is Phew. Did you see it? It must have been too difficult for you, but this is the sword sect's sword. Wow. What should I do? It's easy. Master. It's too easy, master. But contradicting his knowledge like that would be a bit awkward. The look master occasionally gives me feels like he's looking at livestock being raised well rather than a disciple. I don't want to provoke him unnecessarily. So this is the sword sect. Yes, learning something new must be very difficult. But it's an unavoidable process to learning the long-forgotten sword sect swordsmanship. Overcoming strength with technique alone is not an easy thing. But the path of sword mastery perfection is like a tower built up carefully, one piece at a time. In the end, the only path to attaining martial learning is sword master perfection. Certainly, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong in the explanation. And some parts are so profound it makes me think this much. But is there really a need to go this far? So to use an analogy, it's like entering a restaurant to eat food, and they explain what ingredients go into that food, and meticulously analyze how each ingredient harmonizes to create this flavor. But it's not entirely unhelpful. Unlike the supreme martial master great ancestor who only teaches through the sword without explanation, Master has theoretically organized my unconscious techniques. But what's helping most of all is the internal energy cultivation method. The violet mist art, one cultivation method I was learning before, is a martial art that follows movement, tempering muscles and bones as well as strengthening meridians and pressure points, necessary for the foundation of martial arts. But it's ultimately a martial art that pursues nature rather than artificiality. That's why the rate of internal energy increase is inevitably slow with this method, and what's needed is a specialized circulation method. Embracing origin art. That's the name of the cultivation method. In the world, there are tremendous supreme techniques and absolute skills. The Grandmaster's indestructible diamond body art. Wachong's extreme harmony art. And the mystic moon divine art. But for you, there's no better study than the embracing origin art. I don't know if what he said is true, but my internal energy has definitely increased at a rate much faster than before. The sea of energy point was originally very small, but now it's expanded. Come to think of it, you're following along quite well. Certainly not bad aptitude. Good. In my view, the plum blossom sword is sufficient, so from today, let's learn the plum blossom sword. The plum blossom sword is good swordsmanship. He looks happy. Then, let's see how you receive your lesson again today. This time is the same as usual, but still, now this sword doesn't feel like a sword I completely can't block. Oh ho. Not bad. Is it because your meager internal energy has increased a bit? It's already been over 4 months since we first started crossing swords. I can't keep falling for the same moves, can I? Ha, good words. If what's attached above your neck isn't a counterweight, that's how it should be. In that sense, this is the perfect timing. Perfect timing. This is the plum blossom sword that Kang Ah-hyen used in the match, which I learned today. Though it can't compare to theirs. Still, as I learned through the great ancestors' homework, if I judge and analyze not by the form of the sword but by the swordsmanship itself. Oh my. Show me one more time. Not even the slightest gap. Ha. Now you'll ask me questions. What? Even though I expected it, to grasp that complex plum blossom sword so immediately. It's definitely one of two things. I succeeded. Either he's hiding something, or I succeeded. He's truly an absurd genius. The sea of energy points growth is waning faster than expected. What you ate was probably a violet mist pill. Judging by the medicinal effect, it was either a low-grade one, or your constitution was worse than expected, or possibly both. In the first place, even if it was low-grade, why would Kang Ah-hyen give me something so precious? What's the big deal? Maybe she liked you, or she genuinely mistook it for a mystical essence pill. Knowing that Kang Jin fellow, it wouldn't be strange if there were violet mist pills rolling around in his room. Could Ah-hyen have feelings for me? So she deliberately gave me a violet mist pill. When I lived in Zhou family village, I was popular. Don't get distracted and listen carefully. Certainly, your internal energy growth rate is slow. However, your swordsmanship is developing rapidly enough to rival the Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor. The Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor. I feel good, but who are you comparing with whom right now? Honestly, if that person's pride is anything to go by, he'll be incredibly angry later. That means he's not even worth paying attention to. 6 months since the match with Baek Un-ho. To surpass the swordsmanship Baek Un-ho showed that day, I worked tirelessly to ensure my victory next time. And I received solid help for that. Ah-hyen. Dad, what's this? I'm worried you'll collapse from training lately. It's good for your body, so make sure to eat it. Thanks, really. Dad, you didn't sneak out medicine hall supplies again, did you? Last time you said that too, and I thought it was really a mystical essence pill and got in big trouble. Even if it's below standard, it's still a pill. Oh, is our Ahayan worrying about Dad? Don't worry, MOM wasn't that angry you were kicked out to the guest room for a week. Kicked out. That's the start of the story. Anyway. This is the last public martial arts competition. Now I'll go for a perfect win. Long time no see. This voice. Baek Un-ho. How did you get here? More importantly, when did you leave the training hall? I didn't recognize you. You too. Just now, I came to find you as soon as I got out. You came to find me as soon as you left the training hall. Why yeah. Well. I wanted to greet you and ask a favor. About that medicine you gave me before, it was a violet mist pill, right? Thank you. No. Even though it was low grade, I didn't know it was a violet mist pill either. Still, thanks is thanks. I get that you're grateful, what's the favor? Don't tell me, a match? Yeah, that's right. What, you also want to face me again one more time? Can you yield the match against Junhyang to me? What? Wait a minute, you want to face Junhyang, so you're asking me to leave him to you? Huh. Oh. Just a moment ago it seemed like you were welcoming it. I'm not asking you to give it up completely. Fine. Stop nagging and just draw your sword. If you beat me right here, I'll think about it. Ugh. How? In a single exchange. One more time. Again. Ugh. Again. Again. Ahayan, maybe we should stop here. That. Can't. Ahayan, what did you say? A match against Junhyang or whatever. Do whatever you want with. It. Oh no. Just standing there. Ahayan. The defeat itself isn't frustrating, but... Why? I tried hard too. It feels like everything I've built up as a martial artist named Kong Ahayan has completely crumbled with a single sword strike. Just what? What on earth did you teach UNHO for 6 months? Uncle Gong Yakan. Teach? Me? That kid? Not at all, I didn't teach him anything. If anyone learned, it was me. Huh. Uncle Gong Yakan, what do you mean? The sword sect's supreme treasure. I've never seen Uncle Gongchan wear such a greedy expression. As expected, Baek Un-ho having that is inappropriate. Teach? Me? That kid? Not at all, I didn't teach him anything. If anyone learned, it was me. Huh. Uncle Gong Yakan, what do you mean? The sword sect's supreme treasure. I've never seen Uncle Gongchan wear such a greedy expression. As expected, Baek Un-ho definitely has it. Impressive. You're already approaching the second level of the violet mist art. I too once made a name for myself as a prodigy. But you're at least 20% faster than I was back then. As expected of the bright young body. I heard you've been avoiding cooked food lately. That's. I thought it would be better for training. There's no need for that. In the past, the Grand Master Zhongyang of Chuanjin taught that one should cut off grains and remove impurities from the body through breathing and meditation to achieve the yang spirit. The teachings of Mount Hua Sect were also like that in the past. Then why do we eat cooked and meat dishes regularly now? Well, that's because. Before Great Ancestor Bacon, we thought the physical body was a shackle we must eventually cast off. But Great Ancestor Bacon considered the physical body to be a staff that firmly supports our steps. If we're going on a long journey anyway, shouldn't it be a sturdy staff so we can walk straight? More importantly, living in the martial world is no different from running into a hungry tiger every day. Keep these words in mind. And the day after tomorrow is the last public martial arts competition. You'll do well. Junhyang. Baek Un-ho. His presence is so subdued. He seems much weaker than before. But since I know who he's been studying under, I should consider that his overflowing energy has been organized and refined. It's been a while. When did you come out? Yesterday. I see. I heard you entered under Master Hyeonjong's guidance. I praised you a lot to my parents, but they seemed a bit disappointed. Disappointed about staying on the main mountain? Obviously he's being sarcastic. I came to request a match anyway, so there's no need to hold back. Thanks for your concern. But weren't they more disappointed that you're leaving? A family business should be inherited by blood rather than outsiders, after all. UNHO. Your words are a bit strange. Is that my imagination? Yeah, it's your imagination. I thought we were friends and treated you especially well. Like Jang Guang said, you have a severe inferiority complex. Inferiority complex? Isn't that what you have toward Kong Hyun? Well, I didn't come here just to talk. Let's have a good match the day after tomorrow at the competition. You, with me. Sorry, but I have a prior commitment. With Kong Hyun? Yes, everyone wants to see the confusion between me and Kong Hyun. Proof off that no one except Kong Hyun has requested a match with me. That's just because they don't have confidence they can beat you guys. Anyway, you're saying there's no one except Kong Hyun, right? Perfect. I talked to Hyun and she said she doesn't want to face you. What? She told me to do it instead. You've been really irritating since earlier. What nonsense are you spouting right now? Exactly what I said. For the past 3 years, the one who needs to settle things with you isn't Kong Hyun, it's me, Baek Un-ho. I'll see you at the sparring platform the day after tomorrow. You're not going to avoid it, are you? 2 days later, combatants, please step onto the sparring platform. Uncle, of course Junior Baek will win easily, right? That kid has it, after all. Be quiet, I know. No one's paying attention. Master Hyeonjong, what do you think of this match? Well, I did teach him diligently. But considering the opponent. But I was also helplessly defeated. As expected, UNHO. No, that's because you attacked with your weakness against Un-ho's strength. It depends on how much Junhyang has achieved with the purple mist divine art. Hey, look at that kid. Huh? What? He looks extremely ordinary. Is it your eyesight or memory that's failing with age? That's the kid who fought with Old Feng's great-granddaughter 6 months ago. Great-granddaughter, not granddaughter. My, has she grown that much already? Come on, senior brothers. Drop the idle talk, you who are supposedly Mount Hua elders, and look at the opponent properly too. Don't you see the purple energy around his eyes? They say he became Hyeonwa's disciple, and already his achievement in the purple mist art is advanced. You can see that. From 20 li away. Being young, your eyesight is good too. Hey, Chonghyo. In my younger days too, I saw the Tang clan's 1,000 flowers. Hey. It's starting. My plan is simple. Instant annihilation. The skill Junhyang knows of mine is from 6 months ago, so he couldn't have imagined that I'd take the elixir. I'll close the distance in a single breath. It's already too late to draw your sword, Junhyang. Barehanded. Barehanded. Purple mist art. If one were to pick divine arts that are universally acknowledged among the countless sword techniques in the martial world, IT would be in the top 10. Purple cloud palm is an advanced martial art that cannot be better than the first stage of at least the second stage of the purple mist art. I already realized it yesterday when you calmly challenged me despite seeing my momentum. That you have something. So what? I am Lee Junhyang. The possessor of talent worthy of discussing Mount Hua's supremacy and the martial world's supremacy. People like you just need to be crushed with overwhelming force. Ugh. Ugh. Even though it's only been 2 months, I've become proficient in the purple cloud palm. What was that movement just now? I plan to end it in one strike. Though I pushed myself, Junhyang's left hand can't be left intact either. Even against Jang Guang it was unusual. What? That Baek Un-ho is now against Junhyang. No, this won't do. I can't let this happen. I can't let myself be seen being pushed back. My opponent is just Baek Un-ho. I expelled half the impurities with the embracing origin art's true energy. It's doable. What sword and hand colliding makes this kind of sound? Ha-yeah. Ugh. I expected it, but... Floating cloud leap step. It's natural that he learned footwork as much as palm techniques, isn't it? But... that doesn't mean I'll lose. This guy is reading all my movements. Floating cloud leap step, among Mount Hua's lightness techniques, a divine method ranked at the top. Even with my bright young body, it took a full 2 months just to learn the basics. Yet. Is he adapting to my movements? No. Don't get excited. My true energy recovery speed is much faster. The momentum is still mine, if I just drag out time. Baek Un-ho, let me ask one thing. Why are you doing this to me? I think I treated you well enough. TSK, that bastard, trying tricks. But I'll play along. Right, those eyes. He's piercing through with those eyes. I wanted to talk about this anyway. Acting like you have nothing at all. Let me ask you. Why did you do that to me? Were you so hurt in your pride that I memorized those few things faster on the first day? What? What? You thought I didn't know? Isn't it that one little thing why you tormented me so? Why did someone who has so much in life act so petty? Pretending to be kind in front of a crowd to boost your reputation while secretly controlling Jiang Guang to bully me. Did you think I'd stupidly interpret your actions as goodwill? That level of victim mentality is delusional. Whatever. You seem to have caught your breath, so come at me already. I'm starting to figure it out. He's clearly wavering. Instead of buying time like this, it would have been better to squeeze out the last of my internal energy in all this time we spent fighting. The difference between embracing origin art and that guy's purple mist art is clear. Still. Now's the time to make the decisive move. He can't use his left hand properly. Though crude, countless inefficient movements throw countless possibilities at me. By restricting myself, I restrict my opponent. Ugh. Thus, countless possibilities reduce to predictable moves. And left hand. Baek Un-ho. Force out the opponent's trump card. And left hand. Baek Un-ho. Force out the opponent's trump card. Junhyung. Junhyung. Junhyung, are you okay? With that level, his left arm is completely. Even though his arm wasn't in perfect condition, it was a perfect strike. To block that with such an ordinary sword. The sword sect's supreme treasure. Wasn't that just a legend? The sword sect's supreme treasure. Senior brother, you're not really suggesting that young kid's martial arts. Are you saying Guangmo restored and taught it? No. You don't need to worry about it. I know what the sword sect's supreme treasure means. Though it seems to have been distorted over 140 years, great ancestor Baek Un said that sword sect martial arts can ultimately only be fully mastered by heaven-sent talent. Am I now witnessing heaven-sent talent? He must be punished immediately. Recovery alone will take 6 months. Even after recovery, it'll be a long time before he's the same as before. He's like a grandson to me, how could? But it was a legitimate match, wasn't it? A 13-year-old child couldn't have deliberately destroyed his arm. Ahem, pardon me. Everything you say is correct, but still, you know. Isn't there such a thing as involuntary manslaughter? If we create a precedent of not taking responsibility. That's precedent. Isn't sparring something where you're supposed to accept all those risks? There has never been a single case of punishment for injuries in matches. That's right. If we punish someone because a high-ranking official's relative got injured, how will it affect the children's attitude toward future matches? But that's enough, finance hall head. We can't break tradition, can we? I'll make a special request to the medicine hall master for that child Junhyung. Let's move past this matter. Even the sect leader. The atmosphere seems overheated, so let's take a break. Finance hall head, let's talk for a moment. Are you disappointed? No. Of course you are. Your blood relative suffered like that, naturally you'd be distressed. But the masters and my teacher are watching. As you know, they witnessed the process of Mount Hua being rebuilt from ruins, and they're the ones who established Mount Hua's traditions to prevent that repetition. Though I'm the sect leader, I can't break that tradition in front of them. Punishment for an accident in a match doesn't make sense. But isn't Chan affiliated with the outer hall master who's close with you, hall head? I understand. A descent order. Master, I haven't had my disciple for that long. Usually they let you focus on teaching for about a year, don't they? It's a special order from the sect leader. In some cases it can be as short as 6 months, and didn't you already receive the privilege of using the training hall 6 months early? That's true, but This matter is so sensitive that we need an experienced disciple. But if a first-generation disciple goes out, it might provoke Qingqing instead. Among the outer hall's second-generation disciples, no one matches you in that area, right? No matter how you look at it, this is retaliatory personnel action. Understood. As someone whose string has been cut, I have no choice but to accept. That's what happened, I heard. Actually, this works out well. I was wondering when you'd come to collect the reward for completing your homework. You said Wanshuan Mountain southeast of Xi'an, where we discovered a spiritual tree worthy of being called an elixir 170 years ago. Yes. I thought it needed to mature for at least another 100 years to be effective, so I left it. The location is secret and it's not a known spiritual tree. With luck, it shouldn't have been taken by anyone. You haven't had a chance to go outside yet, so there was no way to retrieve it. We're descending to Xi'an County this time. That's resolved now. Going outside. An opportunity for you to have experiences not originating from me. Experience. However, with great ancestors' martial arts or this space, couldn't you give me experience in more varied forms? How greedy. Of course I'm omnipotent. But unfortunately, this dream vision is not omnipotent. Even this is only possible because you've grown a bit and there's some leeway. No. It's nothing. Here we go again. You always stop talking at the important parts. I'm dying of frustration. No, wait. Is it not that you won't, but that you can't? Anyway, what's most important for you now is experience. I would advise having many sparring matches outside with this opportunity. If something unexpected happens. No, that would be troublesome. Really? Then we'll have to accumulate several times more here. Come. Let's test how much enlightenment you gained from the previous match. A few days later, the day of departure for Xi'an. Have you finished your Violet Mist art training? Finished. Are we departing again? Yes. Your diligence deserves praise. Thank you. Let's depart now. Baek Un-ho, first external mission. Xi'an Prefecture, Guanzhong Gate. What do you all think of this proposal? Well, I'm thinking Zhongnan over Mount Hua now. Even though Xi'an is closer to Zhongnan. How can Zhongnan surpass Mount Hua when Senior Guanchen and his disciples are still so strong? But what about 10 years from now? Can you think of any masters among the Guangjia generation? At best, the current sect leader Guangyojinen made a name for himself by hunting down the cruel killing flying horse 8 years ago. But in the process, Mount Hua's greatest rising star died, and Guangyojinen's martial arts regressed from severe injuries. Essentially, Mount Hua's Guangjia generation ended there. Probably in just 10 years, Mount Hua's influence in Xi'an will be almost completely gone. Master. I have something to ask. What? Something felt strange when I was practicing the Violet Mist art earlier. The energy or movements felt weaker than usual. Of course. Mount Hua is a sacred mountain, counted among the Central Plains' 5 sacred mountains. In terms of the strength of energy alone, it ranks among the very best. As you leave Mount Hua, the Violet Mist art's efficiency inevitably decreases. Huh. But didn't we get closer to Zhongnan Mountain instead? I know it's also quite a sacred mountain. There are 2 reasons. The first applies to all cultivation methods, our destination, Xi'an Prefecture. The more people there are, the more impure energy they emit, and naturally the cultivation method's efficiency also drops. Could the reason Mount Hua limits the number of disciples be? The other reason is simple. The Violet Mist art and several other energy arts were made specifically to match Mount Hua's energy. It's natural that efficiency drops outside Mount Hua. On the other hand, the Embracing Origin art pursues stability unusually for Mount Hua martial arts up to the 2nd level, so you won't be restricted since you haven't achieved the 3rd level. No wonder. They feel very different. The most important thing is perfecting swordsmanship anyway. We've arrived. This is Xi'an. Just a bit further is Zhuyang Gate. Keep walking. Ooh. It's so big and magnificent. No, look carefully. The building's tiles have peeling or faded paint in places. It's true. Oh my. Welcome. Goodness, I sent the kids, but we must have missed each other. These guys always wander off in the wrong direction. But it's nothing serious. No one else is coming by chance. He seems to think it's completely insignificant. I'm Hyenjong, a 2nd-generation disciple of Mount Hua. Oh my, I should have introduced myself first. I'm Joik, the master of Zhuyang Gate here. In the martial world, fellow practitioners call me the self-revolving sword. By the way, when I was up on the mountain in the past, I was very close to Zhonghui, Guangmyang. I thought maybe I could see his face after so long, you know. Is he upset? I see, you were close with Master Guangmyang. Master is too busy with outer hall business right now, so only we came down. So this is it. That expression he used to show Junhyang or Kang Ahayan during past lectures. Two people. It's fine. You're still disciples from the great Mount Hua Sect's main mountain, aren't you? Yes, that's right. We'll do our best. This doesn't feel good from the start, does it? That's what I'm saying. Actually, our Zhuyang Gate is the rightful ruler of Xi'an. My 10th generation ancestor Lord Zhou Liang protected the people of Xi'an. When Emperor Shizong Li Xian fled from Huangchao. Zhou Gwak, a branch family member of Zhuyang Gate, I think. Well, you see the stamina of this man, he's been telling similar stories for an entire hour. Oh, I see. The purpose of our dispatch here is simple. Recently, Zhuyang Gate has been feeling great anxiety about its position. So they want to show that their relationship with Mount Hua is still strong. Zhuyang Gate additionally, their goal is to prove Mount Hua's power with appropriate force. That Zhou Guak person finally left. He left. But an elder-level figure would be too weighty for this. Moreover, never mind. What's important is finding the appropriate line. We can't judge based only on Zhuyang Gate's words. And this is Xi'an. Besides Zhuyang Gate here, there's also our fellow 9 sects member, Taiyi Gate, considered Zhongnan sect's foremost affiliate, as a competing force. Though Zhongnan is ranked lowest among the 9 sects, geographically Xi'an is close to Zhongnan sect, so we can't ignore Taiyi Gate's power. Xi'an Mount Hua Zhongnan Mountain. Fortunately, Zhuyang Gate and Taiyi Gate don't clash directly. That's because Guanzhong Gate, Xi'an's OLD timer, exists between them. Probably our opponent will most likely be this Guanzhong Gate, or a subordinate sect controlled by Guanzhong Gate. Then, I need to investigate that line. Exactly that. Currently, Zhuyang Gate's people won't give me time to investigate such things. Oh my, where are you going? That's why I should have brought another disciple originally. It's fine. The marketplace is my specialty. Huh. Ugh. What business brings you to a place like this? As a cultivator, would I refuse any location? Ahem. Did I try too hard to act like a Taoist? Even I think it's a bit much. Wow, what brings a fancy young master to a place like this, in broad daylight no less? Hey, you didn't come looking for that kind of thing, did you? There's only cheap stuff here. What impeccable taste. You look like a scholar, but seems you like playing dirty. Underworld lowlifes. How dare these pieces of trash in front of who? Perfect timing. I'll handle this. You look like a scholar, but seems you like playing dirty. Underworld lowlifes. How dare these pieces of trash in front of who? Perfect timing. Hiding one's abilities is utterly useless. It'll only make problems bigger. Of course, right now I have a mission to investigate the situation here. Look, he's so scared he can't say anything. Humph. Using this guy would be more effective than investigating while hiding my identity. There's no second mercy. Next time, the sword won't be in its sheath. Right now, have one of you run and bring your boss. Why yes. I'll be right back. Ooh. Having seen my skills, they wouldn't even dream of running away. You're planning to perform chivalrous deeds. Chivalrous deeds? Yes, to sweep away these vermin who extort from the poor like this. You're truly a Mount Hua chivalrous hero. Well. One way or another, I really need to reflect. This close to the main gate. To think such vermin would be swarming. The same. Those eyes filled with the same contempt and hatred that gazed back at me just a few years ago. Though I say the me then and the me now are different. My feelings are strange. Who knows, let's watch for now. If you step on people like this clumsily, they become even more vicious. We need to accurately identify the scope to cut out. Aha. My thinking was shallow. Is this Zhou Gwak person really okay? He must have his own thoughts, right? Hey. Looks like they brought their leader. That's the one. What? He shows no signs of having learned internal energy, but... Is it his physique? I sense an unusual aura somewhere. In this underworld, someone with that kind of presence. A demonic cultivator. What? That guy practices demonic arts. Duh. Demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivator. A calamity that craves human blood and flesh, that must never be encountered. They're such evil beings to the extent that this description feels understated. Their martial arts, unlike ordinary teachings, utilize humanity's turbid energy that grows stronger the more negative it becomes. That's why they're monsters who'll commit any act to become stronger. But why on earth are they here? I don't know the reason. But that guy is at least a human-grade demonic cultivator. Human-grade? Did great ancestor say human-grade? That means Mount Hua's first-generation disciple level, meaning elder grade. My goodness. There's no time for this. I must quickly defeat the demonic cultivator. But, how did I suddenly enter the dream vision? And how are you certain that person is a demonic cultivator? That's simple. Because it's the duty given to me and the purpose of the dream vision. Wait, the purpose of the dream vision is to seek out demonic cultivators. Wait, great ancestor, didn't you appear in my dreams to guide the current Mount Hua, which has leaned too far to one side, correctly? Isn't that just your speculation? Ugh. More importantly, now's not the time for explanations. There's no time. I need to slice that demonic cultivator bastard with a single stroke right now, but your skills are weak right now, so I'll lend you my power. Use it to handle this situation. HUP. Did I return? Virtually no time has passed in the real world. Now that I recognize him as a demonic cultivator, he looks different from before. Excessively calm breathing. A body overly trained but without internal energy. And most importantly, he's noticed my presence and reacting. With great ancestor lending me power now, I can handle him. This young'un is quite something. Did he notice? Well, when you're exuding that much killing intent, it'd be strange not to notice, wouldn't it? What about you? You were hiding well in plain sight, so what made you suddenly change your mind? I can't stand seeing Mount Hua bastards mess with my things. Young hero. What's this suddenly? He's a demonic cultivator. What? Step back. What? Ack. For such a young'un, you seem quite skilled beyond your years. I should eat the emergency rations I've been saving before we start. I've heard there are demonic arts that grant amazing abilities by consuming human flesh. First, I'll stop him from displaying those abilities. I should eat the emergency rations I've been saving before we start. I've heard there are demonic arts that grant amazing abilities by consuming human flesh. First, I'll stop him from displaying those abilities. This is fun. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to seeing how exciting this'll get. Ugh. As expected, that demonic cultivator is obsessed with hearts. There's definitely something to it. I won't let you do that. When I left the dream vision, great ancestor said he would lend me his power. It must be partly because I learned the embracing origin art, but the overflowing energy in my body is allowing me to observe and think more clearly. Incomparably more than during the match. That guy's muscles, joints, movements, and even his form several moves ahead. I can see everything. He's still excessively fast and strong. But still, I can keep up. Dodging by paper-thin margins while landing only shallow attacks. Then teasing a slight opening for just one moment. He'll definitely try to consume the heart without missing that gap. But what if this is all what I intended? How dare? He got faster. But still, so far. Huh. Wait a minute. I've been thinking I can handle this. That guy is definitely a human-grade demonic cultivator, wasn't he? A human-grade demonic cultivator is only this much? No, that can't be right. Thinking about it, he's a demonic cultivator who hasn't been detected even by Zhongnan's masters. He must have placed restrictions on himself. Squelch. Was consuming human flesh not simply an ability, but a method to release those restrictions? What just happened? Don't tell me right now. He ripped out and offered his own heart. What on earth is demonic arts? Damn. I'm too late. Ugh. Phew. Yes, this is the sensation. To make me go this far, I'll praise you for that. Mount Hua is raising quite an exceptional one. But with your hearts, I can more than compensate for the loss. Like a natural disaster. I can still predict it, but I lack the strength to block it by far. Wait. Hearts. Plural. Oh no. I wasn't paying any attention to that side. Joe GWAK. Dodge. Young hero. My body hasn't had any strength since earlier. He's completely suppressed by the demonic energy. UNHO. Ho, righteous sect bastards are always like this. When you peel them back just a little, they're all the same. Right. If I had been a bit farther away, I'd have a few more seconds to live. Still. Stop the nonsense and come at me. I can't let that happen. No, I can't allow it. This is why I can't stand it when I see you Mount Hua bastards. Ugh. Is this the end? No, it's not. Squeeze out everything. Until the very end. Struggle. Well done. You held out admirably. Moss. Master. The sword just got sucked into his body. This feeling. You bastard, you've learned an immortality-type demonic art. Kakik. How lucky. Today I can devour master and disciple in one go. Don't speak of despair with such cheap tricks. That was close. His injury is severe. Within that long and brutal despair, hope somehow found a way. Baek Un-ho. Yes. Watch carefully. A technique shelled in so many techniques. And eternal energy blossoms. This is the real thing. Humph. Such a pathetic sword doesn't even. Amazing. The demon I struggled against so much. With a single sword strike. That one sword strike was definitely the plum blossom sword. And it was certainly rough and hasty yet delicate and meticulous, a plum blossom sword that is purely master's own. Unconsciously, I had been looking down on this person. Are you all right? Because I felt he was obsessed with my swordsmanship, not me. No, rather. I arbitrarily assumed my swordsmanship was superior. In the end, was it my arrogance? Baek Un-ho. Did you hear? They say a Mount Hua master defeated the great demonic leader who appeared in Xi'an. What? Not Zhongnan sect. Well, Zhongnan and Mount Hua are both in the 9 sects, but aren't they in different leagues? Mount Hua is a great sect competing for supremacy, isn't it? Come on, it's because we're from Shaanxi. What are you saying? Isn't Shaanxi's best the world's best? Ha 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 ha, well, anyway, it's Mount Hua's expected. That's what I'm saying, ha 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 ha. Zhuge family what? A human-grade demonic cultivator appeared in Xi'an and Mount Hua dealt with it. There's no way those lazy Chang'e generation old monsters moved a muscle, so was it Outer Hall Master Guangmiang? Or Snow Plum Hall Head Guangwon? That's. Or perhaps Hyanmu. He has sufficient skills according to rumors, but given Mount Hua's nature, that kind of risk. It's Hyanzhang. They say. Guang Yujinan's disciple Hyanzhang. Why are you so surprised? Is it because a master appeared so suddenly? No, rather than that. Since the cruel killing flying horse incident, Mount Hua doesn't easily send second-generation disciples outside. The Inja generation just started taking disciples. They sent the Hyanja generation for a human-grade demonic cultivator matter. Well, Tai Gate was trying to push out Zhuyang Gate this time and split Xi'an with Guanzhong Gate again. Zhongnan secretly wanted that too. But Mount Hua, saying they'd maintain the sect's reputation, dispatched 1 second-generation disciple and 1 third-generation disciple. So what you're saying is, the disciple sent as a figurehead caught a human-grade demonic cultivator. In Zhongnan's backyard? That simply can't be. Common sense says the Chang'e generation old monsters found out information in advance and showed their force at the right moment. Ha 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 ha. To suppress Zhongnan, who's trying to assert themselves, with overwhelming power. They probably intervened directly if it got dangerous. Those who could devour even hundreds of human-grade demonic cultivators. Ooh, I see. In my view, this is. Mount Hua has shaken off the damage from the cruel killing flying horse incident. And this is a clear signal they'll now actively intervene in the martial world again. Mount Hua Sect. What? Senior Hyanzhang defeated a human-grade demonic leader. Wasn't he in a state where he made no progress for over 10 years? I heard he inherited Master Guangmu's strange methods. Could that have actually been effective? There's a lot of talk internally about the methods used to deal with the human-grade demonic cultivator. Plus with Baek Un-ho's victory over Junhyang being mentioned together. Sigh. Especially the second-generation disciples who just reached the ascension realm are wavering. Tiger ahead, wolf behind. Tried to avoid the wolf but met a tiger. What we did to suppress the sword sect's influence ended up nurturing it instead. Sword chi. Yes. Didn't the sword's energy reach wider than the blade? Your master cut the demonic cultivator in half using sword chi. It's very different from what I knew. Still, to encounter a demonic cultivator so suddenly. Faster than expected. Right, come to think of it, what was that? Could you intervene in? That's the original ability the dream vision possesses, however, transmitting internal energy like that time is too inefficient. Even now, for catching a demonic cultivator, according to merit calculations, much more should be permitted, yet such restrictions for just a handful of internal energy. Merit calculations. Is that from Guanxianxiu? You call that internal energy just a handful? Internal energy is about quality over quantity. Of course, when quantity reaches its limit, it causes qualitative change, but depending on the person, pursuing qualitative ascension. Is this all I can reach? So what about the spiritual tree? Come to think of it, the original purpose of the spiritual tree got overshadowed by the suddenly appearing demonic cultivator. Ha ha ha. Saying there's other business now won't work anymore. I've thought of a way. So there really is a spiritual tree there? Yes. The demonic cultivator definitely said so. Right, I can't go alone secretly, but there's no need to do that anyway, is there? Since it's from a demonic cultivator, it's not very trustworthy. And it doesn't seem like Master, who values swordsmanship, would covet an elixir. But we have nothing to lose, right? It's only a day's detour, and he wasn't someone who could set a trap in that situation. I suppose. Well, he was someone who talked a lot of nonsense. The problem is we'll likely end up searching all of this vast Wangshuan mountain. Indeed. Seems like we've been searching for quite a while already. We won't fail to find it by today, will we? The spiritual tree's characteristics are a small and frail height unsuited to its age. And the leaves are thin and long, with a yellowish-green color, right? Yes. Wait a moment. I'll go check. Amazing lightness technique. Yes. As expected. Master is a tremendous master. Found it. Over there. Convenient, but wouldn't it be a bit funny to point out? Certainly peculiar. Too small. According to great ancestors' words, it should be a tree that's at least 220 years old. Well, anyway, the part used from the landang tree is the root. As long as the root is solid. I don't know who you are, but congratulations. I hope you're a Mount Hua disciple, but even if not, the owner is decided by heaven, so take this root and. Greatest under the heavens, one sword in the world, Ma Kun Piang. One sword in the world, Ma Kun Piang. My goodness, Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor. No, Great Ancestor. If something like this exists, please tell me in advance. To think Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor's destiny connects with us like this. This is truly heaven's will. It is heaven's will. Because Great Ancestor directly told me in a dream. Haha, Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor, you see. Though somewhat over-exaggerated by grandfather's tales, the evil spirits of the world were unable to cope with him. He was the demon king of the world, whose power was said to have surpassed that of the devil and the demon lord. His sword skills were so legendary that he is said to have slain a demon lord at a young age of only 17. His sword arts were said to have been so powerful that he is said to have slain a demon lord at the young age of 17. His peak was so high, that he is KN. A demon lord far higher than human grade at such a young age. I heard stories in class, but he was truly an incredible person. Perhaps Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor even anticipated the current Mount Hua's conduct and arranged this in advance. He must have read the heavenly signs. Making such arrangements for the sword sect. Heavenly signs, of course. Is that stone tablet more precious to Master than the elixir? Well done. I heard the news. You slayed a human-grade demonic cultivator. I was lucky. Lucky? Your modesty is excessive. This is my first time seeing the sect leader this close. Was it UNHO? I heard your performance was also remarkable. I barely managed to preserve my life. But wasn't it a human-grade demonic cultivator opponent? Not to mention you were busy protecting a layperson. A Mount Hua member saved me. I thought I was going to die, but he blocked in front of me. This is something highly worthy of praise. Thank you. More importantly, you obtained a spiritual tree on the way. That worked out well. If you entrust it to Red Plum Hall, I'll instruct them to provide an appropriate elixir. At Mount Hua, typically when elixirs are obtained during martial world activities. After reporting and submitting to the sect, you receive a distribution based on the sect's merit calculations. Even though this entire affair was my achievement, it seems they want to substitute with a different elixir. But we have that. So about that. I'd like this child to consume the elixir made from the spiritual tree we obtained. Could you look at this? This is. It was between the roots of the Longgong tree. It's Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor's last instructions. What? That can't be. It's genuine. Great Ancestor definitely read the heavenly signs and prepared. That someday a Mount Hua child would discover this and raise the stagnant Mount Hua to great heights again. Understood. I'll tell Red Plum Hall to fully cooperate. Damn it. This is an outrageous act. Red Plum Hall, you reap what you sow. You got caught smuggling out substandard goods, didn't you? Even though %20 of the excess quantity is the head's share, if your wife became Red Plum Hall master, you should consider the budget. Enough with your nagging already. Enough of what? Honey. The money you took saying you'd make that new medicine. If the development succeeds. Enough. Senior Hyenjong came by. Seems he wants to make some special elixir. Special elixir? Brother. It's been so long. I thought you'd forget my face. I've been busy teaching the third-generation disciples. And stop sending medicine through a Hyen in the first place. They're too much for my level. Refusing, when you clearly don't look healthy. That's what everyone says though, huh? But what wind brought someone like you, to come in person? This medicine is for this child, not me. Hello, I'm Baek Un-ho. So you're my brother's disciple? I already heard about you from a Hyen. Just call me Master Uncle or something. I'm not a Mount Hua disciple, but I'm as good as your master's real younger brother. Certainly. Master, who acts kindly to outsiders, this is the first time I've seen him act so naturally. However, I heard you ate the violet mist pill that was given to a Hyen. Even if it was a slightly defective one, you're hungry for another elixir already? What we want is the solid foundation pill. Solid foundation pill means. Don't tell me you obtained Longgong tree roots. Of course. Un-ho. Yes. My goodness, at this size, it must be at least 200 years old. Ahem, well, since it's for my brother's disciple this time, I'll make it personally. Oh, really? Thank you. Thank me. Rather, make sure he takes them properly first. With this amount, about goo should come out. 600. Naturally. Once you start taking them, you'll need to take them consistently every day for a long time. Let's see. After I process the ingredients and start refining. It should be ready in about half a month. Come back then. Thank why? Enough, instead of thanks, bring that guy here more often. I'll try my best. Somehow. Things wrapped up well. Though there were many twists and turns. Very many indeed. By the way, did you hear? Chongmu Great Ancestor is coming down soon. What? Since becoming sect leader, he's never come down once. I believe it's been 8 years now. That's right. Of all times to appear, he might be trying to keep us in check for the achievements we made this time. The nearly vanished sword sect regaining influence again must be very irritating to current Mount Hua. Then what do we do? What can we do? There's nothing. For now, what's important is that you don't get swayed. Void walking. He was definitely glaring at me, right? Congratulations on achieving great mastery. His aura itself is different. It's Chongmu Great Ancestor. Congratulations. His gaze seemed to see through everything. Well, he's called Guanshan, closest to being the strongest living master. Master told me not to be swayed, but... Welcome. This old master stands here because through several years of training, I've gained some enlightenment. I ask you. What is internal energy and what is true energy? Are they the same? Internal energy means containing the great universe's energy in the human body, which is a small universe. On the other hand, true energy is. The questions are getting harder. But with just these questions and answers, he can't erase the sword sect's recent influence. Sometimes in sword families, they give excessive authority to sword chi. Hand me a sword. Yes. Watch carefully. True energy itself, beyond internal energy. That's not sword chi. Sword gang. They say sword chi is a realm reached by unifying essence, energy, and spirit, but ultimately, martial arts that reaches the extreme manifests like this. It's a question of which path can reach the extreme. Life is short and principles are distant, so techniques are fleeting. Master is already beside me without me knowing. So persevere. Is Master surprised feeling a realm I can't even perceive? The internal energy you've accumulated will never betray you. No, that's not it. Never tire, and walk 10,000 li with the gait of an ox. Then. Master is afraid. You will definitely be standing at the mountain peak. Afraid that I too might be persuaded by those words in the end. But I. Jaejong. I have something to say, so come to White Plum Hall at midnight. This is from Chongmu Great Ancestor. What on earth? That wasn't sword gang just now. What? It's certainly a great martial art, but sword gang was not like that. As if he's actually seen real sword gang. No, rather than that, right now Chongmu Great Ancestor's voice transmission earlier really bothers me. Since everyone seems to be dispersing, I'll be going too. Indeed, I also have a lecture soon. See you later. I have so many questions. Why is the sword sect being checked this severely? Strictly speaking, isn't IT simply a question of whether technique or internal energy comes first? Because even with the same training time, I have different efficiency compared to naturally gifted ones, I inevitably learned the sword sect. Yet they regard it so unfavorably. Master always said the current Mount Hua is going down the wrong path. I feel like if I meet Chongmu Great Ancestor, I'll understand something. No one's here. Is he not here yet? Relax your body. Another voice transmission. Ha. Hua. Chongmu Great Ancestor. What on earth is this? We're dashing through the air. Is this void walking? This should be enough. Ugh. I almost lost consciousness. So. You inherited the sword sect's martial arts. Yes. Then I'm sorry, but you'll have to die. What? What just happened? Great Ancestor unleashed Purple Cloud Palm with power incomparable to Jun Hyang, and to respond to it, I deployed the best Plum Blossom sword skill. What Great Ancestor's hand showed in that moment was the same thing I saw in Master's strike principle. And that principle gripped my sword. The momentum of unleashing Purple Cloud Palm was even more powerful than the demonic cultivators. Am I going to die helplessly like this? But Chongmu Great Ancestor is definitely. He let go. I'm sorry. It's an important matter, so an extreme confirmation was necessary. But as I thought, I saw it correctly. That is definitely the sword sect's supreme treasure. So it was for confirmation after all. The image of Great Ancestor I'd heard about until now was that of a great hero itself, so I thought it was strange. Aren't you going to ask something? You must have many questions. Perhaps, you called me to tell me what I'm curious about. You're sharp for your age. Then where should I start? Sit down first. This will be a long story. Alright. Mind first, body second, and sword mastery perfection. At first glance, these seem to differ whether you prioritize swordsmanship or mind in achieving the way. However, that's not the case. The Chi sect is the righteous path, and the sword sect is the unorthodox path. What? Originally, Mount Hua's sword sect starting point, mind first, body second. However, among them, there were some who believed that if they trained to perfection, one could achieve the strongest among all martial arts. They could achieve the way even with rudiments in internal energy. That was the beginning of the sword sect. But Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor ascended to immortality through the sword sect. That's precisely why it's more dangerous. If the righteous path is a great road anyone can walk, the unorthodox path is a road only those born with heavenly talent can pass through. How many in the world could match that person? In reality, after Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor, countless talents challenged that path, but all of them failed to reach that realm and regressed as time passed. Indeed, Master looked considerably older compared to others of the same generation. If it weren't for great ancestor Baek Un, Mount Hua might have been pushed out of the 9 sects because of that. Even in our current generation, we suffered great wounds attempting to grow the sword sect. Small leaks sink great ships, as they say. So there must not be a second supreme martial master great ancestor among the current children. Therefore, I now offer you one thing. Follow the path of the Chi sect, not the sword sect. If you do, I will personally pass down the essence of Mount Hua's Chi sect. Therefore, I now offer you one thing. Follow the path of the Chi sect, not the sword sect. If you do, I will personally pass down the essence of Mount Hua's Chi sect. Chongmu great ancestor will personally teach me the Chi sect. Until now, all such offers. That's wrong. What? Mount Hua's rules and systems are wrong. You right now. I'm not denying great ancestor Baek Un's achievements. As you said, it was truly a wise response in a situation where we might have been expelled from the 9 sects. However, situations change with the times. The current Mount Hua is the best in the martial world. I believe it's not right to pursue only the Chi sect and delegitimize the sword sect. What Mount Hua needs, no longer desperate to survive, is the composure to affirm everything. I believe the person who proves this is none other than great ancestor Baek Un. Great ancestor Baek Un. Yes, I know nothing about the situation back then. But according to what you said, Mount Hua after the appearance of Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor believed the sword sect was right. So if at that time, to Great Ancestor Baek Un who wished to walk the Chi sect's path, they forced him into saying only the sword sect is the right way and the Chi sect is the unorthodox path, what would have happened? But the sword sect already has a history of failure. If someone shows success walking that path, there will be those who push themselves to share the same fate again. You don't need to worry about that. Because current-day Mount Hua steadily built up starting from Great Ancestor Baek Un, and the Great Ancestor who is the founder of the Chi sect and considered closest to being the greatest under heaven this generation, isn't that you? Therefore, even if an absolute master of the sword sect appears, I don't think everyone will deviate to learn the sword sect. Even if some disciples who pursued the sword sect fail to reach the realm, Mount Hua as the greatest sect under heaven won't falter. Do you perhaps not believe in the Chi sect that everyone built up? Have I been seeing Mount Hua? What we built up? As too much like a child by the water's edge. I see. Was I the one who didn't believe? Thanks to you, I've gained great enlightenment. However, human conviction doesn't change easily even with time. Rather, it becomes stubbornness. Since my duty is the development of Mount Hua's martial arts, I can accept your words, but can the children who've been bound only to Mount Hua's development for many years now truly affirm your words? I cannot do anything about such problems either. I understand. Even so, I will walk the sword sect's path. I see. I'll respect your will. And I promise to stand firmly on your opposite side. So you won't be entranced by the sword. Thank you. That was the right choice. While learning from a tremendous master like me every night, following an inadequate fellow makes no sense. Learning? So that was learning. Try blocking this too. I think I understand why the you brat. Stop those irreverent thoughts. Perhaps because it's already been 7 months since coming here, Great Ancestor has become quite comfortable. We've crossed swords every night. But today you're talking more than usual. That's because the merit has accumulated considerably. What? All I did today was witness Chongmu Great Ancestor's martial arts or have a conversation. Don't ask. A few words of conversation require so much. Yes. I'd like to know about merit calculations now. Rather than that, let me tell you a bit about the solid foundation pill. 700 pills is quite a large quantity. The spiritual tree was in good condition, but it seems that alchemist's skills are quite considerable. For Great Ancestor to praise this much, they must really be amazing. So about that. Actually, the solid foundation pill is a medicine where the longer you take it, the better, but 700 pills is a bit much. Usually taking pills consistently for about a year shows complete effects. It's been so long since you've explained things in such detail. So rather, a different medicine. There seemed to be much accumulated, but is this the limit? Just pick up your sword. So it ends like this after all. What on earth was the outer hull doing? They didn't know there was such a demon in Xi'an. No, how is that the outer hull's fault? There must have been some special method. Mount Hua must have found out because they have Guanshan. Zhongnan sect, if it's that person, it could be possible, right? No, that damn Guanshan. It's already been 8 years since he withdrew from the front lines. It's 300 li from there to here. Do you really think he could see beyond that? Honestly, it doesn't seem that impossible. Now. Everyone calm down. Zhongnan sect leader Pure Yang Sor Jeok Ha. Aren't variables something that can happen anytime? That's right. The one who slayed the human-grade demonic cultivator was from the Hyanja generation, and not Hyanmu at that, but Hyanjong and his disciple. Hasn't it been the general consensus in the martial world that Mount Hua's power has been declining? First-generation disciple Jiagan. That such an event occurred at a time like this should be seen as Mount Hua issuing a warning. There are sufficient talents besides the Changja generation, a warning not to act recklessly. Then how should we respond? How about sending down Biogun of the same age and his disciple? No, that's too dangerous. If we just avoid it, then it'll become meaningless. Now, that's enough. If Mount Hua's martial lord moved directly, we too must move accordingly. I will try to request. Master Uncle Jamyang, the Tai Sword Immortal. Right. You did secluded training, didn't you? I came looking for you before, but you weren't there. Can't say. Yeah, I achieved quite a bit. I got stimulated because of your match and worked incredibly hard, and came here to brag about the results. By the way, you've really changed beyond recognition. About 7 feet 5 inches. Yeah. 7 feet 4 inches. Well, enough small talk. There's one good piece of news. People from Zhongnan are visiting in a few days. Wow, as expected, Mount Hua has a different feel from Zhongnan. Oh, Zhonghua. As a Zhongnan disciple, you should maintain proper conduct, shouldn't you? Both your clothes and mine are wrong from the start. Hey, that's because we're in training, so circumstances, never mind. What? What circumstances? All this is to clean up Master's mistakes. I said stop talking about that. Let's just hurry and go. The Sword Immortal must already be meeting with Guanshan. Isn't it too late to greet guests? Oh my. Uninvited guests with impure intentions should be grateful not to be kicked out. I'd like to say those words to those guys who've settled in over there. By the way, you really don't age. The Purple Mist Divine Art is truly a great martial art. And what about the Pure Yang Unity Art? Did you bring alcohol? I actually prepared some good stuff. Haha. Since they seem to be getting alcohol, by now. You've worked hard coming all this way. I'm Guangtaja, who holds the sect leader position. Thank you for welcoming us like this. I'm Biogun of Zhongnan. This is my disciple Zhonghua. Greet them. I'm Zhonghua. Oh ho. That Biogun certainly has presence, but that disciple is also extraordinary. How old are you? I recently celebrated my birthday, so I'm 15. 15. You've worked hard at such a young age. Hard work. It's just enjoyable. Zhongnan raised him with serious intent. I'm sincerely happy to see Mount Hua's masters in person. Though among my peers, there's no one who surpasses me. I apologize. This child grew up in mountains and fields, so he lacks manners. I'll educate him properly, so please don't be angry. No, isn't he still young? When he comes at me like this, it's hard to get angry. Come inside and rest from the journey first, and we'll talk gradually. Zhonghua. Didn't I tell you I'd handle it, so don't interfere? Ugh, how could I only remember that? Like when Master said to wait a bit and you'd be back, but it took 3 days. What am I going to do with all that? That's outrageous. Master. Or when you said you'd handle it but completely demolished someone else's wall. Is your head okay? I just got a bump. Such a cunning brat. You deliberately provoked them to get them to accept a match, right? Still, given Mount Hua's nature, there's a high probability they'll avoid a match with someone your age. It's fine. Isn't a walkover victory still a victory? If they avoid the match, it's as good as me winning. Well, even if we really do fight, there's no peer at Mount Hua Sect who can beat me. Still, given Mount Hua's nature, there's a high probability they'll avoid a match with someone your age. It's fine. Isn't a walkover victory still a victory? If they decide to skip the match, it's as good as me winning. Well, even if we really do fight. There's no peer at Mount Hua Sect who can beat me. You serious? You won't even go watch. They're from Zhongnan. They're definitely trying to challenge you to a match. Because of the previous incident even so. Flash applications ultimately come from solid fundamentals. He really stressed it so much. And for good reason, those are correct and necessary words. My body is growing differently every though it's tight, if my current routine is broken, I'll lose my sense. Really sorry. I have an appointment with Master Gong Yakin soon. Hey, you blockhead. Even if you don't fight, go watch with me. Wouldn't that be nice? Sorry. I actually really want to go too. But what I need right now is... UNHO. Why are you in such a hurry? No, it's just... It's nothing. Anyway. I said I'd spar with you today. Pick up the wooden sword. Yes, master. It's been quite a while since this kind of method. There's still a considerable gap, but... Still. At this point, against Master Gong Yakin, maybe just a little. A proper effective strike. Wait. When did UNHO grow this much? Despite his body's rapid growth, his techniques flow naturally. Even though the difference between US is clear, he compensates for that gap with this unprecedented genius-level move reading. Even the fact that I have low understanding of the plum blossom sword's essence. If not for this guy, I wouldn't have realized. Truly phenomenal talent. As expected, it's not just his muscle that increased, height growth also plays a role. Attacks that wouldn't have reached before now succeed easily. Is his body finally catching up to his talent? Then here. If I do it like this. Oh. What I saw that time. As expected, he can avoid this much to some degree. Master. Was that just now a basic form of sword chi? Why do you think so? The unification of mind, energy, and body seemed like the sword chi you explained before. You remember well what I told you. How admirable. No, it's troublesome to feel this way. He and I are ultimately just in a transaction relationship. Ahem. Why yes. It's different from the sword you saw before that just pushed internal energy in. Does showing this to me now mean it's time for me to start sword chi training? Sword chi training. Right, your power has certainly increased a lot. But not yet. Though if you continue to progress like this, it won't be long. In that sense. Zhongnan came and requested a match. The ones who came are the Sword Immortal's head disciple Biogun and his disciple. Though he's a disciple, it's still an opportunity to witness the Sword Immortal's sword. Today's lesson ends here, so go watch. So anyway. Master Hyanmu and Taoist Biogun were originally counted together as the 7 dragons 20 years ago. 4 of them are still alive today. She looks happy. I ended up coming up to spectate after all. I can't believe even Master recommended it. Well, that person, let's see. Are those people Taoist Biogun and his disciple? This is a disaster. The original goal was for Master to face Taoist Hyanjong. Even though he provoked them like that, in the end, the person Mount Hua matched Master with isn't Taoist Hyanjong but... Right, Hyanmu. Though Hyanjong's reputation is high these days, it could mean his skills are actually better. Plus, Master Hyanmu is Master's friend, right? Same age, didn't they think Master would be soft and give up on his own? Would someone who knows that make such a low-level provocation? Ugh. Well, still. Master Hyanmu, who represents the next generation. You can win, right? Master. Seeing your unchanged face brings back old memories. But now too many things have changed. The burdens we both carry have shifted and increased greatly. I see. As you say, so much time has really passed. But whenever you rushed into the fire carrying firewood, there was always a reason. It won't be easy. Come. It's starting. It won't be easy. Come. It's starting. Certainly different. Taoist Biogun with his peculiar swordsmanship that seems to skip processes, and Master Hyanmu with his honest and upright, magnificent internal energy. The match is decided. At first glance, it seems Master is being pushed into defense. But his purple mist art shows no wavering. Besides, if it goes to a prolonged battle, Taoist Biogun will definitely lose in internal energy. Because Mount Hua's energy arts work best at Mount Hua. Zhongnan must know this too. What on earth are they thinking? Mount Hua's martial arts are certainly straightforward. But I can't choose the path of losing easily like this. What is he trying to do? Ugh. To wrap his clothes in protective energy. Does that mean he's already at the 6th level? 6th level at 45, Mount Hua is truly blessed. To place that much energy in cotton cloth. The purple mist art is quite something. If anyone heard, they'd think I have the advantage. Yet I'm actually at a disadvantage. Disadvantage, what disadvantage? Indeed. This is the martial arts of Mount Hua that has reigned at the peak of the martial world for 100 years. Right, our Zhongnan has failed to surpass Mount Hua for 5 whole generations. Now people consider Mount Hua's reign at the top as natural law. Zhongnan's foundation is pure yang. Look. This is the path I opened, and where Biogun shined. To break that long-standing inevitability, Zhongnan chose the unconventional. What? The energy suddenly. Something's coming. I'll meet it head-on. As expected, Mount Hua's honest and unchanging martial arts. Fine, I'll give you what you want. Tai. Pure yang Tai sword. How could this? Recently, my senior brother's body was severely weakened from caring for disciples. If you're confident, exchange hands with this Hyankian too. Hyanwo is here as well. That's enough. Are you saying the prestigious Mount Hua would resort to relay battles? Master Biogun is not in a condition to spar right now. Forcibly converting pure yang energy to Tai. As expected, it strained his body. Even so, if you still wish to spar, I'll be your opponent. What an interesting child. His body is quite injured. He'll need at least a month of recuperation. Somehow the one who won this match is more injured than the defeated. We'll send both to the medicine hall. The problem is you. Your body moved on its own. You seem eager to experience Mount Hua's martial arts firsthand, but a grown adult can't face a young child. Right. Won't you step forward? For the honor of my sect, gladly. Won't you step forward? For the honor of my sect, gladly. Jamyang raised quite an interesting child. Your master will be healed without issue, so don't worry. This isn't the time to only worry about great ancestor. I'm called Baek Un-ho. The person who will thoroughly correct your behavior today. Being put forward in such a situation. You're the one who fought the demonic cultivator in Xi'an last year. But are you really from Zhongnan sect? I know Zhongnan sect doesn't accept women due to their martial arts characteristics. But you are a woman. Pure yang. The way of pure yang energy unmixed with anything. That is the word symbolizing Zhongnan and the source of Zhongnan's martial learning. That's why Zhongnan's Taoists never approach women throughout their lives. This is essential to reach the realm of ascension through pure yang. Yet, a female disciple at Zhongnan sect. Not just that, but the disciple of Taoist Biogun of all people. Ha! How did you know? My energy should definitely be pure yang energy. I could tell just by looking. Certainly she is surrounded by pure yang energy. But I can tell from movements and such. Observing things like center of gravity and direction of movement is my specialty. Well, I suppose how you knew doesn't matter. It wasn't something I was trying to hide anyway. Right, that's not what's important now, is it? No, it is important. It's the same form Taoist Biogun used earlier. Will she use similar swordsmanship after all? I wonder how close she'll be. Heavy. This destructive power. Despite being much smaller than me. Moreover, the strange pulling force in that sword interferes with my movements. It was definitely a characteristic of pure yang unity art. Ugh. Deflecting this. An expected movement. Ugh. Weak. But, she's holding the flow. I heard Mount Hua's martial arts were definitely straightforward and honest. But this girl is using completely flashy swordsmanship. However, I can feel this is also Mount Hua. Then, with the best method for facing Mount Hua, the atmosphere changed. Drawing out all of my remaining strength to thrust in a single strike. It's coming. That sword that brought down Master Hyanmu. Pure Yang Tai sword. I understood from watching the previous match. This martial art is incomplete. A martial art that decides everything in a single strike. In other words, a martial art of only one strike. And in the midst of that, if I guided her to the perfect moment to use it. This match is my victory. This match is my victory. It's over. No, it's not. Why on earth does Zhongnan have a female disciple? How can a girl practice pure Yang unity art? Why does she know Tai Sword Immortal's martial arts? I was complacent. I should have suspected. Everything in the world has a reason. Truly tremendous talent, this Mount Hua child too has. But, despite such talent, she won't be the greatest under the heavens, but will have to be satisfied with second place. Created by Tai Sword Immortal. Experimented with directly by Biogun. And learned by his disciple Zhonghua. A martial art solely for a girl with pure Yin who possesses pure Yang energy. Pure Yang Tai sword, heaven and earth as one. Dodging is impossible. Is there no choice but to lose like this? Yes. It's different from the sword that just pushed internal energy and that you saw before. Does showing this to me now mean it's time for me to start sword chi training? No. I can't give up helplessly. Not yet. I've seen and learned enough until now. If I continue to progress like this, it won't be long. If I squeeze out everything I have, though it may be weak, perhaps against that one sword. True sword chi lies in the unification of mind, energy, and body. The sensation of the sword gripped in my hand is vivid. I can almost grasp the embracing origin art's internal energy moving through my whole body. Ha-ia. Guwuf. Ah. Ugh. Ak. At the moment when Zhongnan's future was about to break Mount Hua's future, I, representing Mount Hua, crushed it. At this moment at least, I am Mount Hua's representative in both name and reality. Baek Un-ho. That. How on earth? Theoretically, it's possible if you use all of Baek Un-ho's true energy. However, to precisely match mind, energy, and body to that level while doing so, I thought it was actually just impossible. But was that also my own standard as Gong Yakan? If I had such talent, Master, I would have reached a higher realm than now. Master. Master. If I had, Master wouldn't have left like that. I did it. Forget pointless words and do at least simple meditation. Your insides must be a complete mess, so do yourself a favor and don't move right away. Eat this. Great Ancestor. What a surprise, it's a jade rejuvenation pill. Excellent for meditation. Since you completely exhausted your true energy, you'll need it to recover. And despite such talent, she won't be the greatest under heaven. She will have to be satisfied with second place. Zhongnan, which has long been a sect that excludes women, broke the tradition and is pushing a girl as the next greatest under heaven. Then what about Mount Hua? Is this result truly a victory for Mount Hua's martial learning? Oh, much better, and oh, this is thanks to Un-ho's innate talent. Many things are piled up between the Sword Sect and Chi Sect. Unlike Zhongnan, it's not simply a matter of tradition, it touches on emotions. But for Mount Hua to move forward, must we change? It was astonishing. Tai, and a girl at that. Is this something worthy of great ancestors' praise to this degree? Well, those guys are real blockheads, you see. I would have understood even if there was no progress for over 1,000 years. You're talkative today. Did that merit calculation thing accumulate quite a bit today? Yes. After crawling on the floor every day, you finally stood on 2 feet. This is definitely. But you're still far off. Are you completely exhausted after swinging your sword just once? Well, internal energy isn't something achieved overnight. See, those are all excuses. If you'd practiced often, routinely, you could have some energy left remaining. How am I supposed to practice in advance for enlightenment that came in that moment? Is that something to brag about? I clearly told you not to use enlightenment recklessly in actual combat once you gain it. Absurd. It wasn't actual combat, it was a match. If I don't use it there, where am I supposed to use it? In training, I say, training. Do you think habits for matches will be corrected in actual combat? Ouch. Enough, just pick up your sword. Let's properly ingrain the sensation with this opportunity. Today's merit must be used for your training. Merit for training? Didn't you train normally without such things? How? Like this. Suddenly. If this happens, I'll leave the dream vision. Huh. All healed. See. Let's die countless times today. 37 times. This time I avoided. Wow. There's not a part of my body that isn't heavy. UNHO. You're here at an unusual time. Did she come right after finishing Violet Mist art training? Your name is on the waiting list for the next batch of Violet Mist pills. What? Mother told me. She said it's a special order from the sect leader. She said he might call you today. The sect leader. Sect leader, this is UNHO. You've come. Sit down. Somehow I'm quite nervous. The sect leader. I've met Chong Eugene and Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor, but if those two felt like heroes from stories. The sect leader feels like a difficult adult in reality. You worked hard yesterday. Without you, Mount Hua's honor would have been greatly tarnished. You're too kind. Rewards must be given. Since you seem to have difficulty with internal energy, I put your name on the Violet Mist pill list. You should be able to receive it around next May. That's not why I called you though. To be direct, I still believe the Sword Sect is the wrong path. But that's... I know what you want to say. But I witnessed dazzling talent when I was young. I too sincerely believed back then that he could achieve greatness through the Sword Sect. So I supported, no, encouraged him. It always turns out like that. It seduces the brightest talent and then swallows it. If only I hadn't encouraged it. If that man had walked the Chi Sect's path instead of the Sword Sect. He could have reached the realm faster if that had happened. You're talking about Master Guangmo passing away during the cruel killing flying horse incident. The Sword Sect is a path that regresses a person before they even reaching 50. You may achieve martial arts mastery and attain the Great Way. But what then? Countless Guangmas and Hyenjongs who fall into vain hope seeing you will fail to reach the realm and regress. As sect leader, I cannot stand by and watch that happen. I must make a decision to protect Mount Hua. Sword mastery perfection and mind first, body second, in the end. Aren't both Mount Hua? The period when China bloomed most brilliantly was the spring and autumn of the Warring States period. That the ancestors deliberately left two paths in Mount Hua must surely have similar meaning. Not being buried in one path, but competing. Complementing each other. To develop into a more brilliant Mount Hua. So it's not about rejecting one of the two, but the effort to surpass each other that's needed. The Sword Sect is also a lineage of Mount Hua. Where am I? The medicine hall. I lost. Me. I've never lost until now. Yuwug, how foolish. Great Ancestor. I was going to leave you alone, but to cry so pitifully after losing just once. We were so busy stuffing martial arts into you that we failed to impart the most important lesson. The most important lesson? How to get back up. In life, everyone falls at some point. What's important is whether you get up and run again or sit and cry. What will you do? Will you just sit and cry thoughtlessly? Or will you get on your feet and start running again? He said his name is Baek Un-ho, right? You were hiding so carefully as if it never to be discovered, but you can't stand watching your cute great-grand-disciple cry. Stop teasing. More importantly, what's up with that guy? Sword Chi with just a measly tale of power. What else? A talent worthy of aiming for supremacy under heaven. Is that all you'll say? I too was raised with whispers in my ear that I was a once-in-a-century talent with the sword, but I've never seen such a feat. Then maybe he's a once-in-a-millennium talent. By the way, is that talk about second place now cancelled? Well. Among Mount Hua's 8 great sword techniques, 2 sword techniques were lost due to the Mount Wutai blood incident. And 3 sword techniques were half lost. Only 3 sword techniques remain intact, right? No, but most of the secret manuals remain intact. No matter how much of a genius one can be, you can only see higher by standing on the shoulders of previous giants. Why don't we just give that guy to our Zhongnan? As if that would work. Finally, the merit is filled. What? Again? This time I only talked with the sect leader. What's the standard? Wasn't IT related to my growth? Teaching you sword techniques you don't know at all is too inefficient. So. You recently learned the purple cloud sword, right? Ignoring me again. Still, Plum Blossom and Plum Blossom were roughly learned properly so they were easier. Haha. You said easier. The purple cloud sword wasn't right at all, so my mouth was itching. Wait. Purple cloud sword. Are you planning to teach the purple cloud sword with merit? But is that what I need most right now? I definitely mastered the form of purple cloud sword perfectly from Master Gong Yakan. Yet Master said it's an internal energy problem that I can't execute it properly. More importantly, the purple cloud sword is closer to an energy circulation method disguised as swordsmanship. Rather than swordsmanship, it's just sword technique focused on how to use internal energy more efficiently and powerfully. It would be better if you solved the internal energy problem. Sigh, I'll only say this once, so listen well. When merit is lacking. I know your martial arts better than anyone. What you need to do now is understand my words to the maximum, and somehow work hard to conserve merit. Not wasting merit by interrupting unnecessarily like you're doing now. TSK, if I can't teach all of Purple Cloud Sword properly today, it's all your fault. Yes. Well, you've never been wrong about martial arts until now. Humph. If this pointless talk is over, let me explain now. The Purple Cloud Sword looks quite simple. But it's different from the previous Plum Blossom Sword or Plum Blossom Sword. If those 2 sword techniques have meaning in their forms themselves, Purple Cloud Sword from Purple Cloud Sword on, it's a sword that truly discusses the realm of ascension. Plum Blossom Sword, Plum Blossom Sword. They're suitable for you who just learned to stand on 2 feet. But the Purple Cloud Sword you learned is garbage. Garbage. Yes. Though I can guess how that happened. Let me show you the original Purple Cloud Sword. Certainly different from the Purple Cloud Sword I learned. Much more splendid, and the technique is natural. What's important is not the emission of internal energy, but its maintenance. Here, widen the stride by taking half a step more. Like this. I think I understand what the Purple Cloud Sword is trying to say. I feel like I can execute the Purple Cloud Sword now. I feel like I can execute the Purple Cloud Sword now. Every sword technique I've learned until now had its own philosophy. It's the ideal they seek to embody through that swordsmanship. And what the Purple Cloud Sword is trying to convey is the very art of wielding the sword itself is directly creating energy through sword skill. It's practically a condensed form of all of them. I understand why those who learned the Purple Mist art simplified it by leaping through abundant internal energy. Power increased and technique was omitted, so it became easier. But because of that, they couldn't execute the complete Purple Cloud Sword. I think I understand what great ancestor taught me, and what he hasn't yet. Widen the stride by half a step more here. Right, of course that's what you need to do. It's as expected. However, just following along the sword path that follows. I can see it. Yes, that's exactly it. 3 inches lower there. Modifying 2 of the 8 techniques, he uses that pattern to correct the remaining 8. Truly a genius who understands 10 by hearing 1. However, 3 pun. About 3 pun is lacking. With such tight merit, I can give advice. But let's trust that child's talent here. There's a saying in Buddhist terminology. Gradual cultivation, sudden enlightenment, sudden cultivation, gradual enlightenment, gradual cultivation, gradual enlightenment, sudden enlightenment, gradual cultivation, sudden enlightenment, sudden cultivation. Yes, I know it well. It was covered in Mount Hua's classes. In attaining Buddhahood and awakening to the principle of true mind, it's about whether practice comes first or the principle of mind comes first. Right, that's enough. What? What was the point of saying that just now? The Purple Cloud Sword is at least good enough not to be criticized anywhere now. So today, with the Purple Cloud Sword. So this is how it ends. Wawea. As expected, in reality my body's condition is still. In the match with Zhongnan, I squeezed out every bit of true energy. Let's see, I'm like this and Master is so busy these days too, so there won't be training for a while. It's about time that guy shows up. What, Master isn't here today either. Speak of the tiger and it appears. Master has been preoccupied lately. But you seem to have free time again today. I'm super busy too. Because your body's condition is a mess. No. It's not out of worry for you. In this state, if you fight someone and lose. Is she making excuses? How cute. It'll be like I lost indirectly, so I came to check to make sure. That's why. Huh, something like that. Baek Un-ho. Huh. Wow, you're really in a hard place to find. Hey. You and I, let's have another match. What? I mean exactly what I said. Sigh, I worked really hard to find you. You were nowhere to be seen inside Mount Hua Sect. And when I asked a mountain-sized second-generation disciple for directions, his explanation was half-hearted and hard to understand. All the trouble I went through to fight you again. You'll obviously accept the challenge, won't you? Excuse me, what kind of rude behavior is this toward a patient? If you really want to fight that badly, I'll be your opponent instead. Huh. No thanks. You seem like a girl raised without knowing how the world works. I don't want to fight someone soft like you. What? How could you say such? Why, your mouth is really filthy. Goodness, in the martial world, this level doesn't even count as filthy. See? I was right, wasn't I? Delicately raised like a doll. Mount Hua third generation disciple Kong Ahayan. I've inherited the true teachings of Jade Maiden Peak. Oh ho. You're actually better than I thought. Fine, good. I'm Zhonghua. I've learned the pure yang sword. And I'm the first complete Tai. Huh. Right, this was cracked. Don't you guys have a sword similar to this? Come again. Mount Hua third generation disciple Kong Ahayan. I've inherited the true teachings of Jade Maiden Peak. Oh ho. You're actually better than I thought. Fine, good. I'm Zhonghua. I've learned the pure yang sword. And I'm the first complete Tai. Huh. Right, this was cracked. Don't you guys have a sword similar to this? Come again. A sword with that appearance and material that was popular 800 years ago wouldn't be here. What do I do? Well. Should I do it like this? Can't be helped. I'll use this instead. Okay, one for you, one for me. Come to think of it, it's already been a year since I saw Kong Ahayan's martial arts. I wonder how much stronger she's gotten. I'll go first. Ha. Aya. Ugh. In my last match, I definitely learned how to deal with this martial art. Plus, I consumed another violet mist pill in the past year. I can. I will. I can do this too. This girl's pretty good. It resembles Baek Un-ho's sword, doesn't it? But that's as far as it goes. This isn't enough. I don't even need Tai. Pure yang is sufficient. In both internal energy and techniques, I'm a level above. Is she laughing? What's so funny? Fine. Laugh at me and I'll show you. I was saving this to use against UNHO in a match. That's Purple Cloud Sword. It's a bit different from what I learned from Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor. But it's a purple cloud sword that uses overwhelming internal energy to execute parts requiring technique. Ahayan's Jade Maiden Divine Art is at the second level, wasn't it? KUK. Ugh. Damn. Even though I'm the one who suggested it. The mystery of the pure yang sword comes from its size and weight. With a tree branch like this, it won't unfold properly. Since my mastery of the Tai sword is insufficient, transitioning to Tai is difficult too. Like this. Hiya. Ugh. Wah. Damn, if only I had my sword. This doesn't count. Humph. I didn't see you that way, but you make quite a lot of excuses. You're the one who agreed to the match without a sword, and you're the one who suggested tree branches as an alternative, right? Why? In the martial world, do they let things slide if you make weapon excuses during a fight? Ugh. Damn. Damn it. Just you wait. She disappeared like a third-rate villain. Ha. You okay? It's nothing. The Jade Maiden True Arts is a burst-type martial art, so I can explosively exert power in one moment like this, but after using it, I can't use my strength well for a while. By the way, that person was really amazing. I had to squeeze out everything just to barely tie. She had internal energy comparable to Junhyang, who was born with a bright young body and consumed 2 violet mist pills. Even though she's 1 year older, how is that possible? She's not even from Mount Hua, which competes for supremacy in internal energy. Zhonghua is a Zhongnan disciple. Even Zhongnan's secret elixir, the fire dragon pill, has only about 60% of the violet mist pill's efficiency. Come to think of it, Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor strangely shows no interest in my internal energy, which worries me. Could there be some secret method? Zhonghua knows and practices that very method. Maybe I should. Though 1 year apart, Zhonghua possesses internal energy comparable to Junhyang, who has a bright young body and consumed 2 violet mist pills. Considering that even Zhongnan's secret elixir, the fire dragon pill, has only about 60% of the violet mist pill's efficiency. Could there be some secret method? A method to increase internal energy. Maybe I should. What? Why are you alone today? She came and found me on her own. What about you? What's with all that luggage anyway? Oh, this? I need to have a revenge match from yesterday. Since I lost because of my sword, I used pure yang energy to carve these wooden sticks. Blaming the tools. With this, there won't be any interruptions from swords breaking. In the martial world, such shameless excuses work well too, I guess. Whoa. When did you get here? Just now. Anyway, perfect timing. Want to spar again? You're disappointed too, right? I know a much better opponent than you. Oh ho. Not me. My body's still in bad condition. I need to rest properly to avoid after effects. TSK, if that's the case. Can't you just fight without backing out? Fine. But there's one condition I have. I won. Ugh. Anyway, I sparred with you, so keep your promise. Yeah, we agreed to answer one question, right? Alright, I promised. But secrets of the sect or questions anyone would obviously refuse to answer are invalid. Then. That question. I was just about to ask too. It's about your internal energy. How did you gain that much internal energy? Don't go around blabbing about this. Well, you see. It's an elixir. Wait, if it's a Zhongnan sect elixir, isn't that the fire dragon pill? With that efficiency, it'd be hard to get this much internal energy. Did they succeed in improving it or develop a new elixir? It's not like that. Actually. It's the Supreme Purity pill. From Wudong. Could it be from that black market? You know about it? Of course. A few years ago, father tried to acquire it but gave up because it was too expensive. Zhongnan got it in the end. I wanted it. Right, thanks to that, even the main sect struggled quite a bit. Pouring 5 years' worth of budget into it meant our side dishes were meager for a while. If it's an elixir, it won't help me anyway. But what's the point of having so much internal energy? I was confident in my swordsmanship, but to barely win like this. It's 1 win, 1 loss. Huh. 1 win, 1 loss. We need to compete once more to settle it. I have to stay here for at least another month anyway, so I'm all for it. I'm staying at the medicine hall. But, Baek Un-ho, you join too. Me? What's wrong with it once your body recovers? Where else can I find opponents like me? She and Ahayan are interesting opponents. The problem is the wooden sword containing Tai's sword keeps breaking. Then. I'll rest well today, so how about starting tomorrow at this time, taking turns sparring? That sounds great. I'll have to make more wooden swords tomorrow. Perfect. I'll see you tomorrow. You're leaving already? I have to. We're done sparring for today anyway, right? Bye. Oh my, is it already this late? I'll go too. See you tomorrow. Elixir. An elixir. Plus, Kang Ahayan said Father Gangjin tried to purchase the Supreme Purity pill. That person, for research purposes. Perhaps. I'll assign you a high priority for pills. When I met him about the solid foundation pill, he was quite favorable towards me. But if that person is researching a new medicine. Even if not, expert help is important. I don't have anything urgent to do, so I should go now. Red Plum Hall. Creek. HM. Ha. You. Is that you, UNHO? You've grown beyond recognition. Has it been 10 months or 10 years? Well, I have changed quite a bit. It's been a while. Let me see. Did you have any growing pains? Could it be that the solid foundation pill helps ligament and muscle growth too? Or is it thanks to the iron spirit fluid and golden bone pill? Oh my. Oops, I got too excited. So what brings you here? I heard your name was on the violet mist pill list, but it should be about 6 more years until your rest period ends. Even though it's only 60% effective as a violet mist pill, the rest period is longer than a hyen's. Damn constitution. So about that, is there any way? A way. There is a way. Like complete body transformation. What? You'd need to go that far for your constitution to completely change. In your case, yang spirit would be faster. Someone called Jinin Jungwoo also achieved yang spirit and ascended to immortality. No, that's truly a legendary realm. That person. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Rather than that, isn't there something more realistic? Right. If the new medicine I'm making succeeds, it might be possible. So, you're developing a new medicine. If it's an immortality pill, it wouldn't be inferior to complete body transformation or yang spirit. Immortality pill. The immortality pill that makes you an immortal the moment you eat it. Of course, I can't refine it all at once, so I'd have to start from the supreme purity pill level. Are you interested by any chance? Even just at the level of the supreme purity pill, changing your constitution will be difficult, but it would be a great help to martial artists. New medicines show results but cost so much. In that sense, if you cooperate with the experiments, I'll put you on the priority list. It's a good offer, but... Is there a part one can cooperate with? Of course. Your body and the violet mist pill. I don't know about the violet mist pill. But my body? Are you talking about my constitution? Whether that's worth researching. Of course. You're as rare in existence as Junhyang. Originally, just as there are rare outstanding people, those who fall extremely behind are also rare. Somehow that compliment feels really bitter. I understand well what you mean when you say you need me. May I know how this experiment will proceed? Mainly reactivity to drugs. I'll make experiments mainly with medicinal ingredients good for the body. Instead, you'll have to come to Red Plum Hall every day and write a journal report when you descend the mountain. The downside is there's a possibility of side effects, and your internal energy itself could become chaotic from various medicines. Or the medicine's rest period could increase. Others must have refused. I proposed Junhyang's research to Hyeonwoo, but was rejected. If I'd persuaded him right after he lost to you, it would have worked. I thought he was just a nice, easygoing person. To say such things so casually. Still, there's no better offer for my situation than this. Unlike Junhyang, I don't have much to lose, and it even feels like too generous an offer. If you're worried, go to Brother Chan, you should go ask your master and then decide. In that case, I'll come back once I've decided. A good opportunity to increase internal energy. I'll definitely ask master and go from there. New medicine development. There shouldn't be any bad intentions. It's personal, so I can't tell you in detail, but... He believes in an ideology that's been phased out, similar to me. A phased-out ideology? Anyway, well. His standards are often at odds with the norm. But not everything goes well just because the intention is good. So even if you accept the proposal, always be cautious. I guess that means it's good to accept for now. Oh, and... Lately many people in the sect have been looking for me for various reasons, so I'll only have time in the evenings for a while. Soon you third-generation disciples will be given missions too, but I'm paying special attention to that, don't worry. Good. The fact that you came like this means you've properly made up your mind, right? Yes. I'll accept Master Uncle's proposal. Right, good decision. Let's start by measuring your body. To gauge the medicine's effects, we need to know your current baseline state first. Come on, let's test you quickly. More interesting results than I expected. It took 2 Shurchen. Physical strength, agility, reaction speed, etc. You're currently taking the solid foundation pill and golden bone pill, right? And applying iron spirit fluid and wound skin fluid too. Yes. Take this. What is this? It's a fasting pill I specially formulated based on the principle of the golden elixir. From now on, don't consume anything except water besides this. Nothing. For how long? Well, that depends on the degree of achievement you're aiming for. Oh, I should mention now that it doesn't only contain good things for the body. Quite a bit of poison went in too. What? Poison can be a medicine, just like the opposite is true. This concoction purifies the body and increases the speed of accumulating true energy, but it potentially gnaws away at your lifespan itself. It's an elixir incompatible with Mount Hua's martial arts, which aims to reach the realm through long life even if it takes time to accumulate. Is there anyone else at Mount Hua besides me taking this? Your master used to. For about 3 years, I think. By the way, once you start taking it, if you stop midway you can't restart, so be careful. Yes. It's complicated. Master endured it for 3 years. That is a week's worth, so come back after finishing it all. Don't skip meals because it tastes bad. Doesn't need to be exact, but while awake, at 2.5 Shurchen intervals. How bad can the taste be? Blag. It tastes awful. As expected, that's the first thing he gave you. How can it taste like this? It's bitter, sour, fishy, and worse than half-rotten dumplings. Did Master eat this for 3 years? It was truly horrible. But the effect is certain. When I went down the mountain for an outer hall mission, if I hadn't lost it in an accident, I would never have given up. This taste for an understandable effect. You're lucky. That guy is an alchemist who properly inherited Taoist secrets. Whatever it is it such a great medicine for you to say that? It's a fateful encounter. You see. Long, long ago, before the current use of internal energy was known, the mainstream of Taoism was external elixir, not internal elixir. And they believed that they could become immortals by taking the pure essence of external elixir. The fasting pill you ate is medicine they created to become immortals. However, it fundamentally takes 200 years, so becoming an immortal remained only a theory due to lifespan issues. Even though external elixir eventually declined because of that, the efficacy is certain. Oh. So it was that kind of medicine. By the way, why such a detailed explanation? Because I deemed it worthy of using merit. And this should be explanation enough, right? Let's finish Purple Cloud sword training. Pick up your sword. Yes. Has it already been 4 days since I started full-scale Purple Cloud sword training in the dream vision? I felt it while sparing these past few days. There's some crucial difference between the Purple Cloud sword that person and I execute. Finding that out is my current task. Damn. I lost. How can you not let me win even once? Haha. What a good sparring partner. Even while losing every day, she finds new answers to retort with. As the sparring time increases, she's clearly getting stronger. On the other hand, at first I definitely fought evenly with Zhonghua, but somehow I'm losing more consistently. There must be some reason for this too. I'm hungry, gotta go see you tomorrow. Rather than Zhonghua getting stronger, it's like Kang Hyun is regressing. Could the sparring be affecting her negatively? You brat. You're needlessly filling an innocent girl's head with nonsense. No presence at all. Who are you? What? That movement just now, he only lifted his cane, yet. It felt like infinity. Oh ho, you felt it. But only 5 steps away. Your confidence is excessive. Hee hee. That confidence. Let me test it directly. What? That movement just now, he only lifted his cane, yet. It felt like infinity. Oh ho, you felt it. But only 5 steps away. Your confidence is excessive. We'll know once I test it directly. Too late. Ugh. Ugh. Indeed. Even against an opponent you can't resist, you thrust your sword first. Good temperament. Moreover, flexible movement that cannot come from Zhongnan. Truly excellent utilization. Then. Ack. I almost dropped my sword. And just now. It felt like the cane and that elder became one body. Truly flawless and infinite. No, that can't be. The opponent is definitely human. Which means it's not infinity but ultimately a finite number. I'll systematically reduce and narrow down the possibilities. This makes it worthwhile to step forward. Good. The development of the Purple Cloud sword is excellent. Is this struggling to make up for the lack of internal energy? Truly an excellent attitude. Since we pursue different philosophies with the sword, our perspectives differ. He doesn't understand at all what that sword means. Well, perhaps only about 3 people in this Central Plains would know. But with that much talent, is there a reason to want such a leap? There should be a much more stable path. How about we make a deal? To think I, who spent a lifetime trying to surpass Mount Hua, would help Mount Hua at the crucial moment, truly contradictory. But a child pursuing the same sword principle as me appeared before me with such talent. As one who wields the sword, how could I just let it pass? So watch. Feel it. Engrave it in your body. Even if I don't understand it at this moment, what am I lacking right now? Right, it's imagination and understanding. Because it's movement outside the realm I can imagine, I can't predict it. If I realize it someday. I've already had an experience similar to this. The purple cloud sword I learned from Master was outside the realm I could achieve, but the countless methods of wielding the sword made me reach that realm. Then wouldn't this also be possible? Ho ho. You've already come this far. Truly an outstanding child. But with that body and internal energy, going further than this would be too much. This is as far as it goes. This is blink him. Have you regained consciousness? Gasp. Thank you. I received teachings, so naturally I should be grateful. That swordsmanship, you're the Tai sword immortal elder of Zhongnan, aren't you? Huh. You knew. Why didn't you say anything? A chance to cross swords with a master like sword immortal elder without worrying about my life. I assent that a fateful encounter. Not only talented but your temperament is truly exceptional. That opportunity if you want, you could get it often. Interested? Wouldn't that be difficult? Of course it's difficult, but I am Zhongnan's sword immortal. This is clearly an invitation for me to come to Zhongnan. Grin. Thank you for your great resolve. However, wouldn't it be difficult for the sword immortal to come to Mount Hua? Ha! How bold. A martial artist should naturally have this much confidence. I like you even more. However, think about it. I believe in the existence of geniuses who create something from nothing, but that requires a lifetime. If you're given a high foundation, it becomes much easier. But look at Mount Hua now. Neither the foundation nor the pillars have anything intact, do they? It would surely be as difficult as creating from nothing. Wouldn't you become one who sees much farther by standing on a giant's shoulders? Well. Among Mount Hua's 8 great sword techniques, only 3 remain intact. 3 were lost because no one learned them, and the other 2 don't even have complete secret manuals. But still. Then, sword immortal. If you had received the same proposal, what choice do you think you would have made? Also, do you regret becoming a giant yourself? Right, I understand. I won't urge you further. If you're a genius, you'd want to become that era's giant. So you'll become Mount Hua's giant. That's sword flight technique. What I felt when crossing swords earlier, that sensation of not knowing whether the cane was the sword immortal or the sword immortal was the cane. It's essentially no different from that. I see, this is the final teaching. Thank you for the lesson. What I felt when crossing swords earlier, that sensation of not knowing whether the cane was the sword immortal or the sword immortal was the cane. It's essentially no different from that. I see, this is the final teaching. Thank you for the lesson. Good grief, always making such a fuss like an empty cart. Why fly riding a sword? What good are those sturdy 2 legs for? More importantly, UNHO. Those guys are the strange ones. Zhongnan is originally a gathering of blockheads you can't reason with at all. You don't need to worry, I won't go to Zhongnan. Cough. Still. Come to think of it, they say great ancestor ascended to immortality, but I haven't actually seen anything. And because of merit or whatever, there's nothing properly taught either. Nothing taught. Bah. How systematically I've been. AAGH. Merit. He's so intimidating, even when it's petty. Anyway, don't get cocky just because you got a taste of the realm. That's exactly when you're most likely to die. When the average lifespan is 50, isn't 80 a full life? Besides, great ancestor acts even more cocky. Yes. Well, today there's something more important. In that sense, great ancestor, I have something to tell you. No. What? I said no. Obviously you want to review what you learned this time and ask to do that special training again, right? This time there's not enough merit. Not enough? Clearly merit isn't just related to achievement. Or there's somewhere else merit needs to be used. Anyway, this means ultimately, as usual, one death and it's over. But still, being able to fight for my life every day is important. In actual combat, doing that would get me killed. No question. With this opportunity, for sure. I need to master the sensation I felt today. So I can make it completely my own. It didn't work at all. Anyway. Didn't I tell you? Not to test things half-heartedly in actual combat. Ha. Actual combat is like a match, matches are like actual combat. Ha. I'll keep that in mind. It's been about a week since Jonhwa came. What's going on? Could it be related to the Sword Immortals? Kai-ah. Jonhwa. What happened to your face? Long time no see. I just trained my martial arts really hard, you know. So we can't spar again today. You do look like you got beaten. Those wounds. Could it be? Just as the Sword Immortal came to me, Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor presented himself to her. Anyway, coming in this condition means. Ahem, well. I've been seeing you so much lately, it seemed wrong to leave without saying anything. You're leaving. My master has recovered now, so. But damn, just when I was starting to get the hang of it. If I'd stayed just a bit longer, I definitely would have won. Really? Not even close. Take this. It's an ointment that works well on bruises. That looks really expensive at a glance. I thought you were just bickering, but did you develop some affection? Thanks, I'll use it well. I don't have anything to give. But if you come to Zhongnan later, make sure to find me. Then I'll teach you real Zhongnan swordsmanship. How many months has it been since Jonhwa left? Since that day, maybe Ahayan realized something because she went into seclusion after that. And for a while I just trained without anyone else visiting. Is it time for training soon? Master. Tai Sword Immortal has passed away. Tai Sword Immortal. That person who's one of the 17 heavenly martial stars suddenly died. It's hard to believe, but it's true. When Baek and his disciple were returning to Zhongnan from Wudang, he went to meet them and fell victim to an incident. Baek and the disciple are safe, but the Sword Immortal. After being apart for almost 2 years, he must have missed them and went to meet them. But probably like when he was at Mount Hua, they were actually together all along. But how? Did he fall to another of the 17 heavenly martial stars? Heaven-defying sword demon. A heaven-grade demonic cultivator and one of the 8 great archpriests. He fell to heaven-defying sword demon and his direct subordinates, the demonic minions of the Wei Devotee Hall. Heaven-defying sword demon. Heaven-grade demon lord. Speaking of heaven-grade demon lords, just their movement brings countless omens. And influences the heavenly chi, great demon leaders. Yet such an existence suddenly appeared in the middle of the Central Plains. Without the Sword Immortal detecting their presence. Wait a minute. If it's the road from Wudang to Zhongnan Sect, isn't that right in the middle of the Central Plains? Such a being roamed the Central Plains. It's certain. Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor confirmed it. Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor. How did Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor confirm it right away? What on earth is happening? There's actually a lot of talk about that. Didn't the demonic cultivator we met also hide his identity in Xi'an for years? Even if not heaven grade, at least human grade. The higher UPS are speculating these two incidents might be on the same level. They wonder if the demonic cult has finally developed a way to move while hiding their demonic energy. Therefore, when the 9 sects and 7 families come together soon, it seems we'll have to go participate directly. Before that, we're going to Zhongnan for condolences. Condolences. Because it's the death of a martial artist like Tai Sword Immortal. Supreme Martial Master Great Ancestor is already there unofficially, and Master Uncle Guangmiang, the outer hall leader, will participate as representative, so prepare yourself. Yes. Zhongnan. Young Lady Jonhwa. Will she be okay? I'm worried she might be in shock over Tai Sword Immortal's untimely death. Since he passed away while traveling to meet her. Well, if it's Jonhwa, I'll definitely get revenge. She's probably training while saying that. But don't worry too much. Besides, we'll see her soon enough. As expected, given the situation, the reception hall is overflowing with people. Oh. Are you the famous ZN demon investigating youth? Is it a growth spurt? You're bigger than I thought. I almost didn't recognize you. Oh. I should introduce myself first. My name is Zhuge Chan. Among the martial artists, I'm called Marquis Wu Reborn. Your fist salute looks elegant. How interesting. I'm Baek Un-ho of Mount Hua. By the way, Marquis Wu Reborn, that means the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, right? From the Zhuge family that serves Zhuge Liang as their ancestor, such a boastful title. Marquis Wu Reborn is of course a joke. Though my name is indeed Zhuge Chan. Yes. But what did you mean by ZN demon investigating youth earlier? It seemed like you were referring to me. It's not really a title, just what we call you among ourselves. Seeing you in person, you're hardly young enough to add youth asterisk to your title. Asterisk child. So. Is there nothing else you need? Then I'll take my leave. Hey, so uptight. You can't meet Zhongnan's Little Sword Empress right now anyway. Little Sword Empress? You mean Zhonghua? It's a title given directly by Amaze Clearvoid Divine Nun. Isn't it a fitting title? She recently defeated Sichuan's 3 great sect successors and even beat a master 1 generation above her. While someone is ZN demon investigating youth. Plus, the one Wudong was ambitiously raising was subdued in just 42 seconds, weren't they? Zhonghua has accomplished so much already. That guy. He's deliberately trying to gauge my reaction. In that case. But she still lost to me, didn't she? It's refreshing to see such a spirited young friend. I was just like you 10 years ago. In that spirit, let me give you a small piece of advice. People who truly like to show off. Ramble on about themselves at length even when it's not the right situation. Please keep that in mind. And I hope you'll give a better performance next time. TCH. And don't admit it so readily like just now either. It might have been bait after all. In the martial world, mental warfare is just as important as martial arts. Well then, see you again. He was always someone who gives you a lot to think about. Well, anyway. What he said at first wasn't wrong. About how Zhonghua can't be met just because you want to meet her. It's been quite a while since I arrived, but there's no opportunity. Well, Zhonghua is probably busy giving her testimony regarding the situation. So, the heaven-defying sword demon and demonic minions of the Way Destroyer Hall really appeared without any warning? To be precise, at that time, in a village we stopped at on the way back. Something strange. This is a slash-and-burn farming village. Isn't there an unusual amount of sturdy people inhabiting this place? You're right. I don't sense any strange energy, but we should be somewhat cautious. It sounds like someone's eating. What? This is demonic energy. And at least human grade. We need to retreat. Zhonghua. Hurry. Gasp. Great ancestor. Both of you get BA. Heaven-defying sword demon. Ugh. Wake up, Zhonghua. The demonic cultivators are coming again. The fight between Great Ancestor and the Sword Demon. I couldn't even properly see it. What's certain is that incident was definitely my fault. Because Great Ancestor kept trying to protect immature me. Even the famed Tai sword immortal ends here after all. Great Ancestor. Is it too late for this old man to have arrived? You bastards. Sword Lord. Chong Eugene in, sir. That's everything I remember. That's everything I remember. Is what that child Zhonghua testified, representatives of the 9 sects and 7 families. It's fortunate that the sword god appeared. To sense and rush over a distance of 500 li, truly remarkable. In the end, he even killed heaven-defying sword demon. If the demonic cult has developed technology to secretly infiltrate the Central Plains, that's a massive problem. Yet many sects don't seem to feel the severity. Still, didn't one of the archpriests die? Proportionally speaking. Come now, what kind of? As expected. Mount Hua Sect's Red Plum Hall Master So Yohyang * Kong Ahian's mother. When positions with different thoughts and circumstances gather, chaos occurs. My head is pounding. Well, I understand why they can't unite even in this situation. It must be because of that incident. Not a good incident 30 years ago, the blood feud with the demonic cult. The Central Plains lost thousands of lives, and the demonic cult suffered a terrible blow. But in the end, it was the Central Plains that suffered. 30 years later, our Mount Hua's expulsion from the 9 sects was discussed. From other sects' perspective, they wouldn't want to experience the same thing. Yet in this complicated situation, everyone dunked it on me saying it's the right thing to do. Because of this matter, you should refrain. As always, you're busy. Haven't you been idle with budget issues lately? What? Me? It seems we won't reach a proper conclusion among ourselves. Then how about we only discuss a few practical matters here? And arrange a separate formal meeting place for the sect leaders? In that case, how about holding it at Mount Hua? It hasn't been held at our sect in a long time, and isn't it closely related to this incident anyway? That makes sense. I also think holding it at Mount Hua would be fine. Zhuge Bayak. What brings the Zhuge family here? Well, as long as they're helping, it doesn't matter. Come to think of it, what might a Hyan be doing now? Nice to meet you. I'm Nam Gung Cheol of the Namgung family. Nam Gung Cheol. The Sword King's grandson. The Namgung family, called the greatest prestigious family in the current martial world. Among them, a person evaluated as having inherited the Namgung bloodline most strongly. I know there's about a year until he comes of age. Has he already reached the peak realm? I am Kong, a Hyan of Mount Hua. A Hyan noticed too. I'd need to see more movement to be certain, but this is surprising. Miss Kong. I heard fairies live on Mount Hua's Jade Maiden Peak. It seems that was true. That's a story from 20 years ago. Huh, no way. Isn't there a fairy right before my eyes? She's smiling. This cheesy line worked. Absurd is it because he's from the Namgung family? By the way, who's the young hero beside you? I'm Baek Un-ho. Baek Un-ho. Unlike Zhuge Cham, he doesn't seem to know. I feel like I've heard the name, but I'm not sure. I guess there weren't many opportunities to make your name known. But you'll have plenty of chances to raise your reputation from now on, won't you? Don't worry too much about it. Haha. What kind of nasty way of speaking is that? Openly disrespecting someone while brushing it off as a mistake. Making it seem like you're petty if you point it out. Well, besides the tone, that energy concerns me more. Whether it's a Namgung characteristic or Nam Gung Cheol's personal trait. Creek Little Sword Empress. Isn't the person who just entered Little Sword Empress? Wasn't Little Sword Empress rumored to be an ugly woman? But that girl. If it's Little Sword Empress. Baek Un-ho, Kong a Hyan. You came. Zhonghua. Baek Un-ho. Then he's the one who defeated Little Sword Empress. Their relationship doesn't seem that bad. Well, the Sword Lord was the one who saved Little Sword Empress too. If Mount Hua and Zhongnan become close through this incident. You've gotten even taller. Just how many inches are you planning to grow? You're the one whose body balance has improved. You've gained much more muscle too. I'm Nam Gung Cheol of the Namgung family. Nice to meet you. What? Can't you see I'm talking with UNHO right now? Little Sword Empress. I know you're upset about recent events, but let me repeat, I am Nam Gung Cheol of the Namgung family. I got it ages ago. Nam Gung Cheol of the Namgung family. I'm talking with UNHO, so back off. You're the one who doesn't get it. I heard everything you said on the way here. You dare insult the only guy who beat me? Aren't such a worthless man. Little Sword Empress, are you insulting me right now? Now, let's stop here, young hero Namgung. We all received some devastating news just days ago. For the sake of everyone gathered here. Ha. Right. You're right, UNHO. Your heart must be frustrated, so unfortunately I'll have to withdraw first today. Then Miss Ahayan, how about we have tea over there? I'm sorry. I also wish to catch up with young Lady Zhonghua today. Of course. That would naturally take priority. Then next time for sure. Yes, next time. Foolish old men. One dies and one ends up like this because of that bastard. Murong Jiang, I presume. Former family head of the Murong family, martial god Murong Jiang. Anyway, I recognized it when you were showing off after glimpsing the realm. Your internal injuries are severe too, aren't they? Of course that's after running 300 li using void flight and even chasing heaven-defying sword demon. You acted like you'd never leave Liaoning territory, yet what brings you to a funeral to spout abuse? When those who were quiet for 100 years appear, what does 30 years matter? They hid their demonic energy. No, it's different. They concealed their energy in battle. It was the original devil. Really? Anyway, I don't like the feeling. Those who were silent for nearly 100 years suddenly emerge. Meanwhile, my son and these youngsters nowadays are blissfully unaware of how terrifying the demonic cult is. Even though you and I are now 17 heavenly martial stars or #1 in the martial world, I've only just caught up to my yet as you know, it was hard to find family elders with all their limbs intact. Because they were lost in battles with the demonic cult. What about you? Can you see the realm of old ancestor Baek Un? Even so, we must prepare. The demonic cult's movements are ominous. I want to rush out right now. But not yet. That monster is still nearby. Death is certain. Then I must use that life to set the world right. Just wait and see. I won't die easily. Why did the demonic cult move at this particular time? The past 3 years, what were the biggest incidents involving demonic cultivators? Let's see. 2 massacre in Guizhou and the blood-sucking demon case in Guangxi. The incident where Chongil Daoist of Jiansong in Yunnan killed the harvesting yin demon. And there was the case where Mount Hua's Haiyanzhong Daoist dealt with a demonic cultivator who infiltrated Xi'an. If we expand it to 10 years, up to the Gansu province Mingsha mountain incident in Inner Mongolia and Guizhou. Mostly near the 100,000 Great Mountains. Yet suddenly heaven-defying sword demon, one of the demonic cult's 8 great archpriests, appears in Shangxi leading the way destroyer hall. There must be a reason for this. Think about who benefits most from this incident. Benefits. Could it be? Right. As I said before, an unknown Mount Hua master eliminated a demon leader just when Zhongnan was trying to expand its influence. Plus, that master's disciple even defeated Little Sword Empress. After that, when Little Sword Empress raised her name by defeating Sichuan's 3 great sects, another demonic incident erupted. If Tai Sword Immortal secretly followed Byogun Daoist and Little Sword Empress and the Sword God knew about it all along. Brother, that's too dangerous. I know. I'm not certain yet either. First, I plan to investigate the person at the center of the incidents. The Sword Lord is obviously out of reach. But I've naturally placed someone near. Xi'an Demon Investigating Youth Baek Un-ho. My ears feel itchy for some reason. What are you doing, Baek Un-ho? Nothing. But are you really okay? Yeah. A few days of mourning is enough. I can't just sit around whimpering forever, can I? I need to get back up. Great ancestor risked his life to protect me. Besides, the funeral is all finished now. Most people have already left. Let's spar as promised. This is where Tai Sword Immortal used to teach us, so don't worry any noise won't reach the surroundings. Really? Wait a minute. Then could I face you first? I don't mind. Want to get revenge? But I'm using a Zhongnan sword now, not a wooden sword, you know. Of course, I welcome it. Get in position. Ha. Hope you're ready. Oh. Ahayan. You've improved so much already. She's not losing any ground to Zhongwa with the Zhongnan sword. She seemed sluggish in matches before, but watching our movements must have paid off. She's gained skill overall and become more relaxed. Ahayan's talent is certainly. I thought she'd be easily subdued. I was thinking too softly. Good. You're worthy of seeing this sword. I'll show you Tai's sword right. Wait. Ha. What, Baek Un-ho? What are you thinking? Young Lord Namgung. If you don't come out, I'll have no choice but to take action. Namgung Cheol. Why is he here? I didn't sense anyone following at all. Whoa, calm down. Well, you know. I just got worried since you were going to a deserted place, so I followed. What's the problem? Problem? How about spying on someone else's match? Stop with the pathetic excuses and leave. Spying? Pathetic? Are you saying that as an insult to me? Just draw your sword. You weren't planning on backing down anyway, were you? Heh, you'll regret this. Hey, Baek Un-ho. Un-ho. Don't worry. I don't know exactly what he's thinking, but he was someone I wanted to take down at least once. Besides, I've grown during this time too. Mature sword energy. As expected. The presence that was so faint I couldn't notice it instantly became like that of a peak master. This is Emperor Sword form. Indeed, the swordsmanship passed down only to the Namgung heir. The power is certain. Now how should I approach this? It's a demonic cultivator. Great ancestor. The power is certain. Now how should I approach this? It's a demonic cultivator. Great ancestor. It's really a demonic cultivator. Baek Un-ho, why are you so distracted? Behind you. Behind? What? I can't believe this, my strongest attack is being stopped. So easily. Ugh. My stance is collapsing. Manhwa. Ahayan. First position stance. Drawing out both the Jade Maiden formation's second stage power. Right. What we need now is combined force. Even though we know each other well, we can't deploy a combined attack strong enough to face this demonic cultivator. It's nearly impossible to unleash full power while matching movements with another person. Right now, I feel the sword moving very freely. But that's not enough. Individual enlightenment can never surpass this demonic cultivator. At times like these, I must think carefully. Don't your hands already possess freedom? Why? The trajectory of the sword immortal staff strikes comes to mind. The trajectory drawn in the realm of impossibility. But what divides the impossible from the possible? Imagine it. Beyond the impossible. The two people's best efforts. Weaving together and connecting to maximize even further. Ugh. Definitely this demonic cultivator has no rationality and reacts excessively to sword energy. Plus, losing its arm must have been recent, all its techniques are built on using both hands. Because of that, I'll aim for the gaps slowly appearing. Now. Perfect. I see it. Hesitation. Even the natural world's energy bows to this demonic cultivator's current power. Even so, I have no intention of losing. This energy is from a filthy demonic creature daring to. Too late. What are you doing now? Well, I was observing the backflow of the Yangtze River. Indeed, the demonic cultivator was a QI-absorbing demon. And those children. This is certainly surprising. Especially that boy. AH. Indeed, are you planning to strike at the right moment? At this rate we won't need to intervene. The stakes I raised. Is it because I encountered a demonic cultivator of that level for the first time? I was trying to watch quietly, wait. Why? For now. Let me watch a little longer. Is it because I encountered a demonic cultivator of that level for the first time? I was trying to watch quietly, wait. Why? For now. Let me watch a little longer. The situation is desperate. Facing alone an opponent the three of us couldn't defeat together. Even so, I must imagine it. No, I can imagine it. The sword in my hand possesses the freedom to move beyond the existing realm. Curved plum sword. Plum farmer sword, purple cloud sword, everything I possess, wielded freely. My entire body becomes as if it were a sword. My goodness. Right now, this child UNHO is. That is clearly. That's definitely. Sword-body unity. Expanding the universe confirmed as self. Truly the beginning of the genuine. Achieving that at such a young age. Grr. Kaya. Though it's a creature that's lost its rationality, its instincts alone are terrifying. Each attack exceeds the realm of martial arts. But at this rate, I don't think I'll lose. How is such movement possible? It's as if the sword is wielding UNHO. How much more has he grown? UNHO is taking the offensive more, but this. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it'll be. I want to help. But jumping in with this body would only be a hindrance. I can only watch. I see. So this is the true nature of the Sword Immortal's mysterious martial arts. But it's still not enough to face a demonic cultivator. Erase yourself more. Let the sword fill that void. So you become more unified. Grr. Sword. Danger. Sword energy. Must annihilate sword energy. I must break that sword immediately. Not anymore. A bit longer. It's an experience all those in the same position as me have had, aside from you and a beggar. But this is dangerous. Didn't I say it? That child's martial arts are different from yours. If your martial arts are like a tree forming growth rings, that child's martial arts are like shedding in a single moment. Reaching the realm means accepting danger. But if a sword wields the person, isn't that completely backwards? No, this won't do. I should step in after all. Now. HUYP. Just one more step. Just one more step and I can become completely one with the sword. If I extend my foot just a bit more. Having gained one enlightenment, to attempt it so recklessly in actual combat would be hard to survive even with 10 lives. Is the sword principle of Purple Cloud Sword really this? Is the method by which Sword Immortal reached infinity simply becoming one with the sword? No. The Sword Immortal didn't become infinity, he wielded infinity. Then what I should become is not a sword, but a human wielding the sword. I see. With this understanding, what was invisible when I was the sword now becomes visible. For instance, the young Lord Nam Gung Cheol's hiding over there. He regained his senses in the meantime. Then I should use it. Now. Ugh. HUYP. Nam Gung Cheol's strike just now was truly peak level. Even though the demon seemed to easily deflect it, that act must have consumed considerable energy. And now I'm certain. The meaning of Purple Cloud Sword. Paralyzing a target is not possible. True freedom. That's it. I understand now. I'm joining back. Me too. Don't worry about this side. Finally. If one final small gap appears. Damn, that guy. He's definitely waiting for me again. If I just join properly, we can win. That might just work. I'll show it again. That thing from before. I found it. The moment's opening. There. From that direction, the demonic energy. Gasp. QI absorbing demon. What is this? Over there. THCHOL. What is this? A Hyen. Oh no, it's UNHO. My goodness, Zhonghua. Could it be? These children defeated the QI absorbing demon. What is this? It feels like a dream somehow. How foolish. Just keep using the sword you were using. This voice is. Great ancestors, and. Haha, that's not something a senior should say to me. Anyway, this is a mysterious space. There's nothing to be grateful for. After all, everything started from your enormous karma. What karma? If not for me, this would have happened 140 years ago. With me like that, there's no way anyone would. As a result, your aftermath was handled well too, so don't cling to it unnecessarily and just ascend to the heavens. I'll take my leave first. Senior, please. Escape from this long karma. I can only hope that becomes possible. This place. The smell of medicine. Did you wake up? Master. This place. The smell of medicine. Did you wake up? Master. Drink this. It's a tonic to strengthen your body. Since you lost lots of blood, drink it and go back to sleep. Compared to the special wall-breaking elixir I usually take, this is incredibly bitter. What about the other kids? First, Nam Gung Cheol has someone skilled in medicine among his household, so he went there. A Haiyan and the child from Zhongnan are in the next room. They woke before you and are resting now. Their internal injuries were severe, but there shouldn't be lasting after-effects. Don't worry about that part. Now. What happened? I also saw it clearly. The evil demonic energy that covered the mountain IT's malice. It was at least power beyond the boundaries of Earth grade. IT wasn't quite that much. It felt similar to entering a demonic trance. Losing his right arm must have been recent. Because of that, even though he was a formidable opponent, there were clear flaws in his techniques. Most importantly, with the help of 3 people and a small achievement, A small achievement? Just a few months ago, you could barely grasp basic sword energy. And now you've broken another threshold. I achieved mastery in Purple Cloud Sword as Master taught me. Purple Cloud Sword? Yes, so. The sword moved as I willed it. As if the sword had become part of my hand. Wait, part of your hand means? Sword body, unity. Yes, perhaps maybe. Even if that were the case, without young Lady Zhonghua or a Haiyan, IT would have been impossible. I simply didn't miss the opportunity. Sword body unity. And I, who've devoted over 20 years to the sword, haven't even graced its shadow. Inconceivable. Those techniques that seemed useless in that child's movements. Were they actually steps leading to sword body unity? UNHO. Could you slowly show me that purple cloud sword? Yes, that's not difficult, but... Of course, we must focus on your body's recovery first. I apologize. I got too excited. I'll be going then. Take this. I kept it just in case IT's medicine. This looks expensive. Then I'll take my leave. Wow, the pain's already gone, use it sparingly. That's an incredibly expensive medicine, you know. You foolish child. No matter how much I ask of you, if there's danger you should flee quickly. As the heir of the Namgung family, what were you thinking? The ambush was too sudden to help it. And those children were fighting for their lives, how could I run away like a coward? Brother-in-law. Still young, I see. Currently, the Namgung family's biggest competitor isn't the demonic cult, but the 9 sects. Maybe you'll understand when you grow older. So what were those kids like to you? All 3 were surprisingly strong. Especially that child called Little Sword Empress. Even in my best condition, I couldn't guarantee victory. And Baek Un-ho. How should I put it, a bit? Well. Strange. Strange? You know those wanderers sometimes? Guys who fight surprisingly well despite their martial level. That kind of feeling. With this incident, the suspicion that Baek Un-ho or Mount Hua cooperate with the demonic cult is erased. The QI-absorbing demon, considering the demonic energy shown in the final moment, might have become the demonic cult's new archpriest. Sacrificing someone like that doesn't make financial sense. Of course, 3 times in such a short period is still strange. IT could be coincidence, but any strategist must prepare for when IT isn't. Sigh. There's so much to think about. You did well. Huh. Just pick up a sword. You're telling me I did well now. I said pick up a sword. Geez, even great ancestor. Really? This child definitely has stepped into the realm of ascension. Thanks to some busybody's meddling, I thought we'd stray from the intended path. But it's actually progressing faster than expected. However, this result is purely a difference in technique. Don't lose yourself to arrogance. Having realized that ice melts into water, has the ice become water? No, having realized that ice melts into water. Now there's a time needed to melt ice to obtain water. This is how everything in the world is like this. But this medicine is really expensive. They told me I'd need to stay in bed for at least a week. Yet I've recovered this much already. Maybe I can start training again. Hey, Junior. Cough. You heard the news. What news? I'm still not entirely satisfied, but you did lend a proper hand back then. So it seems the Martial Alliance will be formed. The Martial Alliance? You didn't hear while you were resting? Well, the Martial Alliance operates when the 9 sects and 7 families both agree on an issue. Indeed, demonic cultivators who hide their energy and cause problems in the Central Plains are definitely a noteworthy concern, but there's no clear alternative, right? That's why there's talk of launching an expedition. What? You mean the demonic cult's headquarters on Tianshan? Is that even possible? Well, if it's possible, why would they discuss it? The elders aren't without thought, you know. It's too far. It's easily over 10,000 li, even in a straight line. But if we only select masters of a certain level, wouldn't there be no problem? Terrain impassable to horses can be breached, allowing those of us skilled enough to arrive faster than horses. No, it's still impossible. Think about it. Even at peak level, running via lightness kung fu for nearly a month would leave the body in no condition to be unharmed. Isn't that obvious? For a demonic cult subjugation, not a journey, that's a major blow. Then what if we go leisurely over 2 months? That's not easy. It's impossible with just willpower. Why keep raising objections? What good does it do? But would such a discussion have meaning? After all, the sect leaders will decide. That's not true. The point of this meeting is to organize opinions and materials to help the elders' decision. Certainly, exchanging opinions isn't easy. However, the fact that a response to the demonic cult is necessary has been impressed on each sect and family. The reason we're not just discussing a straightforward demonic cult subjugation is that since the 9 sects and 7 families each value different things, discussion is possible, which is truly fortunate. And that person Zhuge Cham is keenly grasping this and coordinating well. And most importantly, Zhongnan and Murong have made great concessions. Zhongnan seems to harbor great anger from this series of. And the Murong family. I heard the former family head, martial god Murong Jiang, displays strong. Well, he's practically the law of the current Murong family. Exceptional endurance blood demons, provisions, just this alone exceeds Mount Hua's annual budget. But even more remarkable is. And naturally. It said Supreme Ancestor will also directly participate. Martial God. The opponent is the demonic cult. To face archpriests, masters of that level must step forward. Indeed. Don't you have any interest in playing around? Yes. Looking at what my brother eats recently, it seems quite sparse. I understand it's special domain training, but I appreciate the offer, but I don't need it. Still. If your mind ever changes, definitely come find me. I'll always welcome you. Phew. Do you know anything Miss Ahayan likes? I'm so fed up with this guy. Wait. That movement there, do it again. Yes. How exactly did you change your hand position there? If using internal energy explosions, it would be possible, but you're asking much more openly than before. Yes. Since my internal power doesn't allow it, instead using the elasticity of the previous technique. Oh. The purple cloud sword I taught and what you're doing are similar, yet the meaning inside is completely different now. What kind of extraordinary talent do you possess to do this? Wait, is this even possible? It's so remarkable I'm skeptical, but now isn't the time to question it. My martial arts haven't progressed for 5 years now. Unlike other Mount Hua martial artists who learn from the self-breathing lineage, my body has already begun to decline. It means there isn't much time left before my ability starts falling. It's a breakthrough I found on the edge of a cliff, but honestly, it's too difficult. I can't understand it. It's swordsmanship one level above what I've learned. But it's a path found at death's door. I absolutely cannot give up. This is a report documenting your condition during the recent travels, as contracted. Is there a problem? It's not a problem, but let me check your body. Come here. What? All right. I thought as much. It's as I suspected. Baek Un-ho, you seem to possess immortal bones. Immortal bones? I thought as much. It's as I suspected. Baek Un-ho, you seem to possess immortal bones. Immortal bones? Immortal bones are a constitution that readily accepts alchemical pills. Haven't you noticed your recovery is abnormally fast? I thought it was just from the good medicine. The connection elixir you used was something I made. It's been 6 months since you took the wall-breaking pill, right? Because of your immortal bones, it showed faster and greater effects. Let me tell you a bit of Central Plains history now. Long ago, the mainstream of cultivation methods in the Central Plains was based on golden alchemy. Though there was the fatal disadvantage of health deterioration, those who attained the way through it certainly existed. Many talented individuals challenged golden alchemy. And it gradually improved its efficiency. but due to the inherent limitation of being unable to transcend time. Those cultivating the way he remained a handful when a revolution began. Bodhidharma, the founder of Central Plains martial arts, appeared. The Zen cultivation method he brought from India went beyond simply accumulating inner energy through breathing, to accumulating true chi through moving meditation. True inner alchemy in the genuine sense. Though the success rate differs little from golden alchemy, unlike it, your lifespan isn't severely shortened, and during the long cultivation process, one can gain superhuman power. But in your case, perhaps you might surpass that reality entirely. I see. Then what should I do going forward? Actually, your body before this incident showed clearly normal level efficiency, so why the sudden drastic change? The deepest connection is certainly the battle with the demonic cultivator, but the sample size is still too small. Could it be related to martial arts enlightenment? Since you had enlightenment in the recent battle with the demonic cultivator. A compound action of demonic energy and enlightenment. You're currently showing similar efficiency to someone who's taken this medicine for 5 to 10 years. In what aspect of efficiency? I'll need to examine further for accuracy, but first, your body's natural regeneration seems to have increased dramatically. Based on the healing pattern, about 3 or 4 times. Though it seems simple, it's a remarkable thing. Remarkable? Yes. If training alone allows faster recovery when injured or tired. Don't you see how the training's efficiency would increase? It will certainly help you now. Anyway, let's stop here for today. I'm quite busy because of the new generation of disciples coming in. Let's share more details after observing your changes further. Yes, understood. Impressive. Materials coming and going, buildings being constructed in such a remote place. Indeed, a great sect is a great sect. Even those passing by are well provided. You said almost all first-generation disciples are at the peak level. Actually, just the ones I've witnessed so far number over 30. Considering the Namgung family was fewer than 20 peak masters total. It's absurd. Even more so thinking about skilled recluses dwelling in such remote places. Hey, younger brother. Where were you? I've been waiting forever. Why exactly did you? Now that you've come to Mount Hua, you should broaden your horizons as intended. Well, I only have my younger brother and Miss Ahayan as close acquaintances. And the Crimson Plum Hall where Miss Ahayan is requires the sect leader's permission for outsiders to enter. We shared high stakes, putting our lives on the line, so do help me out a bit. As an older brother, I won't interfere with my younger brother's training either. When it comes to swordsmanship, it's the Namgung, so sparring with me will help too. I'm not sure. Won't that help young Lord Namgung instead? Ha 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 ha, you got me. Actually, I'm the one who wants to gain great benefits from my younger brother. My martial arts have been stagnant lately, and experiencing battle with a demonic cultivator, some things seem to be falling into place, though I'm not sure what. My brother-in-law recommended Mount Hua too. Who exactly is this brother-in-law? Our brother-in-law. You've seen him, haven't you? Zhuge Chan. My oldest sister is 5 years older than me, and my nephews are so. That person recommended you. Not me, my brother. He said to keep an eye on you because your frequent contact with demonic cultivators might have given you paranoia. Why are you telling me all this? Because you asked. My brother-in-law never said to keep it secret. Wouldn't it be natural he didn't mention it? I thought he was troublesome and suspicious, but it turns out he's something worse than that. Even if the world splits in two, he's a loudmouth who can't keep a secret. In a different sense, it's the worst. Where are you going? These children are quite cute, aren't they? It's a fresh feeling. Mount Hua Taoists are like heroes from stories, and the righteous sect warriors shine with hopeful eyes of greatness and justice. I must have had those eyes too once. But the Mount Hua I experienced directly was completely different. Well, that's all in the past now. Jiang Guang, it's been a while. Oh. It's Yuanzhou. Is that one? Your younger brother? Yes, I'm Jiang Ho. I've been admitted as a new disciple this time. Ho, he's large. Rather than being bullied, he's not bullying others, right? Absolutely not. How could one who wants to be a righteous protector of the weak do such things? Ha! How admirable. Let me give you one piece of advice, even if you wish to live more comfortably here and eat good things. Don't seek someone to pass that burden to. There will be plenty of excuses, but remember, they're all just self-deception. Was there perhaps a dishonorable senior among those who studied here before? Well. If there had been, by now wouldn't they recognize their shame and appear to apologize? Well. If there had been, by now wouldn't they recognize their shame and appear to apologize? That kid seemed to sense it. Of course, he must have realized it was about me. Yes, I felt it too. It's shameful for a junior to have his faults exposed before his followers. It wasn't bad. Wasn't that a bit cruel for that child? How could it be? It's natural to take responsibility for a blood relative's mistakes. That bastard, he must have had a rough time. So stop dismissing him so lightly. There are things to prepare for tomorrow, so let go. Tomorrow's tasks. Today I'll have you learn about the sword. Swordsmanship at Mount Hua may seem strange, I suppose. But the most commonly used weapon in the martial world is the sword, so there's no harm in learning it. Is that senior the one? Yes, the one who supposedly was the only one to defeat Little Sword Empress of Zhongnan. And also faced a demonic cultivator at Zhongnan Mountain. Certainly. It seems this series of incidents has become quite the topic. With Mount Hua's martial arts, one can reach a realm where they break spears and swords, but not everyone can become a master. For that reason. That child's name was definitely Baek Un-ho, wasn't it? So timid and deficient compared to others just like me 5 years ago. Then today I'll show you the curved plumb sword techniques. The senior helping you in this lesson will be serving as an assistant instructor. Un-ho? Yes. I'm Baek Un-ho, one of Mount Hua's 3 great disciples. It brings back memories. 5 years ago, Master Gong Yakan demonstrated here. And now here I am, showing the curved plumb sword techniques just as he did back then. That's all. What? I expected something more from a senior. It's no different from the basics we learned at home. Isn't it too simple? But if it's that much, maybe I could do it too. It's a common reaction. After all, I think it's important to gain the courage of, maybe I can do that too. So this level is just right. Different from your expectations, right? But you mustn't neglect such fundamentals. However, it's hard to truly grasp just through words alone. Your senior will directly show you why the fundamentals of the curved plumb sword are so important. Master. Applications excluded only the basics of the curved plumb sword. Yes. What do you think? This is the curved plumb sword you'll learn. You're trying to establish the existence of Sword Sect, aren't you? Yes. You and I are currently the center of Mount Hua. It's truly the momentum of riding a tiger. I understand the sect elders who pursue Chi sect, but, momentum of riding a tiger, the dangerous position of being committed to a course of action. At this time when UNHO is even talked about as the little immortal sword, I must show why the Sword Sect is necessary. You sparred with Senior Sai today, didn't you? It's been a while since the Zhongnan incident. Is it because Nam Gung Cheol is sticking to you? How did you know? The kids who attended that class came back all excited and gushing about it. Since it's the first day, Uncle Jongyuk came down for a bit to give a special lecture on elixirs, so the kids who followed were hoping I'd show them something too. Haha. By the way, you haven't been visiting much lately, have you? You used to pester me every other day to spar. That's because you're hanging around with that strange Namgung guy. Young Lord Nam Gung Cheol. Yes, and today he has an appointment with the Outer Hall Master. No wonder it feels so empty. Because that guy's not here. Wait, empty. What on earth was I thinking just now? Anyway, that person whenever I think they might say something useful, it turns out to be just boasting about themselves. He's exactly the type I hate. That's pathological at this point. Well. Anyway, since we've run into each other, let's have a light spar, yeah. And so I clashed with a Haiyan once more, but I definitely didn't feel anything particularly special. The power itself has increased, but using the flow, the sword follows intention easily. And after my full power strike is destroyed, victory is decided lightly. When I recently crossed swords with Master, I definitely felt something though. I get the sense. That will definitely become a stepping stone for growth. Junior. Gasp. I'm not even surprised anymore. I heard the rumors. It's become quite famous among the kids, though not quite as much as me. Come to think of it. Maybe. Could that person be the key to the questions I've been facing? Despite not being a peak master, he emanates an aura approaching the peak. And when drawing his sword, the momentum rivals a master at full power. Though his feet are bound by human limits, his fingertips clearly touch beyond those limits. If I were to spar with that person. Young Lord Nam Gung. Didn't you say you wanted to spar with me? Despite not being a peak master, he emanates an aura approaching the peak. And when drawing his sword, the momentum rivals a master at full power. Though his feet are bound by human limits, his fingertips clearly touch beyond those limits. If I were to spar with that person. Young Lord Nam Gung. Didn't you say you wanted to spar with me? That's the essence of Emperor Heart. Formula. Unlike ordinary strong energy, it's closer to the manifestation of true chi with special characteristics, but the power itself cannot be ignored. The trajectory, the magnitude of force, and the intention. I can see it all. This is his true ability. Concise and heavy. My body naturally tenses up. Though crude, it's a force that cuts flesh and breaks bone in a single strike. They say a trained martial artist's body is like solid armor, but if this hits, an enormous impact would be transmitted. Like an iron mace. Heavenly riding steps. An advanced martial art that emphasizes freedom. Indiana advancing and retreating, perfectly escaping the magnitude, trajectory, and even the axis of kinetic force. Because of this, the reaction is delayed by just a fraction of a moment. But what if I move even faster than that? This strange feeling. The Emperor's sword form isn't working properly. I don't know what trick he's pulling, but if that's the case, his energy suddenly. TCH. Hey Junior, why aren't you using that? Don't tell me you didn't have time. I know what you're getting at. You're talking about the sword body unity and sword energy I showed before. It's a spar, not a life or death battle. There's something I want to gain. So you were training against my sword all along. Normally I'd say that's too arrogant, but... Well, did you gain anything? No, not yet. Is that so? Don't be too disappointed. For ordinary people, enlightenment comes maybe once in a lifetime. Well, geniuses like me are different though. Here we go again. So, about that. Won't you give this older brother some enlightenment too? That momentum when you face the demonic cultivator. You'll need to brace yourself. The scope of self extends to the sword. However, what becomes the center is still self, the subject that is to me. The true chi, body, and mind that I, Baek Un-ho, have built up become unified in this moment. It's coming. That strike from my junior will be the answer I need to surpass the wall to the peak. The answer to overcome this high barrier called the peak that has blocked me, a man who has never struggled with martial arts or learning. So, did you realize anything? Ha 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 ha. Even though I'm a genius, I guess understanding it all at once is too much. Then how about, one more time? Whoa, calm down. Junior, isn't that kind of sword difficult to use twice? As you can see, my sword is in this state too. How about we try again in 3 days? You still have more to gain from my sword too, right? Actually, I didn't feel what I was hoping for from Nam Gung Cheol, but separately, I've become interested in that Emperor sword form. It means I couldn't properly break through it until the very end. Oh no. What about my sword? This is valuable. Finding that method could also become a stepping stone for growth, couldn't it? Good. Then. 3 days from now, evening time. Let's cross swords again at this place. It's already been 3 years since the spar with Baek Un-ho. This child can certainly reach the principles. Like sword god Chong Eugene, toward principles I have not reached. That's why I became more attached and worried. After that spar, the first year showed anger. The next year showed haggardness. Yet currently that child even shows a strange unworldliness. Baek Un-ho. I worried about that orphaned, struggling fellow so much, even stopping Jiang Guang. And you repay me like this? Humans sometimes even deceive themselves. Because it's painful to face the truth that you are weak. If you turn your eyes away even slightly and deceive yourself, many things change. Did you take that much pride in remembering just a few more phrases than me on the first day? Was it for such a trivial reason? Yes, perhaps it was. Because that was my first defeat. Yes. The most difficult thing is the first acknowledgement. What on earth have I been doing all this time? It's far too easy to substitute action with words. As a child, I didn't know that, and by the time I did, it was already too late. So now I try to act. It's ridiculous. I truly thought I had changed, but seeing the results, that too was a misunderstanding. Zhongnan has changed. Then Mount Hua can change too, can't it? Master. My wrongs are my own. How can I? If the same mistake repeats, it's not an individual problem but a structural one. I thought it unavoidable because it was a long tradition, but Zhongnan, they broke a prohibition that had lasted 700 years. In comparison, isn't a 70-year tradition too light? In Mount Hua, only this master both recognizes it as a problem and possesses the ability and will to change it. It will be difficult since even the sect leader opposes it, but I'll try. Master. Yes, that's fortunate. Take this. It's called blood-purifying Pilayan elixir that clears the blood to aid training. It came to me as a gift, but I thought you needed it more. Thank you, grandfather. Good. But I heard Hyanmo will lead a class this time. And I heard you're participating as an assistant instructor. Wouldn't it be better to focus more on training? No. As master said. There's much to be gained from teaching. Is that so? Then work hard. Yes, I will do my best. Wrong. That's not it. Lower your shoulders. Be careful with your arms. The children are showing more enthusiasm this year than in the past. Of course. Mount Hua's core martial arts promise the realm of ascension, but it's generally necessary to commit oneself to training for 30 years in order to reach first-rate level. So if you train ceaselessly for 30 years. But not all 184 disciples here can remain at the main sect. If the probability that someone will descend to the secular world after 3 years of training is high. Add to that the demonstration of UNHO who grew strong in such a short time. Children who thought their origins were lowly or talents insufficient became obsessed with this class. It's precisely the situation I wanted. It's okay to have no friends. Let's work hard. Master said that just earnestly learning the curved plum sword alone lets you take care of yourself. Since it's advice from Hyunjong, supposedly at the peak level. It certainly shouldn't end at just third rate. Little immortal sword Senior Beck. This time, you corrected my posture. Like this. Was that one technique? This is the worst among the kids gathered here. Your body's flexibility is lacking a bit. Your Achilles tendon is naturally a little short. That's why your posture won't naturally come out. What? There's nothing to be too shocked about. Just as everyone's appearance differs, so too do people's muscles and bone structure. You just have an Achilles tendons a little shorter than average. What should I do then? Put more effort into your daily morning foundational breathing cultivation training. For growing tendons and bones flexible and strong, few martial arts in the world compare. This is it. You realized you're not special and look disappointed. I was like that too. Looking at this child, truly. Those days when I alone was meager come to mind. Don't be too disheartened. It's only been 5 days since you entered, hasn't it? Like this senior, if you diligently practice, you can do it too. Yes, senior. Looking at this child, truly. Those days when I alone was meager come to mind. Don't be too disheartened. It's only been 5 days since you entered, hasn't it? Like this senior, if you diligently practice, you can do it too. Yes, senior. Hey, where are you going now? It's what I always forced UNHO to do. The floor of Mount Hua's great training ground has special treatment making it ideal for improving oneself. But of course, that too has a lifespan. The efficiency differs depending on location. So you're deliberately trying to sit in a place with good efficiency. You're from the second gate of BLU Fortress. Yes. And you're from the Xingyan School, right? Yes, yes. That's correct. Both are sects near Dongting Lake. Are you experiencing the relationship between large and small sects here in advance? Like me and Baek Un-ho 6 years ago. What do you think is most important in learning Mount Hua's martial arts? That is inner energy. The foundation of all martial arts is inner energy, and ultimately it's required to reach the realm of ascension. Wrong. While inner energy is most important in martial arts, what's most important in learning martial arts is none other than the sincerity to be able to learn that inner energy. Even for me, unless it's something unavoidable like an injury, I've never skipped a single morning foundational breathing cultivation class. I do that too. What about you? Me too. Yes, admirable. But among those who didn't stay at Mount Hua's main sect, many were also children who never once skipped training just like you. That difference is also sincerity. One who sleeps half a coup longer and one who wakes half a coup earlier are not the same. When sincere living attitudes accumulate, sincerity changes the person themselves. Just as that child did. If I had been the one doing that instead of Baek Un-ho. Before I knew it, dawn was breaking. It can't be helped, the place is already quite full. Why don't you take my seat? What? But senior. I can manage over there, so it's fine. If there's anything blocking your progress, raise your hand anytime. Thank you so much. The person to thank isn't me, but work hard. 3 years is long, and no one knows what will happen. Perception expands. You've worked hard. Yes. Facing sword-body unity is truly difficult. The boundary between first-rate and peak wasn't hard because it's deep and wide, but what I need is that sword-body unity. I need to examine it more carefully. That strange sense returns again. Is it because he's a peak master? Or because our swordsmanship is identical? It feels like the latter somehow. Supreme Ancestor Cheng Jin said. Be true to the fundamentals. Don't do a hasty viewing of mountains from horseback. Then they will become great help facing walls. The peak is still a distant matter, but he definitely didn't speak carelessly. And take this. Light Shadow Sword. That's a copy, so be careful it doesn't leak out. I mentioned the original beforehand, so you can apply to the archive pavilion to see it. Some passages have damaged characters, so they're written in small script. 71 characters were restored by my master, and the rest I recovered myself. I know your talent is exceptional, but learning martial arts only from the manuals is extremely difficult, so don't force yourself. Before attempting anything, consult with me first. Do you understand? Eyes lacking the usual greed, showing genuine sincerity. Yes, I will remember that. Indeed. I understand why this swordsmanship was abandoned. There are many missing sections, and there's nothing practical to apply in real combat. Yes, this light shadow sword is a typical ceremonial sword technique. It's gorgeous and its tempo control is impressive, but there are better methods to deceive opponents, and if deception fails, the danger returning is too fatal. Is that really all there is? Light shadow sword, truly fitting. Are you showing US light shadow sword? But this is nothing more than a ceremonial sword technique no matter how you look at it. Could it be that you emphasized fundamentals, and now it's time to take a breather? This brat. I didn't leave behind anything useless. Gasp. Oh no. This is troublesome. I think I need to go back today. What? Isn't this the first time since entering the Mongwon realm that I've been broken without being cut by a sword? Thanks to that, my mind and body are much lighter than usual, but my curiosity has only grown. This banishment also didn't seem to come from Supreme Ancestor Cheng Jin's will. I didn't leave behind anything useless, huh? Curved plum sword. Plum farmer sword. Purple cloud sword. All three swordplay techniques were created by different masters not belonging to the same lineage. It's natural that the three differ greatly, but they share one subtle commonality. All three, while leaning toward one extreme of swordsmanship, clearly point toward something. Zhongnan's pure yang and Tai, Nangung's emperor, these are paths to completion themselves. But they are different. While pointing to the realm of ascension, they seem insufficient to call them martial arts reaching completion. No, they feel more like tools created under different objectives. If all Mount Hua's swordplay techniques were organized under Supreme Ancestor Cheng Jin's intention, leaving what should be left. I need to examine the manuals carefully once more. Zhongnan's pure yang and Tai, Nangung's emperor, these are paths to completion themselves. But they are different. While pointing to the realm of ascension, they seem insufficient to call them martial arts reaching completion. No, they feel more like tools created under different objectives. If all Mount Hua's swordplay techniques were organized under Supreme Ancestor Cheng Jin's intention, leaving what should be left. I need to examine the manuals carefully once more. Junior. It's finally today. Weren't we supposed to meet in the afternoon? Something came up. If it's the assistant instructor work for the sword class, don't worry about it. I already got permission in advance from both your sect leader and mine. What? No, just, when? Hahaha, why does that matter? What's important is that you and I can teach these children on such a fine day. I didn't mention it out of modesty, but... Isn't your younger brother the heir to the secular world's first sword gate? Moreover, countless women of the martial world call me the jade-faced sword dragon. The jade-faced sword dragon is news to us. Isn't young Lord Nam Gung's epithet the Ansuhi Abyss? That was my nickname from my studies back then. It seems the news hasn't spread much in Shangxi. Come on, let's go. Oh, welcome. Today I'm taking on the role of Special Assistant Instructor Nam Gung Cheol. You already know, but I'm the heir of the Namgung family, and I'm on sworn brother-like terms with UNHO here, though it's more me unilaterally calling him brother. By the way, what kind of person am I lately? Anyway, that's enough, let's start. He's showing off like that to the kids too. The children from Anhui province where the Namgung family reigns are shining their eyes the brightest. To interact so comfortably with such an amazing person. Senior UNHO, you're truly incredible. Go take your seats quickly. Now, today we'll pair up and train. 2 at a time, gather. That child. Again like the old me. Hey, you there. Yes. You, that you. Yeah. Your name was Jang Ho, right? You, the one a head taller than others. You. Will be paired with that child. What? But. I wanted to practice with someone who'd be most helpful to my training. Do you think who you cross swords with right now is important? Or, do you think my attention on you is what's important? It seems like the latter to me. What are you doing? What? It's something your junior will be grateful for. Junior, weren't you planning to spar directly with that child just now? That can't happen. What that child needs isn't unnecessary attention from adults. But an opportunity to fit in with peers. Kid geniuses such as you would never understand. If you had been in that child situation, you would have looked down on everyone else with that pride. But ordinary people are different. Well, though I myself am no ordinary person. I'm a super genius beyond genius, right? Was that? I don't think I looked down on anyone, I just always ran at full strength wanting to stay at the main sect. I got angry at Junhyung and Jang Guang too, because they were villains encroaching on time precious to me. Anyways, just focus on the class now. And I'm planning to properly show you Namgung's sword while I'm at it. Yes, let's do that. Got a new sword, huh? After spending nearly 2 weeks together, I think I understand something. Hiding something can be done in pitch-black darkness, but placing it among people blinded by such brightness is also an effective method. Now let me show you a demonstration. It's time. Today will be a bit harder. I've adapted somewhat to you. Facing a genius always brings such difficulties along with it. The super genius seems to be talking about me rather than himself. Come on. As expected, still pressing down with that heavy weight. Though I haven't found the answer. Through calculation and adaptability, I can get close to it. I add the variable emperor sword form to my usual calculations. That way I analyze the human named Nam Gung Cheol who uses it. My sword isn't connecting properly. About 3/10. I still have the advantage, but could it be that he's already placed his entire body under his control? Even for a genius, that requires time. I won our last match, but that was only possible because I deliberately waited for his sword-body unity half complete. In reality, instead of clashing head-on, would dodge or target him. So this time I'm building the design step by step. Just 3 more steps ahead. Strange, it feels like I'm sinking into a swamp. Something's coming. This is fun. Yeah, let me try. Playing along with you, brother. The momentum has changed. You noticed. Then, even if I'm still lacking. Now. Just 3 more steps ahead. Strange, it feels like I'm sinking into a swamp. Something's coming. This is fun. Yeah, brother. Let me try. Playing along with you. The momentum has changed. You noticed. Then, even if I'm still lacking. It has to be now. Deja vu. This feeling of sensation greatly expanding. Drat, this. Guess I'll be visiting the smithy again in just a few days. Well, considering the previous sword was better, similar results are actually a positive outcome. What's positive seems to be your way of thinking, not the sword, young lord. Anyway, I swung the sword 3 breaths too early. I should have accumulated more energy. If I'd swung it properly, could I have cut through completely? Ahem. Brother, more than that, I personally have something I'm curious about. What do you say we exchange information and grow knowledgeable? Surely you have questions you want me to answer, don't you? Let's agree not to pry into secret techniques. Alright. But I'll ask the first question. That technique. Tell me about the martial arts that have overcome that technique so far. Ha, indeed. Truly my brother. That's a sharp question. To give you the answer you need. Shaolin's marrow cleansing. Among Shaolin's representatives like muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing, to specifically mention marrow cleansing. So it's inner energy after all. Enough to resist that strange sensation. Besides just inner energy, hasn't there been a case where someone broke through it? Well. When grandfather was still young, I heard he fought the pirate king of Zhejiang province to a draw. He was someone among the 17 heavenly martial stars rumored to have meager inner energy. The pirate king of Zhejiang province said to have reached the pinnacle of illusionary swordplay. Emperor sword form should be the natural enemy of such swords. How did he manage a draw? Now then. Let me ask 2 questions. Ugh. First, what did you feel was lacking in my sword? I didn't expect this question. Balance. I think. What? I thought that was my greatest strength. But if that's what you think, it can't be helped. Then for the second. In your opinion, what's the best way to solve my problem? Is it okay for the second question not to be about Mount Hua's sword either? Of course. The first was a bit hard to accept, but you don't seem like someone who'd answer carelessly without basis. Alright. In my view, there are no flaws in your sword, young lord. Powerful true chi and skilled application, speed, variation, power. Your technique execution and situational judgment are adequate, but that ultimately seems to be the result of artificial adjustment. A balance where everything else is forcibly pulled down to match what's most lacking. In other words, young lord, you're trying to overcome my strength with your weakness. Weakness with strength. There are 2 solutions. Either abandon that method. Or just keep training as you are. What? Why keep training like this if it? Sometimes when quantity reaches its limit, it causes qualitative change, they say. Indeed. That's right, that was what Supreme Ancestor Chengmu Jin told me long ago. He appears to have realized something. Somehow. This story seems to have an extremely important lesson for me too. If I was born with his powerful talent. Remember. What's important isn't quantity but quality. Of course, quantity reaching its limit eventually causes qualitative change, but depending on the person, aiming for qualitative advancement is more advantageous. Perhaps. Young lord, that strange technique. Could I see it one more time? Suddenly. But my sword is in this state. This guy, while talking to me, seems to have realized something himself too. The swords don't need to clash. Just enough to feel the sensation. Ho ho. This, young lord, has no energy left, so it's impossible, but might this older brother grant his dear younger brother's request? At this point, even being annoying is endearing. Yes, older brother. This younger brother humbly requests. Ha ha ha, alright then. I'll show you with all my power. Are you that pleased? Watch carefully. The momentum of Emperor Sword form. Intangible energy stimulates my body in a meaningful form. I feel my body naturally tensing. Sudden enlightenment, gradual cultivation. Curved plum sword. First technique. Blossoming in snow. How? With just a single downward strike. He completely escaped the Emperor Sword form's influence. This is a true genius. How? With just a single downward strike. He completely escaped the Emperor Sword form's influence. This is a true genius. Everyone around me calls me a genius. The only person to pass the imperial exams in Anhui province in the last 100 years. Namgung Cheol. So naturally, it wasn't just the Namgung family, but all of Anhui province that had placed great hopes on me. But I know the truth. I'm the best of the talented, but not a genius. Without any backing, a child who first learned academia at age 10. Caught up to me in just 5 years. Compared to that, what am I? Would I have even passed the imperial exams if I weren't the eldest son of the Namgung family, or if this wasn't Anhui province? I feel exactly the same as I did back then. Even though I didn't pull off the perfect emperor sword form. How did you escape it? Don't tell me you reached the peak at that age, which is of course impossible. Thank you for sparring with me. Spare the thanks, and give me an explanation instead. What exactly happened? Even with my genius-level insight, this is hard to comprehend. That's... Oh no, this lacking younger brother can't explain to older brother. If a smart younger brother explained it to a less smart older brother, that would be one thing. I am curious, but... Would you really make me admit that with my own mouth? It's not even empty words, but to someone actually superior to me. This is completely different from the reverse situation. Wait, I'm pretty sure earlier someone wished for sworn brotherhood instead of help. If that's the case, I could cancel it. Fine. I get it. Hyun-jong, please explain to this older brother. Did you perhaps grasp the beginning of the peak realm? That's actually... ambiguous. Ambiguous? Like the intent behind your question, I haven't stepped into the boundary of the peak. But with just blossoming in snow, I seem to be able to control myself completely. To control yourself completely. The standard for the peak realm varies by sect and family, and among them, there are places that define it as, the ability to completely control oneself. In other words, the moment my younger brother uses, blossoming in snow, he falls within the boundary known as a peak master. I understand what you're thinking, but... it's probably not that. Rather than reaching the peak, isn't it more like one of the paths leading there? And... I finally understand that special feeling I sense from Master. Memories carved into the body, not the mind. What Mount Hua calls the condition for the peak is, completion of the microcosm. But my instincts scream that just completing this is enough to reach the peak realm. Strangely enough, Mount Hua's sword techniques now don't lead toward the peak, they only show the path. So then, what was Supreme Ancestor's intention in touching all 8 Mount Hua sword techniques? What's certain is, it's definitely not just the end called peak for humans. This meeting was scheduled to be held in Wushan. Gung Hyo, this incident will likely lead to the establishment of a temporary alliance. So considering the current atmosphere of the martial world, Mount Hua needs to show a strong hand. Speaking plainly, recently this period is all about raising the 3 great disciples, so our manpower is tight, and choosing disciples is difficult. Considering the situation, wouldn't Flame Director be the best option? About that. This master wants to lend some help. What do you think? Help? Surely Master isn't going to personally. I'd like to, but the former sect leader finds that difficult. If I step forward, other sects will feel too burdened. Instead, how about senior brother Qin Yu and senior brother Qin Gong? Those 2 sages? Certainly if those 2 went together, even against the 17 heavenly martial stars there'd be no problem. But would those 2 seniors really step forward? Ha ha ha. Recently those 2 have become interested in a certain child. If I send him along with that child, they'll probably step forward eagerly. A child they're interested in. Could it be? Yes. That child of the sword sect. Baek Un-ho. Not being stuck on one single path, but competing. Complementing each other, to advance toward a more brilliant Mount Hua. Because of that child, many of the 3 great disciples, especially most children with insufficient talent, are devoted to sword training. But as I said back then, even if my personal feelings can't accept it. Zhongnan changed, and the demonic cult is stirring again. The martial world is changing, rapidly. But Master doesn't seem to like that. Fortunately, the meditation technique that child learned is Embracing Essence. Embracing Essence barely receives Mount Hua's influence until reaching the 3rd stage, so isn't he the perfect candidate to send for something like this? Plus recently he's been bringing Mount Hua's name the most prominently. With those 2 seniors Qin Yu and Qin Gong, his name will be overshadowed by theirs. Yes, I understand. Yes, this old one will. Give effort a try. What? Wushan. But if Master doesn't go, who will lead the overview of sword techniques? Who said I was going? Only you are going. What? I've seen the other children, but you're the first. Should have brought something delicious. It can't be helped. Come. I'm called Qin Yu. Qin Gong. From being with absolute peak masters for so long, it naturally shows. They're incredible monsters. Why aren't people like this among the 17 heavenly martial stars? I'm Baek Un-ho. I'm learning from Senior Hyunjong. Yeah, Un-ho. Take care of yourself for a while. So this is Mount Hua's true strength. Going to Wushan with people like these. Keep the talk brief. It's time to depart. What, already? Okay. Let's go, to Wushan. Wushan is currently the central city connecting Wuchang and Hanyang, the two major prosperous cities of the empire. To accommodate the overflowing population, they even incorporated what was essentially an empty village called Hangkou. By now, IT has become an affluent district known for its convenient public order and transportation. So that's Wushan right there. Is this your first time, brother? Yes. This is my first time in Hubei province itself. Hehe, would you believe this was a barren village just 50 years ago? A barren village? But the whole city is made of tile roofs. I can't believe it. Well, it's completely different now. Anyway, this is where we stop for now. What? Don't be shocked. I'm still the young master of the Namgung family. We've come this far, so we can't stay at someone else's place and abandon our own. See that mansion with the blue tile roof? That's our villa. When father first purchased it, the family called him extravagant. But now the price has skyrocketed 8 times. It became father's greatest achievement. Let's put down our luggage and have fun. We'll treat you properly like a noble family should. You had dietary restrictions, right? That's unfortunate. Then how about this old? I have no dietary restrictions. Same for portion size. If a sage visits, they're always welcome. Father will be delighted too. When talking to me, you laugh fake. Fake laughter. That's a misunderstanding. I'm just nervous because you're an elder. Enough. Anyway, I'll put down my luggage and go with this child. For dinner, please focus on delicious meat dishes. Will Senior Sage Qin Gong be joining us as well? No. I have other matters to attend to. Don't worry about it. Understood. Then I'll see you this evening, Sage Qin Yu. Come too, brother. There's lots of good things besides food. Understood. The Namgung family. I should. This is practically a royal palace, isn't it? The Namgung family. The accommodation we arrived at, Taekshuan Manor, was also very splendid, I thought. But it turned out to be nothing. I knew it, but seeing it in person, they really are people of great family power. That's why you shouldn't judge people by appearances. Oh. You came, brother. You're a bit late. Sage Qin Yu arrived first and started eating. Thank you for the invitation to this honorable place. But the person behind. Didn't I mention? She's my younger sister. Am Gung Hai. The most beautiful woman in Anhue's celestial flower. They call her no exaggeration, right? Older brother, really. She's a very beautiful woman. With a mature air like a Haiyan. This would be our first meeting. I'm Baek Un-ho. Brother, you can't just say it like that. You've heard before, but here again. When it comes to my brother Un-ho, he's the only one to defeat Little Sword Empress. And with me, he suppressed a demonic cultivator with a single strike, so this is the little immortal sword I've only heard about from brother in stories. Little immortal sword called Baek Un-ho. Speaking of which, I had something I wanted to ask, is there perhaps a suitable place to train in Wushan? The price of land here is not normal. With few training grounds and they're all on the outskirts. A place to train. Can't you just use here? Really? But. Hey, brother, what are you thinking? No need to be cautious. Use my personal training space, make yourself comfortable. Or how about trying it now? I have some time too, to test our swords with Hyeah is curious too, right? Yes. Good, then let's move to a better spot. By my nature, I wanted to have a rematch between my Emperor sword form and your sword from the last clash we had before. But unfortunately, I don't have enough time, and it would burden Hyeah. How about we test our swords with pure technique? Using only the basics. That's fine. Come whenever it suits you. Hyeah, watch carefully. This man is someone this older brother truly respects. Still a strong and heavy sword. And the balance that was excellent before has become even sharper, hasn't it? Impressive. To exchange blows at this level using just basic sword techniques. Plus, a solid sword that doesn't lose even when sparring with older brother. Little immortal sword. Baek Un-ho. Just so you know, when I cross swords with brother, my heart really races. But a lot of time has passed. It's unfortunate, but I look forward to next time. Ugh, why are there so many pointless family matters, honestly? Haha. We can do it next time, can't we? What did you think? Our guest here. Indeed, he truly lives up to the title of Little Immortal Sword. Little Immortal Sword. That's just empty fame. No, not that. As a man. Isn't he impressive? Why yes. No wait. It's older brother. What are you saying? Wahaha. I'm joking. Anyway, you can use the training room here comfortably, yes, older brother. You're impressive. What did you say? I'd like to talk more with Baek Un-ho. Are you serious? Yes, older brother. Now please go take care of your business, don't you think I'd be in the way? What? Understood. I'll leave first, forgive me for not reading the mood. Oh, please go carefully please take care. I'll see you later. This spells trouble, no matter what. Staying alone in the same space with such a beautiful woman would be quite difficult. Little Immortal Sword, I heard this was your first time in Wushan. If you don't mind, would you like to take a walk through Wushan with me and slowly talk things over? Opening so the 9 sects and several families are gathering in Wushan for unity. So, what sort of faces are showing up? The confirmed members so far are Shaolin, Wudong, and Murong and Ping families. What about Mount Hua and Namgung? Sages Qin Gong and Qin Yu came down from the mountain, and Namgung's family head came to Wushan directly. Qin Gong and Qin Yu. So Mount Hua also recognizes this as a major matter. They're unveiling the sharp swords they've kept locked away. But they've been hidden for 10 years. Plus, considering their age is close to 80, it's hard to believe their power increased. Chuckle, do you think others are all fools so they'd be wary of the gap between absolute peak and supreme peak is bigger than the gap between first rate and peak? Let alone considering Mount Hua martial arts characteristics. So what will we do? What do we do? Just keep lying low as before. It's all because the demonic cult bastards have been quiet lately. The martial world has been too peaceful. If the demonic cult bastards would just cause a fuss, we'd benefit greatly from the chaos. Understood. So we don't get involved in this Wushan matter. Right. Just manage the South Sea pirates well as you have been. However, if you show no action at all, that will also raise suspicion. This old beggar should go beg for some party food. You personally? Yes, and I want to accurately gauge the strength of those old men in the blue faction. Understood. I'll have the kids ready. Yes, then just a moment. Let me go get a drink. Wushan's manner. Looks like you're about to attack the demonic cult immediately. How could that be? We're just applying pressure. Zhongnan is angry to this degree right now. So you all fight with full power too. That's how it goes. That may be so, but to use something for just that reason. The previous generation masters like Sword Immortal Tai and even Supreme Ancestor Zhuge Zhan have been deployed. You're making too big a deal. Not all previous generation masters are monsters. No matter how inner energy makes humans superhuman, the body still ages. There are limits to restraint. After the early ADS, which is the realm of Supreme Peak Masters, it's about how well they maintain their skills. But older brother, Mount Hua, is different. Over there, at least the timeline gets pushed back 10 years. With the extended period comes greater room for growth, so there's nothing more to say. It's psychological warfare. With Sword Immortal Tai's death, Zhongnan did weaken, but they're stronger than our Zhuge Zhan. Don't forget. We're not participating out of anger and revenge like Zhongnan, but to utilize this situation for the Zhuge family's revival. And don't forget the surveillance of Open Alliance and Sea Dragon Gang. We don't know what they might pull. I'll remember that, older brother. A life spent wandering without parents. The tragedy at village Zuojiazwang. The effort to stay at Mount Hua's main sect. Meeting Supreme Ancestor Cheng Majin and relentless training every day since. My life has only been made of struggle. I thought enjoying anything besides training was a luxury. I had to grow stronger and survive. That's what I thought. But I don't know if it's okay to spend time like this. Aside from the designated food, elixir pill, I can't eat anything. Then I won't eat either while I'm with young Lord Beck. There's no need to do that. If you see me eating, young Lord Baek will desire to eat too. Then just meeting me would become a burden for you. I don't like that. I want to see young Lord Baek often and get to know him better. Even if it's just idle chat without doing anything special, strangely this is fun. Maybe it's okay to have time for things like this sometimes. But young Lord Baek. That place over there is unusually noisy. What's going on? It seems like people from a new sect have arrived. Should we go check it out? Baek Un-ho. Oh, you came. I thought if it's Jongnan sect, you'd come too. Wow, nice to see you. How long has it been? We need to spar again soon. I'm down for it. I even know a good training spot nearby. The funeral, was it held properly? That must have been tough. Thanks. But who's next to you? This is Nam Gung Hai, young miss of the Namgung family, older brother Nam Gung's sister. Young Miss Nam Gung Hai. This is Jonghwa, a disciple of Jongnan. She's my close friend. Close friend. Little Sword Empress of Jongnan. I've heard the rumors. I'm Nam Gung Hai. I'm Jonghwa. Unfortunately my travels haven't been extensive. No, I'm not someone worthy of rumors. Most beautiful woman in Manhua, celestial flower, wasn't it? Your older brother said so. Oh no. That's just older brother teasing me. Huh, is that so? From what I see, the rumors ring true. Why you too, young Lord Baek? Wait, Baek Un-ho, are you training properly in martial arts these days? Of course. Young Lord Baek was just practicing at our place until a moment ago. Young Lord Baek. Personal training ground. Well, you'd understand if you've been here before, but finding a training ground in Wushan is difficult. So I borrowed the practice hall from older brother Nam Gung. Ha, how nice. Training in such a fancy place. Still, why are you doing that? I didn't even sense your energy. What a waste of the facility. What's going on with you? Did you take the wrong medicine or eat something bad, or not eat at all? No, idiot, not that. I ate well. Oh ho. Young Baek, little sword Miss Jonghwa, how about we move this conversation to our place? My older brother will be happy to see Miss Jonghwa too. Near the Wushan docks. Chuckle chuckle, this is quite a foul stench. Pirate King, one of the 17 heavenly martial stars, Pirate King of the South Sea. Of course. Look at those people. They clearly haven't bathed in a week. Rotten fish smell mixed with rotten people. Can't we go to a nicer place? If it's about money, I'll give you the money I've saved. Didn't I tell you? This old man is quite famous on land, so it gets tiring. Besides, money. Where did you get it? I saved the allowance grandmother gave me little by little. Unlike someone I know. Hey, what do you take your grandfather for? I invested well in everything. If it succeeds, you'll earn in one day what you saved all that time. How about it? Doesn't it sound tempting? Trust this grandfather and invest once, did you know? I bought several houses in Wushan with our granddaughter's allowance. With just the money I've lost so far, I could have bought a whole castle. Who said that? Grandmother. Huh. But grandmother said you'd never invest again. Whistle, you invested in good places. How much more? Well, not that much. Around 1,000 taels. What? Silver, right? It has to be silver. What is it? I'll be 20 next year, so I'm not falling for things like that anymore, right? Ahahaha. Just how many times did you trick your granddaughter, that you live hearing things like that? Stop. Don't come any closer. Isn't this kind of treatment too cold for your only ally? Ally? You stink, so get out while I'm being nice. Stink? But there's no smell. You crazy thing. You don't even realize your own filth. You keep saying dirty. I'll have you know I bathed not long ago when it rained heavily. Bathed? That heavy rain was a month ago. You're quite clever to find me. Did you need a rest spot? I have beggars spread all over the country, so finding you isn't that hard. Amusing. Just because people call you the beggar king, you think you're the king of all the country's beggars. How many beggars in the Central Plains belong to the Open Alliance? Easily over 50,000. Your pirate bastards are at most in the thousands. Ho, are you confident? If you are, challenge me anytime. I'll crush you thoroughly. Hee hee. Just joking, just joking. Anyway, even with age, your dirty nature doesn't change. What good does fighting do? We just end up aiding our enemies. Fine. I'll back off. But. You've gotten weak, Pirate King. I hope we don't meet next time. Then it won't end as a joke. Grandfather. It's fine. He's clever like no other, so there's no reason to touch him now. Rather, why did he show up now? It's strange. He's not the type to reveal himself without reason. He backed off way too easily. Could it be because attention is on Wushan right now? The 9 sects and 7 families have all gathered after all. That could be it. So we should also carefully move to a lodging in Hangzhou, shouldn't we? What? No, too expensive. I'd rather invest that money. What? This geezer. So your granddaughter's life means nothing. Ahem. In Wushan, I can at least buy you some pork. Sigh. Then at least buy that for me. Wushan's manor. How are Kunlun and your grandfather? They should arrive in about 4 days. Anyway, even though they're far away, they never seem to arrive early for once. I humbly ask for your understanding. Well, what can you do anyway? How's the surroundings? Around 600 beggars. About 30 pirates seem to have entered. This is so ignorant. Just bring the useful ones, not to fill the head count. The elite would be around 20. Still, each family is monitoring with select warriors. Don't worry. However, to avoid the notice of the Begar King and Pirate King, detailed reconnaissance is difficult. That's fine. No matter how crude those bastards are, they won't side with the demonic cult. But Nam Gung Bik, your grandfather, must never find out about this. If he learns that a pirate came, it'll just cause unnecessary commotion. Grandfather gets so excited at the mention of Pirate King, no one can stop him. I'll remember. UNHO couldn't understand the reason at all. Just days ago, the time was so good. But now it's just uncomfortable. I'd rather cross swords than endure this. Why is it so tense between them? I really don't understand why they're like this. Ho. So you really don't understand? Are you deceiving me? Or are you really that dumb? Moreover, do we even need formal distance while discussing this? This is crazy. As Supreme Ancestor. You're the worst kind. A bad disciple requires special training. Brace yourself. Last night at the Mongwon realm, the beating was especially harsh. Supreme Ancestor seemed to know the answer. This is frustrating, brother. Do you truly not know the reason? Do you know, older brother? Isn't it obvious? 2 women yearning for 1 man. Why yearning? Someone like Miss Nam Gung. I'm just a close friend with Zhonghua. How foolish. Strong men naturally attract women's hearts. Besides, when have friendships existed between men and... Then isn't that an even bigger problem? What's so bad about it? It's simple. Your older brother has a very clear solution. Curious? Oh. Really? I'm curious. Just decide the order. Who's the main wife? What? By the way, if you make Hyeah the second, you'll have to cross swords with our father and grandfather. What kind of? Hyeah is the eldest, so they dote on her. Be careful. Wushan was a very developed commercial city at the center of the economy. Keep it secret from Hyeah. She's a tattletale. What are you two talking about? It's nothing. Therefore, the development of Wushan's transportation network was inevitable. Originally it consisted of 2 regions, Wuchang and Hanyang, but as the size grew, a planned new city called Hangzhou was built. With clear mountains and waters, composed of nice tile-roofed houses, the wealthy all bought or built homes in Hangzhou, driving up land and housing prices. So naturally, the existing Wuchang and Hanyang districts transformed into places where only commerce happened. Becoming cities full of day laborers. Wushan's total population is 4 million. Wuchang alone has a staggering 700,000 residents. Goodness. We just crossed 1 river and... There are so many people. Forgive me for saying, but the stench is quite something. Humph. As expected, a lady raised delicately is different, huh? I trained by wandering throughout the Central Plains, so such smells are completely not a cough problem. Seems like the opposite is true. Certainly. Such smells are bad, but that's not the only point. Probably what Zhonghua smells is the same as what we sensed. The thick, stale air created by 700,000 people. It's repulsive. Moreover, I know this energy best. Damp and turbid energy. I've been sick of smelling it since my days at village Zuojiazwang. Come now, we all understand your complaints, but, still, now that we're here, shouldn't we see Wuchang at least once? Most importantly, there's Yellow Crane Tower here. The place where an immortal rode a yellow crane. Martial arts aren't only learned through training. 100 words aren't worth one glance. As the saying goes, hearing once is not seeing once. Who knows? Maybe you'll gain enlightenment. Who knows? But such legends exist in every temple, don't they? Could it be you want to see the beautiful scenery from the top of Yellow Crane Tower? Among other things. They say romance blooms there too, hee hee. It's quite a distance, so we'll need to take a carriage. I'll pay for it, so feel free to ride. Isn't it much faster to just use lightness kung fu and jump there? Little miss, unfortunately, the use of martial arts is forbidden in Wuchang. It would be troubling if you don't know such basic background. How unique, bragging about your own stupidity. Let's fight, you bastard. If we're going, let's go. Wonderful. Truly magnificent. Seeing the landscape from this grand Yellow Crane Tower built by Emperor Yi, naturally joy springs forth, don't you agree? On a cloudy day like this, only grandfather would come to see the scenery. And besides, the original Yellow Crane Tower burned down long ago. This was rebuilt during the previous dynasty's reign. Really, I don't understand why you wanted to come here at all. No fun at all. Don't say that. I'll take you somewhere better later, so let's be satisfied with here for today. Hankow is quite dangerous right now. But grandfather is invincible. Yes, of course I'm the strongest, but one hand can't block 10 hands, right? Come, I'm getting hungry, let's eat something. Oh, right here. Yellow Crane Tower where the immortal rode a yellow crane through the sky. How about it? Good we came, right? The aura of the Namgung family. I don't know what brings you to Yellow Crane Tower. But it's somewhat bothersome. Plus, there are 2 more who approach the peak. All 3 children have remarkable achievements. Impressive for their young age. Ho. I was hiding my energy, yet you sensed it first. But it's strange. On the surface, I don't feel any special aura. Brother, what are you looking at? Older brother. It seems there are more guests than just us. You sensed something I couldn't first. Truly my brother. Let me see, who's there? I can't leave it be, brother. I'll go up Yellow Crane Tower first. Follow slowly with the group. What? Do you know them? No, but one thing's certain. Wait. Go first. What is it? Shocking. How do you do? It's my first time meeting you, sir. Since we seem headed to the same destination, I came to greet you first. I'm sorry such a beautiful lady was startled. Since this is a rare meeting, I'd like to treat you to something, however modest. You're asking me to share a table with someone who won't even introduce themselves. You have companions, no? How rude. I forgot the introduction. I'm Nam Gung Cheol. My companions are just my siblings' friends, don't worry. Moreover, they're in the middle of blue training, so I was troubled being alone. Gung. Surely. Yes, the same one you're thinking of. Young master of the Namsung family. Jade-faced sword dragon, top imperial exam passer, Ansuhi abyss sword. All titles referring to me. Ha, you fool, so you came to seduce my granddaughter. Either bold or simply crazy, I'm speechless. He ha ha ha. Grandfather. Something wrong. Truly amusing. I'm curious if you'll continue like this even knowing my identity. Your identity, sir. This old man's name is Zhuo Buyuan. As the master of the Sea Dragon Gang in Zhejiang, warriors of the martial world call me Pirate King. This old man's name is Zhuo Buyuan. As the master of the Sea Dragon Gang in Zhejiang, warriors of the martial world call me Pirate King. This old man is the master discussing supremacy in the world, the Pirate King. I followed older brother quickly because I sensed an uneasy energy. I never expected to meet Pirate King, the subject of intense debate, whether he is the strongest in the world. The demonic cultivator we barely faced together with combined strength doesn't even reach that old man's toes. So you're the Pirate King. I've heard much about you from grandfather. Forgive me if I was rude, but with such beautiful scenery behind us, with your beautiful granddaughter and a hero of the world present, is there need for unnecessary swords to clash? If you don't mind, I'd like to offer you a drink. Puhaha. Look at this guy. How dare you offer me drinks, you Namgung brat? Why not? What incredible nerve, to be so bold before the Pirate King. You're right. What would I gain from cutting down a youngster like you? Drinking all the liquor you offer here and bankrupting the Namgung family's finances would be more fun. Even if you're the great pirate king, that would be difficult. Kakaka, how rich can that bastard Nam Gung Bik be? Huh, father increased the fortune more than grandfather did. So don't worry about money and drink comfortably. Really? So that old man is taking it easy now. Your father is good at managing wealth. This yellow crane tower, it's ours. This complex city, especially a massive 4-story pavilion in the heart of Hankow, belongs to Namgung. Wow. That's right. So whenever I come to Hankow, I stop by at least once. Father has some talent for investment. But young Lord Beck, please don't misunderstand. I won't try to buy your favor with money. I merely have feelings for young Lord Beck. Truly surprising. Humph. Well, that's impressive. I knew you were rich, but to this extent. But what's important to a warrior isn't money. What's important is martial arts. What? Oh. This is why youngsters. Even the Zhu bandits could rule the world. The 9 sects and 7 families could rule the Central Plains almost entirely due to financial. Gee, grandfather. I'm sorry, my grandfather gets a bit excited whenever money comes up. Ho ho ho. More importantly, these gentlemen seem to be part of your group. Please don't stand, sit with us. 17 heavenly martial stars. Among over 300 million people in the Central Plains, only 17. They're absolute beings difficult to see even once in a lifetime. However, UNHO has already met Fist Lord and Sword Immortal, and if he meets Pirate King, that's the third. Each of them possessed dignity befitting their reputation. Fist Lord had momentum overwhelming all people. And Sword Immortal had naturalness harmonizing with all things. In that sense, Pirate King is extremely unique. Junianjiang. This wine costs 4 taels per jug, so if I drink about 100,000 jugs here, could I bankrupt the Namgung family? Well, at that pace, our family would earn money faster than you could drink it. Ahahaha. Sounds like I could drink for my entire life. What an amusing guy. Seems endlessly carefree yet neither vulgar nor lacking. He a lot like Nam Gung Cheol. Will Nam Gung Cheol's future form resemble Pirate King? By the way, inns are certainly too noisy and dirty for ladies to stay. Pirate King also has difficulties going to Hankow. I have a good idea. Pirate King stays in Wuchang, and your granddaughter, was it Miss Zhou? If she stays briefly at our manor in Hankow, won't that solve everything? Truly shameless. I see right through you. You want to court my granddaughter Hyunwa? Wake up. Or perhaps the dark intention is to take the Pirate King's family hostage. What? Does that make sense? Just because of some old grudge between Pirate King, no, old Master Zhua and my grandfather, I mean, between the Namgung family and Sea Dragon Gang, would we do such things to a beauty? Just some old grudge. Kukukuku, truly amusing. I wonder what expression your grandfather would make if he heard that. Anyway, what an interesting combination. Mount Hua, Zhongnan, and Namgung. This child seems to be Sword Immortal Tai's disciple. And you, despite being Mount Hua's disciple, use a sword whose lineage was cut off long ago. Truly interesting. Your level is quite high too. Why you praise me too much, Pirate King? You want to know something interesting? That guy only entered martial arts 7 years ago. He entered at 10 and is now 16. Even I think he's remarkable. Ho ho. Only 7 years. Talent rivaling my younger self. NNO. With such high praise, I don't know what to do. Is Pirate King really that great a person? What? Are you serious? I know he's strong, but I've only heard rumors about the 17 heavenly martial stars, so I dare not fathom their depths. As I explained before, the 17 heavenly martial stars are 17 people considered the best among over 300 million in the Central Plains. One person's martial power equals nearly national military strength. If they wished, they could easily destroy a city. Then who among the 17 heavenly martial stars has the greatest talent? Among the 17 heavenly martial stars, the only man not affiliated with the 9 sects or 7 families, not even inheriting martial arts from a sect worthy of being called prestigious. A man who reached the supreme peak realm as a wanderer from Zhejiang, that's the Pirate King, right before your eyes. Wow. Then young Lord Beck received praise for talent from someone with the greatest talent. Frustrating, but I admit that part too. Please stop. Good. Today, meeting these young people and receiving free drinks is great fate, so as thanks, I'll specially teach each of you one technique. Now, this place is crawling with those damn Zhu dogs, so let's go somewhere a bit farther. If that's the case, the carriage we rode. Don't resist and entrust your body. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done so already. Well, we've arrived. So who should we start with? It took less than half a coup to reach a place where Wu Chang couldn't be seen. This is the 17 heavenly martial stars. Was it Zhonghua? You're lucky. I had something to pass on to Sword Immortal Tai's successor anyway. Sword Immortal Tai. You had a connection with Sword Immortal Tai. Yes, that gentleman and I exchanged a few things. No matter how I think about it, I feel like I received more, so it bothered me. Was it 15 years ago? That gentleman came to find me alone. To you, the sword is just an external object, not a close friend. And you, old master, treat the sword like it's your lover. That's why at that age you still have neither woman nor child, isn't it? Certainly, I wasn't unpopular with women. No. If you take my joke so seriously, I become embarrassed. Listen, Swabuyuan. This old Taoist has spent a lifetime trying to break the boundary between self and sword. But recently, I wondered if even this was narrow-minded. I sense it instinctively. What he's saying now is very important. Perhaps this is Sword Immortal Tai's life story. But why? I'm not even Zhongnan's successor, so why show such favor? I expanded myself to include this thing as a result, now this is me and I am this thing. But suddenly I wondered, what if I hadn't made that choice back then? That is, what if instead of assimilating myself with the sword, I had forced myself onto the sword? If that result didn't reach supreme peak, it would be meaningless. But didn't you prove the answer to my question by becoming the strongest in the world? At the level of 17 heavenly martial stars, aren't they people who've reached a realm where blocked paths open just from knowledge and experience? How about it, Swabuyuan? Let's discuss what the paths we didn't take were like. At first glance it seems fair, but in reality it's not. We walked different lengths of time, and Sword Immortal is at a higher realm than me. That can't be I, Swabuyuan, though born with nothing, never once accepted an unfair advantage. Ho ho, then how about this? Instead of me as Sword Immortal sharing martial learning with you, let's do it as Zhongnan. At that time, the old master gave me the experience and wisdom of a supreme peak master. And thanks to that, I could save over 10 years reaching that realm. You can't understand yet how remarkable that is. Pirate King is the only man who reached the 17 heavenly martial stars through his own genius. And he saved that man 10 whole years. Now, engrave this firmly in your mind, Zhonghua. This is the teaching of the strongest in the world. This is the teaching of the strongest in the world. Ooh. This? Clearly Nam Gung Chio's martial arts level is higher, but only that guy sensed this energy. Forget it. Your turn is next, so don't be too nervous and wait. Now then, Zhonghua, use all your skill and ability to receive my teaching. I'll pass on a total of 4 teachings. The first is martial principles she can accept. The second is she cannot accept high-level martial principles right now. Second sword. Third, something she might realize, in the distant future. Third sword. This technique seems somewhat blockable. Martial principles beyond her limits. This is troublesome. I still have one more technique to show. But the sword broke. Her skill, worldview, and ability are a bit less than I calculated. Showing the strongest's martial art seems difficult. Well, that's unfortunate. If you hit a wall in martial arts someday, come find me. In about 20 years. If you haven't hit a wall by then, there's nothing I can do. Why yes. My sword. More than that, this is truly an interesting fellow. The one who was spoon-fed chewed up food couldn't even digest it properly. Yet this guy gains experience from just watching something Pirate King deliberately made a threat. In extreme situations, senses and nerves circulate rapidly. As emerging essences, true chi exquisitely circulates through this crisis. I gain achievement and grow one step further. Zhonghua's crisis acts as my crisis too. I take it. I can take it. The achievement she'll gain. Mine. Really? I also had talent in my youth, so I can't really say much, but the world is truly unfair. So, how does it feel to gain achievement? Thank you. Thanks to you, I gained achievement. Thanks for what? I didn't really do anything. You just gained achievement on your own. The old master deliberately showed it to everyone. That was just an old man's boasting about becoming the strongest in the world. Just the strongest. From what I dared to sense, you're ahead of other 17 heavenly martial stars, by About half a step. Hey, smooth talker. It's your turn, so get ready. Since you bought 8 jugs of wine, I'll let you experience 8 techniques. And let go. You bastard. Ha ha ha. If I'd known, I should have ordered more wine. Well, don't worry. What I'm teaching you now is just the difference between first-rate and peak. I'll show you the decisive difference that separates them. That's sword control. TCH. A sword wielded by a person fundamentally has movement restrictions. But sword control is different. Movement isn't limited to a grounded person, so it's free, and prediction is far beyond. Of course, it's considerably weaker than directly wielding a sword. With clumsy sword control, you'd easily be counterattacked, but the opponent is Pirate King. One of the 17 heavenly martial stars and the strongest in the world. He definitely said he'd show me 8 techniques, so this is probably the last one. Then I should respond with full power this time. Emperor Sword Form Heavenly Thunder. The Emperor's sword form I'm seeing now is on a different level from what he showed against the Blood Demon months ago. Ho ho, this is better than young Nam Gung, sir. You're not a fool who charges recklessly relying only on strength. But is that strike now your everything? Strike, not just with full power but desperate power. Otherwise, you'll die. Certainly, that strike now won't do. A strike with no regrets, truly with desperate power. With all the strength to die. Ah. Ha. How embarrassing. To think I thought it would work even a little. Perhaps I should be grateful my limbs survived intact. But where have you been looking all this time? As you get older, you come to love grandchildren that much. Not just me, but your old man seems the same. Swo Buyuan. You old bastard. How dare a mere pirate touch the precious bloodline of the Namgung family? Sword force the supreme realm a complete swordsman can reach. I instinctively sensed it. That cannot even be compared to Nam Gung Cheol's sword thunder. Sword King Nam Gung Bik, only one word can describe him. Thunder Lord. Gee, grandfather. Humph, seems you weren't just playing around. Well, it's still just a fool's sword following the path carved by ancestors. What? How dare a pirate's sword relying on luck dares to bring harm our bloodline? This can't be. No. Grandfather. This entire area might become a wasteland. Golden Steel Tiger. You dare deceive me? Ha. Do you really want to die here? Should I really kill him? Kakik. What are we doing at our age? Isn't it pathetic? You're the pathetic one, you disgusting bastard. Just take a bath. What's the problem? I bathe once a year. How clean is that? Hey. Don't spray it. One of the 17 heavenly martial stars, Beggar King So Jinpyong. Un-ho and his companions came to the realization, could he have become one of the 17 heavenly martial stars, through smells? Ugh. I'm going to throw up. That this level of stench could be a weapon. Pirates and beggars. I heard you've been meeting often lately. Fine. Both of you, come at me. Such an embarrassment. You're as arrogant now as you were back then. Absolutely pitiful. Ridiculous. You bastards, did you come here working with the demonic cult? If so, you're mistaken. See? That bastard can't be reasoned with anyway. You endure it. Even I refuse to be used by the demonic cult, even if it kills me. That's enough, Sword King. Do you plan to shed more blood with granddaughters present? I don't care, but you know they could get caught up in the fight. TCH. That's true. Damn it, I'll stop here today. It's thanks to your granddaughter. And Gung Cheol, we'll have a private meeting later. I hear you're the cause of this incident. Understood. Truly the 17 heavenly martial stars. What an incredible sight. But strangely, Pirate King felt more dangerous. Especially the moment he called himself the strongest in the world. I felt something indescribable. As expected, this guy is special. Though he hasn't even reached human limits, he vaguely grasps what lies beyond. Among all the martial artists UNHO has witnessed, the only one who earned the qualification to aim for supremacy is only that friend Pirate King. Well, it's just qualification level though. Still, you're lucky to reach the second stage of embracing essence right now. What? Right now? You'll understand soon enough. First draw your sword. Now that you've reached the second stage, show me your ability. Understood. Advancing one stage in internal energy is a completely different matter from simply increasing the amount of internal energy or physical abilities. Like a bird that couldn't fly taking flight, it's a kind of leap. UNHO needs time to adapt, to master and use this power well. The second stage is child's play for Supreme Ancestor Cheng Majin, but within the Mong Won realm, Supreme Ancestor's ability adjusts to match Un-ho's current level, so even at the same second stage, the gap is enormous. UNHO knows this gap will continue until he perfectly masters and absorbs the second stage realm. But what Supreme Ancestor shows in the Mong Won realm are only things UNHO himself can someday do, while actively utilizing the Mong Won realm where death doesn't exist. I must grasp and grow by directly experiencing with my body where my power and speed reach. Filling sword with chi. Sword cry. Clumsy, even filling sword with chi isn't invincible. What confidence makes you swing this recklessly? But it's a new technique. A guy who used sword energy calling it a new technique, honestly. No time, so quickly grab your sword again and prepare. Understood. But is there a reason you're rushing like this? Well, the demonic cult seems to be moving too. We need to prepare. I feel like something's coming soon. Uncle, let's just sweep away those vermin first. Beggars aside, especially those pirates. What's their intention coming in droves? Even if they're 17 heavenly martial stars, they're the demonic cult spies. We must take the initiative and annihilate evil, uncle. Nam Gung Bik. Still viewing the world emotionally. At this point when Sword Immortal died to the demonic cult, what's the priority? When gathering even one more person to oppose the demonic cult is insufficient. To lack such judgment. Don't provoke Swa Buyuan and So Jinpiang. Uncle. The meeting starts tomorrow, so don't cause problems. Understand? I'll keep it in mind. I heard from Chiol. So, you wanted to see me? Tomorrow's a big event. I'm already busy coordinating all 7 great families, so if you're wasting my time on trivial matters, I'll decline. I want to know how you're assessing the demonic cult's strength. Supreme Ancestor mentioned the demonic cult's movement in the Mong Won realm. Well, the demonic cult seems to be moving. We need to be careful. I feel like something's coming soon. I need to confirm. I can't just ignore his warning. Why, at this very moment when all 7 great families gather, would the demonic cult which is outmatched in strength reveal themselves? I want to know the reason. Well, coincidence. You seem to think the demonic cult is no match at all. Is that all you have to say? Goodness. This guy gathered all 9 sects and 7 families but still looks down on the target, the demonic cult. He doesn't seem interested in listening. Should I sweeten my words a bit? Then I'll ask just one more thing. If you, the strategist, were a demonic cult member, what move would you make against the martial world in this situation? Oh my. Can't be helped. This Shuga Cham will specially make time to share a small lesson and plan with you. If it were me before the 9 sects and 7 families gathered, wouldn't I mobilize all forces to smash them one by one? I wouldn't lose one of the 8 high priests just trying to catch Sword Immortal Tai. I see. But strategist, I meant how could the demonic cult inflict the most fatal blow on us? That's what I'm asking. Aren't all the people gathering at tomorrow's venue key figures of the martial world? Wouldn't harm coming to them be the most fatal blow? Then. You worry too much. 5 of the 17 heavenly martial stars are gathered here. Even then there are still, sages Qin Yu and Qin Gong, and a full 300 peak masters who are the main forces of each sect. The demonic cult attacking here. Impossible even if all 7 high priests rush in. Well, unless He legendary grand high priest appears. How's that? This should lay to rest your concerns. I see. Then. If the demonic cult attacks, the easiest path would be for everyone to gather voluntarily and be wiped out at once. Certainly easier than going around facing them one by one. Right. Just like how we're gathered now. Exactly. That concludes our talk. I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. The strong are the 9 sects and 7 families, and the weak is the demonic cult. That's too obvious a fact. But. What if it's not true? Just in case, I need to tell the war god. So you're saying the demonic cult deliberately gathered us? No, not exactly that. This is advice based on the premise that the legendary Grand High Priest exists. The Grand High Priest. So when do you think is the best time? When they'll attack. If it's truly intentional, if they're overconfident in their abilities. If so, the very moment the conference opens. Just one day until the historic conference of 9 sects and 7 families. The possibility is so small that I didn't think of it, but we can't rule out the demonic cult bastards. Don't let your guard down. If we know anything, their cunning and viciousness rivals no others. The historic conference of 9 sects and 7 families. At this conference where a martial alliance might be established for the first time in nearly a century. Over half of the martial world belonging to each faction gathered to observe. Most importantly, 2 supreme peak masters at the top of the martial world, plus including the 17 heavenly martial stars, a total of 8 gathered in one place. Humph, get on with it. I need to spend time with my granddaughter. Pirate King of South Seas Sea Dragon Gang, Zwabuyuan. Since the blood battle of Mount Wutai 130 years ago, demonic cultivators appeared steadily, but I'm enduring this because it's a conference. Damn pirate. Go sail or something, idiot Kiki Sword King of Namgung family, Namgung Bik. There were no incidents that could be called a full-scale demonic cult outbreak. TSK, still like that at that age. Right, Ping Bulcheng. Split mind twin swords of Wudong, Sage by Yaksen. But just a few months ago. Mountain severing blade of Hebei Ping family, Ping Bulcheng. The demonic cult revealed its claws to the martial world again through covert new methods. Thin elder of Mount Hua, Sage Qin Gong, same as always. When will it be over so we can go eat? Fat elder of Mount Hua, Sage Qin Yu. By those filthy claws, my old friend Jamiang passed away. Great strength Vajra of Shaolin, great master Gongzhou. Jamiang, who as a warrior was closest to being the strongest in the world, was defeated. We can no longer leave the demonic cult alone, so I propose creating an alliance to unite forces. War god of Murong family, Murong Jiang. Certainly, establishing an alliance isn't just helpful for repelling the demonic cult. If the alliance of 9 sects and 7 families succeed, it will serve as an important pillar to suppress conflicts from unnecessary. The demonic cult members are ruthless. Their threat affects not only the martial world, but has tremendous impact on all the people throughout the nation. Truly pleasant words to hear. Right. Correct, very correct. I myself am the greatest threat to you all. Kiki. Isn't that right? Since it was such a good speech, I'll give you applause. What? Black clothes, black robe, even a mask on his face. How could someone dressed like that even get here? Most importantly, the feeling emanating from that mask was unsettling. That mask perfectly embodied human suffering. Who are you? I'm a child from Zhongnan. Yes, Sword Immortal's matter was truly regrettable. But I never expected. How could I predict he'd be such a pathetically weak fellow? You old bastard. How dare you flap your mouth carelessly? That's delicate jade hand. Kiki-ku. To rush to your death willingly. But it's a wise decision. Because you'll all die anyway. Be grateful I killed you the easiest way. Ho-ho, isn't this too rough a reception? I'm simply a guest who came here. Shape-shifting position change. An advanced technique that makes the body fade like a mirage. If it's the demonic cult, he's definitely no ordinary fellow. Demonic cult bastard. How dare you come here? You won't leave here alive. It seems not just you but your friends want to give a violent welcome too. I was planning to eliminate you slowly one by one. Good. I'll kill you all at once. I was planning to eliminate you slowly one by one. Good. I'll kill you all at once. Damn it. Petrification divine art. That won't work. TCH. Among the countless martial arts in the world, only 2 achieved indestructible Vajra body, Shaolin's muscle tendon changing and Murong Jiang's petrification. The hardest hands in the world, yet even those don't work against this demonic cult member. Despite being a strike from someone closest to being the strongest in the world. I didn't expect Murong's strike to be blocked so easily. This is definitely a seriously grave matter. But it's fine. If one stronger in the world isn't enough, I'll throw myself into the fray. My life's work, my microcosm. Pirate King style secret technique. Oh my, this is too dangerous to just watch. This humble one stepped over the line without knowing his place. I apologize. No, you did well. I never thought there'd be someone here who reached principles, so it's my miscalculation. Thank you. No need to blame yourself. Rather you should be proud. Your sword certainly touches principles. That body of Dosian, whose arm you severed, has already reached indestructible Vajra body. Damn it. I was confident it was a strike nothing in the world couldn't cut. Then does that mean the masked one defeated Murong Jiang, who reached the same indestructible Vajra body? In just one exchange? No, more than that. What are the other 17 heavenly martial stars doing? They were definitely following behind. Duh. Demonic cultivators. Thick demonic energy vibrated through heaven and earth. The 6 supreme peak masters stood frozen as if confronting them. Each of the 6 demonic cultivators standing here were heavenly grade demon heads who compete with the 17 heavenly martial stars. How could we not sense this until now? I don't know what you were thinking coming here, but Pure Yang Sor Jioka, sect leader of Zhongnan. I'll show you how wrong that choice was. Sorry, but I'll deal with small fries later, so wait. Small fries? Such insolence. I'll kill those bastards right now. I'll slaughter them all. Filthy demonic cult bastards. Senior brother sect leader. Sect leader. My body. Is it sorcery? Am I not conversing with you right now? Don't ruin the mood. Calling the sect leader a small fry. This is quite dangerous. TCH, this is annoying. You're someone who doesn't belong to any faction or teaching. It's just a bit hard for me to belong somewhere. Also troublesome interesting. Like a flower blooming without roots or stem. A flower? What, are you seducing me now? This is what I used to say when seducing women back in the day. Seduction. Right, if it's seduction, then seduction it is. Was it Swabuyuan? I'll be direct. Come under my wing. I heard you're despised for being a pirate. Despite reaching such a realm, no respect is given because the truth is, the families and factions are envious and jealous of you. I'm different. I highly value that you followed principles through your own methods. So you're telling me to betray these guys and join the demonic cult? Something like that? Betrayal? I'm giving you a chance to follow the natural order. Come, Swabuyuan. I who understand your true nature will take you in. You will never be able to seduce women. What do you mean? And natural order? Well, natural order is nice, but listen, masked friend. For me to betray, there's one very important problem. Problem? I borrowed money using my sect's real estate as collateral and invested all of it in war bonds issued by the 9 sects and 7 families. Anyway, that bastard Nam Gung Bik raised one son incredibly well. To think he'd package and sell even more like that. War bonds? That's right. If you bastards win now, my family will become penniless and end up on the streets. That's what I'm saying. Damn. If I'd known there was a monster like you. Oh my goodness, the masked one has the ability to distinguish truth from lies. Clearly Pirate King is telling the truth, so he's quite flustered. A master who reached principles borrowed money using his sect as collateral and bet on the Martial Alliance's victory. So the reason he can't join the demonic cult is just because of that money? No, wait. What's? Right, I know that expression well. The face of someone who doesn't know money's terrifying power. Well, if what you want is just gold. Just? It's not just gold. Damn it, you're like the Nam Gung Bik of the demonic cult. Old Master Murong, how long will you stay like that? I'm so frustrated I can't talk to this guy anymore. Calm down. I'll tell you. Let's go get. You worked hard, Swabuyuan. I'll take it from here. Childhood. The grandfather I remember was a man of steel without time for blood or tears. He coldly abandoned his own son, my father, and forcibly dragged me, his grandson, away. You have talent close to being the strongest in the world. Your father didn't. That's all. Grandfather always drove me harshly. As one with the qualities to be the strongest, resting even a single day from training was unacceptable. Wait just a moment. Gee, grandfather. Just a little. Let me rest. Is that your limit? That can't be. You're destined to become the strongest in the world. You must grow stronger. It's not enough. Damn it. Life flashing before my eyes at a time like this must be a dangerous situation. Doesn't matter. My effort to grow stronger was partly grandfather's coercion, but because I was weak, I couldn't protect father. I couldn't even express my own will. But now, I have more than enough power. TCH. Old Master, that arm. It's a slightly different form from what Shaolin calls indestructible Vajra body, but mastering petrification divine art reaches the realm of indestructible Vajra body. This is one of its abilities. Many claim to have indestructible Vajra body, but truly, how many actually reached that realm? Zhuo Buyuan, that guy's attack seemed to contain a strange ability to dismantle true chi. Huh? What do you mean? I thought the attack felt familiar. You're one of Murong's kin. Familiar? Yes, about 130 years ago. I fought someone called Murong. After his defeat, he knelt pathetically begging for his life. So I said, since I'm merciful, I'd spare him if he gouged out his own eyes. The moment I finished speaking, he gouged them out without hesitation. Truly a beautiful sight. You bastard. How dare you insult my ancestor? Goodness, old master. Why take it so seriously? Isn't it even better if it's true? Better? If he beat your ancestor 130 years ago, that bastard's almost 200 years old. If his level of martial arts is only that after 200 years, isn't he just an idiot? If I trained for 200 years, I'd have ascended to immortality long ago. Kakik, you're right. How pitiful. Grand High Priest or whatever, if he's only at that level, he really is an idiot. Truly rude. You beasts. I suppose I need to firmly correct your manners, foolish ones. Which of us needs correcting? Let's kill them all. Demonic cult bastards. I'll sweep them all away. I don't even dare move from this spot. One wrong move and I could get swept into that vortex and die. Let's join in too. But the sect leader. The sect leader is under sorcery. So, if we eliminate the sorcerer, he'll be freed. Byoka, you stay and watch over the sect leader. Understood. We're not Supreme Peak, but we've also reached Peak Realm. About 100 of us have. If we charge desperately, we can handle at least one. That's right. Moreover, the number of Supreme Peak Masters fighting there is equal. If all 300 of us join, surprisingly the battle might end quickly. Let's go, make these stupid demonic cult bastards regret entering the tiger's den. Tiger's den, huh? Too cramped for insects to enter. My body won't move. The sound of bones breaking is always beautiful. Crazy bastard. It's useless. No. Not yet. I said it's useless. Your attacks right now can't reach me at all. No. They reach. My heart is stronger than my grandfather's who was broken and tattered. Stronger than the Murong I saw in my childhood. Far stronger. War God. I am the greatest warrior in the world. War God. I am the greatest warrior in the world. Amazing. And exhilarating. You really are different from the Murong I knew 120 years ago. But that's as far as it goes. At least from a human's perspective. So. Want to test yourself at a realm even your grandfather couldn't challenge. And fight at a whole different level. As the masked one's energy surrounded the manor, it felt like time froze. Everyone's mind and movements fell still. To be exact, everyone but those who were masters beyond humanity's category froze. Just like how peak masters experience the world hundreds of times faster than normal people. Nice. Now that the annoying flies are quiet, I can give you a gift in peace. And that is pain. That's right. Of course, you probably can't even hear me. We live in different worlds, after all. Go to hell. Huh. Keep your gift for yourself, you rotten bastard. Truly horrible. Living to taste victory is best, but maybe dying in battle, like a real martial artist, wouldn't be so bad. Unless you're a supreme grandmaster, you can't move at all. And get swept up in the aftermath. Dying a dog's death without a chance. It's so unfair, utterly overwhelming. Is this the difference between supreme and peak masters? Wretched fiend. Who gave you the right to step foot here? Kakik. That's true. If I'd known you'd be this pathetic, I'd have stayed at the base. You little. Watch your mouth. You better dodge. Damn it. Jonhwa. Grandmaster. Didn't you say it yourself? This is what the Mongwon realm is for. And you did lend me your strength. But now isn't the time to explain. There's no time. I want to cut down that demon right now, but since you're not strong enough, I'll lend you the strength necessary. Squeeze out everything you've got. To the very end. Grandmaster. Please lend me your power. We have to save Jonhwa. Please. Af. Why is this happening? Cough. 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 At least you survived. Maybe distance blunted the flying sword attack. So the damage was lessened. Even calling Grandmaster gets no answer. If this fight drags on, the losses will be huge. However hard it is, it needs to end fast. Who are you? How could you endure my attack one meant to split the world? Receiving just that tiny wound. That's my question, how did you? How can you keep up with my speed, Swabuen? Who? Who? Wah. Old master, wasn't that indestructible body of yours smashed a little too easily? Didn't you claim nothing in the world could resist you? Was that a joke? Yeah. To be honest, we might be in real trouble now. Trouble? That guy seems to have fully recovered. I'll do my best to hold off the masked man, so hurry and deal with that fat one and join me. How can you take the masked one alone? Don't worry. Even if I survive, my wife will probably kill me. With the way this is going, the whole family loses everything on those war bonds. Well, Nam Gung Bik sure raised his son right. Kakik. But Swabuen, you ever think? If those war bonds turn out to be the winning bet? Yeah. I'll be filthy rich. He grew even bigger. Who? They're fighting flashily over there, but you fight like a noble's son. Let me ask one thing. Are you really that legendary Grand High Priest of the demonic cult? Grand High Priest. If using your terminology, yes. Then is that absurd immortality real or is it reincarnation or something? Reincarnation. Don't compare me to such incomplete beings. I am one of those gathered at the first council of 500 by Maxiapa. An Arhat directly given the vision of enlightening the East. Makiapa? Arhat? If what he says is true, that masked man has lived for nearly 2,000 years. Unraveling time is meaningless. If you can't reach my time axis, Swabuen, you can never cut this body. Humph, I've known that from the start. All along. Completely different time axes. Only when I fully manifest my mind's image in reality can I stand at the same height as this monster. The sword of the heart. I must connect my mind's time axis with that masked man's axis. I see it. The hundreds of threads, binding the masters of the 9 sects and 7 families connected to his body. The monster's heart. The masked man's heart holding all warriors captive. If I can just cut that, the 300 peak masters held captive will be freed. To devour another's heart, another's microcosm. I must make my microcosm into a macrocosm. A greater heart. Pirate King style secret technique. Oh ho, I almost got cut there. But what a trick I've already seen work. Damn it, if my sword could just reach, I could pierce that heart. This guy is at least half a step above me. Impossible without help. If there's any silver lining. Since he's wary of me, I can at least hold him here. Then what I need to do is just one thing. Hold this bastard until outside reinforcements arrive. Demonic cult bastard. Ho ho, yoga secret art. A martial art that freely manipulates the body. Haven't seen it in a long time, but it's always grotesque. It's not just yoga secret art. TCH, poison arts too. This is really the worst. How troublesome. To think such a bizarre martial art actually existed. How do you train a body that moves like separate creatures rather than one? And it's not just the martial arts. The weapons are the same. The weapon used by the demon-facing sage Bai Yaksen is a whip. It has long surpassed the realm of speed. Ho ho, you blocked that. Not bad. What? Not bad. That's quite an insolent remark. Do you really think your whip is working? If you actually thought so, then truly. How unfortunate. Eek. That was close. I almost got caught in the aftermath and died. We're all at risk of becoming collateral damage. This war needs to end quickly. If it drags on, everyone will die. Miss Hwah. In my childhood, starting with my parents, I witnessed horrors in Zhou village. I experienced so much death in just 16 years of life. And had to bear all that pain by myself. Because I was weak, I couldn't prevent death right next to me. Yes, just like right now. Miss Nam Gung Hai, older brother's younger sister, a kind and lovely girl I became friends with while away from home. I couldn't save her in the end. Damn it. For her to die so meaninglessly. Why? Why does it have to be like this? You bastard. Thanks to Sage Bai Yaksen, we can at least catch our breath for a moment. You're right. A classic, use barbarians to control barbarians, move it was well done. Don't get so pleased just cause you defeated a whip, anyway. You Namgung brat. That dead girl, isn't she your granddaughter? Heh, her, poor thing. What a pity, eh? That your pretty granddaughter died a dog's death. Ha. A dog's death? Don't talk such nonsense. Yes, my granddaughter met her end on the battlefield. But so what if she did? Nam Gung Hai, my granddaughter, was a proud member of the Namgung family. In other words, she gladly gave her life to bring honor to our family. What a praiseworthy granddaughter she was. Ha, you're crazy. She dies unable to defend herself and you say it was a good death. Humph, trash, like you couldn't understand honor. Now, it's this old man's turn. Demonic cult bastard. Today you'll become Namgung's living sacrifice. Ha ha ha, not a chance. That fate is for you. Cough. There's no such thing as absolute in this world. Even the hardest thing will break when it meets something harder. This is about whose power, whose body, is stronger, the most primal fight of flesh versus flesh. I'm certain this fight will end in my victory. What? Not just having talent in the body, but the principles of martial arts. My martial arts can heal, but you only preserve things. Whether it's a war of endurance or pure skill, I'm always one step ahead. Fighting back is pointless. So, you're saying you're the strongest? You truly don't understand martial arts. I don't understand. Even though I've reached the supreme peak. Do you think reaching the supreme peak means understanding everything? You're pretty arrogant, demonic cult scum. Aren't you curious? Why I'm called not Vajra or Iron Bone, but instead War God? Tell me. What is martial arts? Martial arts is the sharpest, strongest weapon. To stop weapons is martial to stop the sword. That is the true meaning of martial arts. Wrong. Martial arts isn't about having the strongest weapon. What's important is the person who wields the weapon. So, the god of war actually meant something completely different from my original idea. The end of my martial path isn't just perfecting petrification divine art. An outsider, huh? Vajra body or whatever, you better finish things for real. At this point, you can't go on fighting anymore. With one out of the way, I better help Swabuen than stick around here. It's better to join another front. Wait a little longer. I'll be over soon to wipe out those demonic cult bastards. I have to hold out as long as possible so Murong Jiang can finish off the giant and join the others. That's truly impressive faith. I usually enjoy shattering that kind of hope to pieces, but unfortunately, this doesn't seem like the time for that. What nonsense are you talking about? Just stay here for a moment. I'll go trim down their numbers and come back. This monst. Bastard. Bayaksen. Bayaksen. This. Diamond breaker, you insolent wretch. How dare you take Sage Bayaksen's arm? Don't be jealous. You'll be the same. Soon enough. Well done. Then the finishing blow. Let me do it. Ga. Catch your breath, Great Master Gongjo. Murong is here now. Thank you. I'll catch my breath, then join Sage Bayaksen. Please do. I'll take on that spear-wielding demon. Kakik. You think I'll just let you do that? Says who? 18 Dragon subduing palms. Dragon soaring to heaven. Too slow. Beggar. Humph, one of them blocked my way, so I had to beat him up. What's with that thing? This conference is nothing but a parade of intruders. Ugh, disgusting. He's a monster, says the Grand High Priest. Grand High Priest. Then why are they all just standing there spaced out, mouths agape? Whether it's martial arts beyond supreme peak or some supernatural power, it's the work of that masked freak. This is troublesome. But why is it Zhuo fighting him and not you? Right now, only Zhuo can face him. Because only he is the strongest in the world. I'll hold the masked freak in check until Zhuo gets here. You take care of that demonic cultist. Be careful, there's a chance the masked freak will ambush you in the middle of it. Heh, good. At least I don't have to fight the monster. Just don't die. You've earned the War God title. Humph, worry about yourself. I already knew it, but now I painfully realize just how weak and powerless I really am. All I could do was watch Zhonghua be attacked. And I couldn't stop Miss Hai from dying, couldn't do anything at all except watch in horror. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Supreme Ancestor gives no answer. No. If I rely only on Supreme Ancestor's power, even if I get it, can I use it properly on this battlefield? No way. Even the 17 heavenly martial stars who've refined their skills to the extreme are struggling, and I can see it with my own eyes. Wait, with my own eyes? A person's field of vision is at most 240 degrees. But sorry for being late, I was finding a solution to the now you know, so focus there for now. I can see every fight that's happening here. But how? I remember. When Pirate King Cheol once taught Brother Cheol. Even without looking, I still managed to gain insight back then. Extreme situations and danger. Explosive surges of energy with embracing essence. I've made all these crises my own. So now I can see everything, even what's unseen. But there's a problem. If I have indeed realized that, seeing all these events, why do their movements still seem the same? But sometimes it's the opposite. Some keep fighting fast. While others pause for breath or are trapped by tricks, dazed. In other words, there's speed in slowness, and slowness in speed. Light and shadow sword fast and slow aren't actually different. So that's it. That's why it's called light and shadow. An opening. Hiya. That much, I expected. It's obvious if I keep this up, my right arm will be shattered. But, if I can play a big part in taking down my grandfather's nemesis, who is now the great evil and threat to the martial world. The demonic cult's Grand High Priest. Hey, Grand High Priest. What are you staking on this fight? Stake? What do you mean? This Grand High Priest was planning to take all your lives myself. Is that so? Well, today, the only thing you'll be taking is my right arm. His hands are sealed. Zhuo Baiyuan. Such a cheap trick. My sword is sharp enough to create my own reality, the sharpest blade in the martial world. But the masked man's sword is listening to something, an ancient tree that someone has fused. To cut that down, I need a weapon worthy of it. And right now, the weapon I've got might as well be a pocket knife up against hundreds of layers of bark. Thanks to an unexpected shake in the masked man's mindset, and Murong Jian catching that opening instantly. 5 breaths. I used that window to reassemble the image I built my whole life, buying time to face him. Can I really do this? For my sharp blade to turn into a giant axe that can chop down that tree. It's like telling a spear master to pick up a sword out of nowhere. Enough. I am Pirate King Zhuo Buyuan. Born to a fisherman in a remote part of Zhejiang, built on a foundation of third-rate swordsmanship. And yet rose to become the strongest under heaven. I don't belong to any of the major sects or families running this world. And now the fate of the martial world. Its survival is in my hands. Who? Bigger. Stronger. And it's for this powerful mythic to believe that I am the strongest. Murong stakes his arm, meaning. As a martial artist, he's staked his life. He knows his right arm, decomposed by the masked man, can't be healed by petrification divine art, but he still offered it. Will this attack really be enough to bring him down? Who knows? But Murong kept his promise to hold the masked man here until I arrived. So now it's my turn to return the favor. So this is the Central Plains. There are still people like this. I had hoped to end it all here, but even if it's more hassle, I'd better. Heaven and earth shudders. What the hell just happened? My arm. Arg. What is this? Brother. Gee, save me. My legs, ugh, sob. Brother, I can't die like this. Hi, hyeah. What's going on? That impact released everyone from their bindings. What a mess. So even if you reach the peak thanks to mastering the light and shadow sword. Even among hundreds of top masters nearby. With just a flick of the masked man's hand, they're forced to practically hand over their lives. All that achievement means nothing here. I broke the masked one's magic first with light and shadow sword, but I couldn't cut time itself, so my whole body feels like it's about to burst from rebound. Run away. Grandmaster. It's a tragedy that hyeah died, but we have to escape right now. You just show up out of nowhere and tell us to run. Hyeah is dead, Zhong was injured, hundreds of warriors are dead. But now that all these top masters have been freed, this is the moment to turn it all around, and you want us to run. All Zhongnan sect warriors, hear me. Our master and disciples have lost their lives to that demonic cult's wicked sorcery, but now is not the time to grieve or shed tears. Draw your swords. Just rage. We have swords in our hands. All we need now is rage. Forgive me, Grandmaster Junmu. But this is one order. I just can't follow. Attack. For revenge on our master, our brothers, our disciples. You succeeded, Swabuyuan. No. My unbreakable sword has cracked. So in the end, I couldn't cut him down. This is just the beginning. Right. Keh. You're right about that. Swabuyuan. Huff. Who? Father. Hm. Ho ho, yes. Over here. Oh no, the enemy is a master of poison arts and yoga secret techniques. Huh. If we charge in numbers, we'll take heavy losses. Let's go help sages Qin Yu and Qin Gong first. Head of the Namgung family, Namgung gang. Yes. How dare that bastard. Leave his own father behind. Hey, you foolish son. Get over here now. Where are you looking? Forgive me, father. But that's not the only reason. Because among the 300 peak masters, Sage Qin Yu, Sage Qin Gong. The strongest among them. Wait. I'll be there right now. Mount Hua's outer hall master, Sage Guangming, many are following after him too. Blazing heavens. Vermilion bird kick. Wudong warriors, assist beggar king So Jinpyong. By your will. Heavenly shield. Big Dipper formation. Coup. You think such a pathetic formation could stop me? You arrogant fools. Gah. Kugh. Damn it. Well done, 7 peak masters of Wudong. Keep holding him tight just like that. "18 Dragon subduing palms proud dragon repents. Whoosh. My whole body trembling like this. It's been a long time. This is truly bad luck. Same here. My martial arts have already been broken. That masked man's techniques are truly bizarre. Indeed. Even though I sealed his meridians, that strange energy keeps eating away at my inner energy. If this continues. Kugh. Brother, fall back for now. Brother. About Hyeah. She wasn't suited for a martial family. She preferred holding a needle over a sword. And wished to meet someone she loved to build a happy home. The Namgung family is strong, so I wanted my sister to live more freely than me. But I was foolish. The world we live in is like hell, full of blades and blood. I should have encouraged my sister to pick up a sword instead of a needle. If only I had. If only. Get a hold of yourself, brother. Even if you had, nothing would have changed. This is just a calamity. Beyond ordinary human power. Miss Namgung was caught up in that kind of disaster. The difference between Miss Namgung and us is simply luck. Even if she'd held a sword, brother, would you truly want Miss Namgung to charge at that monster pointlessly? But. So I'll do it. What? Right now, only those with qualifications can step into this fight. And I think I've earned those qualifications. Baek Un-ho, don't tell me. You've entered the realm of peak mastery. Excuse me, Sage Byaksen. Why did you call me Master Gongjo? We used to compete for the title of the Pillars of the Martial World, and yet here we are, joining forces to kill this one demonic monster. It's quite something, isn't it? Certainly is. And the fact we both lost an arm together is a strange twist, too. Haha. Even if it happened in different ways. Come on, let's go. The young ones have given us a moment to breathe. But we can't leave it all to them. Well said. Enough, come out now. Humph, fine. I've been waiting this whole time. How pathetic, making the runts do your fighting for you. Gah. Sage Byaksen. You really think you two one-armed men can beat me? I said I'd fight, but I know all too well my attacks aren't enough to really wound this monster. So what I have to do now is somehow create an opening. So Master Gongjo can land a fatal blow on this fiend. Absurd. Is that brat fearless now? Too cocky. He dodged. Quit buzzing around. Dash. Damn rodent. Even taking one hit would obliterate me, so I need to dodge everything and annoy him as much as possible. Well done, young martial artist. It's just for a moment like this. You stubborn fool. Jinmu ancestor. If you really want to fight, then find Dio as you wish. Grandmaster Jinmu. Are you helping me? So that's it. That's what it was. No wonder something felt off for peak level. So it's you, huh? From now on, I'm gunning for you. Defend yourself with everything you have. Understood. Light and Shadow Sword. Not only has he reached peak mastery so young, he's still standing after crossing swords with a demonic master at the next realm. The martial world has a bright future. For the sake of my young juniors, I have to bring this guy down. With my final punch, risking my life. 100 steps Divine Fist. 100 steps Divine Fist. Cough, cough. Divine Monk. Ku. One of the 8 grand priests of the demonic cult. Maybe not all of them, but at least this guy. It wasn't hard to push him back. Actually, I have the upper hand. According to my calculations, the number of moves it will take to finish this demon is 10 moves. 18 dragon subduing palms. Dragon soaring to heaven. What are you doing? Old beggar. As expected of the beggar king. You've already taken out 2 of the 8 grand priests. Even a beggar should have some professional courtesy, snatching up both of my kills. Idiot, is now the time to be fussing about that? Open your eyes and look over there. 5 tigers gate sundering 18 dragons subduing palms. Angry tiger crossing the river quaking through 100 miles. Beggar, you're late. Oh, come on, I ran here as fast as I could and still you criticize me. Uncle Morong, what exactly is that monster? He's the grand high priest of the demonic cult. These Central Plains folks. Even after reaching the enlightenment of an arhat, they still don't truly realize the danger they're in. It's like those meeting their end came here to court death. First. 1. Ak. Pingbulchen. 2. Free. TSK. Pirate King style secret technique. Sword control. Heavenly barrage. GH. Huff. From fighting this masked villain, I've lost at least 30% of all the internal energy I've built up so far. But what's that matter? I'm almost at the end of my rope anyway, already more than old enough. Maybe I do still cling to life. But, like Divine Monk Gongjo showed, if an attack that risks one's life can actually reach that masked bastard, then it will land. My instinct says so, and that's enough reason to put everything on the line. TSK. Warlord Murong Jiang age 89. He had been one of the 17 heavenly martial stars since before all the peak masters gathered here even reached their realm, and was a supreme grandmaster representing the martial world. Along with Fist God, he was the martial artist closest to being the strongest in the world, but the leader of the demonic cult destroyed the symbol of the Central Plains martial way. A quarter of the 300 peak masters have been killed, and now that the leader of the demonic cult has destroyed the symbol of martial arts, all anger on the battlefield vanished without a trace, leaving only fear and dread circling the air. Even if all the masters here attacked together, could they win? Or would it just end in meaningless deaths? Damn it, today's luck is truly terrible. You said it. You old folks should retire and rest in your later years. So what are you going to do? What else? Look at that man's state. How much do you have squirreled away? Well, about this much. You. What? Where'd you get something that good? You're the one who's been eating well mines from constant training. KUGH. This is overwhelming. Guangming. Yes. Uncle Qin Gong. You did well. We'll take over from here. You gather the kids and retreat to Mount Hua. What? Why suddenly? It's a battle we can't win anyway, so we might as well lose it well. Uncle. You're the heart of Mount Hua. I should be the one to stay. TCH, heart my foot. You staying here means nothing. Leaving in the order we came makes the most sense anyway. No time for lecturing, hurry and gather the youngsters. It's been 15 years since I reached the 8th stage of purple glow energy and entered the Supreme Grandmaster realm. I've trained for a long time, but the 9th stage remains out of reach. But there is a way, all the power and source of life deep within my energy center. The true chi built up over 80 years. If I detonate it all, in the time of about one breath, I can touch the realm of the 9th stage. So this is what it feels like. Indeed. No wonder my senior brother couldn't properly explain it. I understand now. TSK, truly pathetic. The death throes of those who couldn't reach the way. Sages Qin Gong and Qin Yu are leading the charge, risking their lives. Let's join them and create as many openings as we can. UNHO. Joe, Jongwa. Are you insane? Baek UNHO. UNHO, no. Not that guy, absolutely not. I know. Ugh. But still. I have to save Jongwa. You stubborn fool. It's impossible. Run away. Pirate King, sir. We old folks will somehow handle things here. Oh. Peak mastery before the age of 20. If you'd been born 30 years earlier, today would have been a real fight. Pirate King, sir. I can't. That masked bastard has a corner of his mind keeping me pinned. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have bet my whole fortune on the Martial Alliance. Anyway, run. And one favor, take care of my granddaughter too. I came alone, so there's no one else to ask. That slippery Namgung kid is too weak, don't like him. Found you. Mong Won Realm. Grandmaster Zhengmu. What's going on? Damn it. This is why I told you over and over to run away. What? Damn. There's really no other way now. Brace yourself. What do you mean? Just once. Originally, this was a method I was saving for Un-ho's final battle when he'd grown to his absolute limit. But there's no time to worry about that now. Here. Here's where you were hiding. He broke through the Mongwon realm. That's impossible. This level of existence is incomprehensible unless, don't tell me. Snap out of it, Baek Un-ho. This is the only way right now. G Grandmaster Zhengmu. Kugh Unho. That masked bastard backed off. Oh ho. And this energy. A realm of martial arts that absolutely cannot be achieved in such a short time. It's like he's become a completely different person. What the hell just happened? Don't worry. I am that man's enemy. Many in the world boasted about their deep internal energy. Even that beggar king boasts internal energy built over 180 years. We, too, took the legendary Plum Blossom Divine Pill, the greatest elixir in martial history, and received steady support for over 70 years from Mount Hua, the wealthiest sect. Yet compared to us, we're nothing. The power of internal energy pouring from Un-ho's entire body right now is truly monstrous. Amitba. You've finally shown yourself. Amitba. Amitba Buddha. He's a lunatic who calls himself Buddha, no reason he wouldn't call others that too. No, more than that, this aura. Is this really the Unho I know? A kid who just reached peak mastery leaping to Supreme Grandmaster. What the hell is going on? But Amitba, merely the realm of Arhat. You've truly fallen, or did you run out of time? Humph, if I had my prime strength, you'd be running away quit flapping your mouth. Leeching off others then and now, same as always. Aren't you the same? Your mouth's still filthy. My body's finally loosening up. Same here. I'm starting to get the hang of wielding 9th stage power properly. Will this actually change the outcome? Just because two who've gotten used to the 9th stage joined in. What do you plan to do? I am the hope of this martial world. Damn, calling yourself the hope of the martial world with your own mouth. I'm embarrassed for you. The boy must survive. Yeah, I want to live too. But do you really think that'll work out? He's not invincible. Your attacks clearly work to some degree. Especially you. Clumsy, but a heart sword. You've at least reached my toes from my younger days. If I'd met you instead of Unho, things might have been easier. Anyway, so that monster's tired too. There's a chance. Well, if you can wield the heart sword again, maybe 50-50. That's enough to save this child's life. So try to wield the heart sword that bastard shattered again. FEH. You speak such bullshit so beautifully. First, let's gather everyone. 50-50 might become 60-40. Please, ha. Damn it. Because I've seen it, however crude, however erroneous that monster is, I don't dare try. Most importantly, today's battle is between the 9 sects and 7 families versus the demonic cult. The beggar sect is just an invited guest, there's no obligation to fight to the bitter end. Besides, how much have those bastards always annoyed us? Might as well join the demonic cult instead. But still. Even so, if you're human, you have to live with humans. Can't join hands with insane monsters. Barely killed him. 14 peak masters sacrificed, but we took a supreme grandmaster's head, so it's worth it. The masked monster's still alive, and 6 of the 8 priests are dead. Excluding those guys, 10 of the 17 heavenly martial stars remain, including me. If we use the remaining heavenly martial stars and the Namgung family's wide network to get help from even a few of the 12 divine generals, there's enough of a chance. For that, a master who can clearly explain this situation needs to survive. Sorry to them, but for the greater good, preserving my life comes first. My whole body won't move, as if something's pressing down. But my consciousness is clear. I can see and feel the energy flowing through my body. The Baihui acupoint at the crown of my head and the Yongchuan acupoints on both soles are wide open. And through them, the energy of heaven and earth circulates infinitely. Free-flowing without obstruction, unity of heaven and humanness is that realm. Is this the domain of a master who's reached Supreme Grandmaster, as shown by Grandmaster Zhengmu? But even this amazing realm is merely the baseline requirement to face the demonic cult's grand high priest. Grandmaster Jingmu has shown me several times how he reads and counters the masked man's attacks in advance. Multiple times. Against an enemy where even a single mistake means death, he shows not a hint of hesitation. How deeply must he trust in his martial knowledge to be like this? We've already spent 4 years together in the Mongwon realm. Grandmaster has always shown confidence. And here I thought it was just pride. But it wasn't. It's that person's very nature. Self-assurance and talent to match. Grandmaster Jinmu's plum blossom swordplay, beyond my rationality, unfolds in succession. Obviously, its rationality is on a completely different dimension from the plum blossom swordplay I used. At first, I wonder why he continues these attacks. But seeing the opponent's next response reveals it was the most appropriate move. Just how high is the perspective Grandmaster sees from? All of Grandmaster's offense and defense, circulation of true chi, and muscle movements. Through defying heaven that occurs from acts beyond natural law and the harmony of merit and demerit. All the principles of Grandmaster Jinmu Mok Un-pyong's martial knowledge are being etched in my body. Damn it. Was it young sword Baek Un-ho? That guy just barely reached peak level, and now he's showing near supreme master skill. But more impressive than that is his strange command on the battlefield. Thanks to the well-timed openings Un-ho creates and his precise coordination, his joint attacks with Chonggong and Chonggu are becoming more and more in sync. Was he actually a hidden master all along? If not, then how the hell? Damn it. What is going on? If I could just keep my energy steady for half a moment even just 10 breaths. Yeah. Like that bastard back there, resting comfortably and acting all proper. That damn pirate. Pirate. Beggar, don't rush me. It's not time yet. The burst of true energy is running out. Chonggong and Chonggu don't have much time. Mouthy little brat. It'd be great if I could use the full strength you've seen from me, but... For fighting that thing, Un-ho's body is basically a prison. It means things are far more hopeless than when we fought him before. With this body, the highest sword skill I can use is the light and shadow sword. I'm not even hoping for the formless sword. Honestly, if only I were allowed to use even the wild wind sword, the situation would be different. Not yet. For now, just keep your eyes on me and watch well. Right now, the only thing that can hurt that monster is heaven and earth. So sharpen your heart sword again. That's how I chose to understand his words. It really must have worked on the masked bastard, because he can't just swing that enormous will of his around like before. The problem is, I can't see my once clear heart sword at all. And there's one more strange thing. Against the guy who shattered my heart sword, that monster wearing Un-ho's face is using some extraordinary mind technique and fighting ridiculously well. From a bottom-feeding vagabond to a master who overlooks the world, it's the feeling I had after surviving countless brushes with death and lucky encounters. This tingling feeling right now is exactly the same as back then. What is this? Mixing sword energy into it? In the middle of such stable offense and defense. He's making it unstable again. What kind of nonsense is that? I was about to jump into the fight myself, but I'll trust him. There has to be a reason. My instincts say so. My instincts, aside from when I invest money, have never betrayed me. The recoil is pretty harsh. But that last one, it worked. How many more times can you endure this? A few more is too much. Maybe one more at best. That's enough. Next, how much do you two have left? Watch your tone, kid. Let him be. Anyone can see he's got the spirit of some deceased senior who reached enlightenment riding him. Kids these days have no stamina. I can hold out for a full quarter hour. I've got about half that. No need to hold back. Charge in like you're ready to burn everything away. What? I said I could live a bit longer and you talk like my life isn't mine. Don't worry about it. My time's almost up too. That's so. Got it. If the young one's willing to stake his life too, I can't just sit back and watch. Gah. Ugh. Use Chongong and Chonggu's lives. What? But they're your senior uncles. They've got less than half a moment of life left. Using their lives in the most meaningful way is what's truly best for them. Damn it. Of all my peers who once stood shoulder to shoulder with me, how many of us are even left now? Out of them, 2 soon 3 are about to cross the river of the dead, and you're telling me to just sit and watch. Normally, this is a technique you use once and then rest for days. Now that I'm pushing beyond my limits, my energy center burns like it's going to tear apart. Even if I somehow survive today, there's a lot I'll never recover. But so what? I'm the one who's roamed the world like my own home. The stage most fitting for the final chapter of that long epic is right here. 18 dragons subduing palms. Yeah, that's good. Enough. Proud dragon repents. Anyone who can still move, carry the wounded on your back. Are the preparations ready? Yes, Han Sang's boat is still at the ferry. Good. Move everyone there, and make sure my father lying over there is carried too. Even among the 9 great sects and the 7 great families, peak-level experts aren't exactly overflowing. Even Mount Hua, which has the most, only has about 80. Most sects don't even reach 50. The roughly 300 gathered here make up about 30% of all peak masters in the 9 sects and 7 families. If they die, for some sects it would be like losing an entire generation at once. How many martial lineages would be cut off? That must not happen. Even one more life needs to be saved. Losing a supreme-level master is beyond words. Any sect that loses its supreme from here this, must, be told. We'll see its power drastically weaken for quite some time. Chang Gungdi. I'll take volunteers from those without children and those who are not the eldest sons. Who will stay with me? Some may call it a pointless sacrifice. But there is a reason the righteous sects are called righteous, and prestigious clans are called prestigious. Even if their strength is weakened for a while, they devote their lives and stand against danger to protect their sect and the next generation. That is exactly why they are called the foremost of the righteous path. Clan head Namgung. You must live to plan for the future. This old man will stay here. Sect leader. You mustn't. I understand what you, as clan head, are thinking. But isn't this old man's sword still better than yours? Of course, in front of that monster it may not mean much. The ones needed to face the demonic cult in the future are the young clan heads who've experienced today's despair. Sect leader. Understood. May fortune be with you. Truly. A monster. Damn it, even that kind of attack didn't affect him. No. He's hurt. You arrogant. Yes, UNHO, you were right. It is hurting him. Ho Chion fist that births the moon. Linked form. 37. 38. 39. Impressive. But just like all the others up to now, you still have not reached the way. Amitba. How predictable. Once I deal with you and Zhuobuyuan, everything will come crashing down. Very well. Of the two, you, Amitba, come first, so with an overwhelming power and that will break your heart. I'll crush you. When Sage Chonggu died with his belly torn open, when Beggar King's meridians exploded, when Sage Chonggong burned his life away, I held back. For this moment alone. It's not as rational as Plum Blossom swordplay, nor as precise as Purple Cloud swordplay. But precisely because of that, it's a realm of ascension. And holds the possibility of touching the way. Light and shadow sword. This sword now is no mere sword. This is the one sword under heaven. It is Mok Un-pyong himself. Magnificent. To unleash an attack like that with a body in this state. Grandmaster. Death. I think I finally understand a little. And yet, I still don't really know what I just witnessed. I still don't understand. At first, it didn't make sense. And understandably so, my martial arts have always been built strictly on real combat, up to the point I reached the near supreme realm. I trained at a rural dojo, then awakened my talent through battles and wars. Of course, there were many lucky encounters along the way. The big change in my martial arts came from one of the greatest fortunes in my life so far. My meeting with the sword immortal Taeul. He taught me how important philosophy is in advanced martial arts. Heaven and earth. That's how my ultimate technique was born. All martial arts are paths leading up to a mountain peak. But most of those paths don't actually reach the summit, and some are rough while others are easy. The more prestigious the martial art, the smoother and easier that path tends to be. Because it's a straight path paved by the wisdom of predecessors who explored and refined it first. My path was different from theirs. But even for someone like me, that path I've chosen makes no sense at all. It doesn't climb the mountain in a straight line. It spirals around and around. It doesn't avoid the rough terrain. It throws itself into it instead. Can that really be a martial path meant to reach the summit? It's truly an absurd and foolish path. If this had been before I gained the Heartsword, Heaven and Earth, I would have written off Mount Hua's sword style as an outdated art from 100 years ago. But that's exactly why I can tell what those paths really mean. Mong Won-kyung's swordsmanship goes beyond just learning martial arts and leads into a superhuman world that surpasses human limits. Baek Un-ho, Mong Won-kyung's fourth sword technique. Light and shadow has split the Grand High Priest's will. I could kind of understand, if I could see what comes next, and then after that. But that was as far as it went. The strange, foreign energy I felt from the boy's body vanished in an instant. A fragment of it seems to remain, but it's far too faint. What a shame. But it's fine. Hear 1 and know 10. Meaning, if you're told one thing, you can infer 10 more. Besides, he kindly showed me from the first to the fourth. If I can't infer even a little of what comes after that, how could I dare call myself one of the 17 heavenly martial stars, the pirate king of the martial world? Strong and solid, heavy and deep, that's the weight I've built up, and now I don't feel it at all. It's like it has no weight. Right. Of course. A heart doesn't have weight. So this is the Heartsword. You who have dwelled for ages in the Arhat's realm. Swinging that massive will forged from countless lives and rivers of blood. Grand High Priest of the demonic cult. Your evil ends today. Heh heh. If anything, this works out for me as well. Being who you are, beyond human. Now, in this moment when you shed your mortal shell and ascend to the heavens. If your attack doesn't break me in this moment, then a human world without you means nothing to me anyway. Ascend to immortality, huh? Never thought I'd see such an impossible sight with my own eyes. What overwhelming power. Was Pirate King Sir really someone who could reach this kind of realm? But with this immortal-like power, maybe he really can defeat the demonic Grand High Priest. This is as far as I go. Grandmaster. I had hoped at least a little of my final strike would reach him. But this doesn't even come close. What do you mean by that, Grandmaster? Grandmaster? Grandmaster. UNHO. You're truly overflowing with talent, but sadly, you're still missing one crucial thing. Time. Another 30. No, even 20 years might be enough. That's how much time he'd need before he could rejoin this fight later. If only I could buy him more time, I'd gladly do it. But I don't know if giving up this entire body would even be enough. Even so. Open the heavens. I'll push it as far as I can. That landed properly. If he's taken a fatal wound, then with a follow-up attack, we might finish him completely. A strike from one who's become a celestial being really is something else. But, will there be another one like you next time? Don't tell me you're planning to run away. I can't let that happen. Even if my attack is weak, I remember everything Grandmaster Jingmu understood through my body, down to the last detail. I may not be able to fully reproduce it, but I can at least imitate it. Ugh. 20 years. Unfortunately, that's the limit. 20 years. The limit? Wait. If that's what you mean. No way. Pirate King Sir. Great hero Pirate King. Please answer. Are you saying the demonic cult, the demonic Grand High Priest, will attack again? How are we supposed to prepare for that? Please, grant us the wisdom of an immortal. Give us an answer. Great hero Pirate King. Have you heard any news about him? News? What news? They say from the 17 heavenly martial stars down to the elite warriors of the 9 great sects and 7 great families almost 200 people were killed. All of them were at least peak-level masters. If that's true, isn't that a huge disaster? The losses to those clans must be enormous. Do you really think any of this makes sense? 300 peak masters all frozen in place by a single glance. Moyong Huang. Calm yourself, clan head Moyong. I understand how devastating it must be to lose your father. Namgung Kong. Understand? Did you just say, understand? Among all the supreme masters gathered there, your father was the only one who came back alive. 20 years. That's what the ascended immortal, great hero Pirate King, said. Sadly, that's the limit. Pirate King ascended? And 20 years, what is that supposed to mean? There were other grandmasters there too, but Pirate King ascended to immortality? Sect leader Jioka of Zhongnan and the other peak masters who stayed behind all saw it clearly. And the meaning of 20 years. The current theory is that the demonic Grand High Priest didn't die, and that it will take him 20 years to recover from those injuries. If that's the case, this isn't the time to sit idle. We should start gathering people immediately. Now is the perfect chance to strike the weakened Grand High Priest, isn't it? If it's money, our Moyong clan can put up as much as needed. You're not wrong, but this isn't just a matter of money. The problem is the 100,000 Great Mountains. 100,000 Great Mountains. That's where we were planning to attack anyway, isn't it? It's a bit vast, sure, but with help from the Southern Army and the Daewoo Kingdom, it should be enough. Your solution has 3 problems. The 100,000 Great Mountains, the demonic cult's base, is a huge mountain range more than about 650 li across. It also touches the southern end of the Jirian range, so if we prod it rashly, who knows where things will explode. Half of that region lies not in the empire but in the territory of the Daewoo Kingdom, which, though a tributary of the empire, is still fully independent and home to many masters. The problem is that Great Master Gongzhou, our only real link to Daewoo, has passed away. With that supreme level bond gone, no one knows whether our friendly relations with Daewoo will continue. Even though we drove the demonic cult back, with so many masters dead now, it'll be hard for them to trust us like they did before. What about the Southern Army, then? Same problem. They had a close connection with Blade King Pin Bulcheng. Without someone with the kind of influence the previous Moyong clan head had, it's nowhere near enough to fill the shoes of those two. Sigh. I see. So what's the third problem? The energy around the 100,000 Great Mountains is ominous. Yin energy and demonic chi are surging on a huge scale. Even demonic warlords who had nothing to do with the demonic cult are being drawn in. And on top of that, some sects are starting to pull out. What? Why would they pull out now, of all times? It means they can't take any more damage. In this last battle, many lost masters or disciples, cutting off martial lineages or their future entirely. But how are we supposed to stop a monster that endured an immortal sword 20 years from now? If you look at it another way, maybe what we've been given is exactly 20 years of time. Since this is based entirely on Pirate King's one-sided statement, we can't blindly believe it, so I don't intend to use the entire 20 years. 10 will be enough. I'll tie everything up within that time. Until then, everyone should pour their energy into recovery and prepare. Namgung Family Villa. This is all what great hero Pirate King did. What? He did all of that? Yes. Honestly, even if we revealed the truth, it's obvious no one would believe it, and there's no reason to explain every little detail. If you want to hide a tree, a forest is perfect. We can just use great hero Pirate King as an excuse and muddle through. Still, isn't that a bit much? To be exact, reaching peak level was an accident. I gained a small insight while watching those masters fight. And then I received a voice transmission from great hero Pirate King. A voice transmission? Yes. A few days before all this happened, we had a brief meeting with him. At the time, he offered a little guidance to me, Brother Namgung, and Lady Zhonghua. Then, when the battle with the demonic cult began, he said I was just right for something and called out to me. He said he was going to use my body. Given the situation, I agreed for the moment. Come to think of it, at some point Pirate King just sat quietly in one place and UNHO jumped into the fight instead. My guess is, he gained some kind of insight from his fight with the demonic leader and used my body for time to process and digest it. Then that final attack of yours? Yes. At the time, it felt like some unknown power of great hero Pirate King's was holding up my body with the energy between heaven and earth. But now. So, do you remember all the techniques you used back then? It's important, so be honest. Yes, but they weren't Pirate King's techniques. Every move, down to the smallest form, was our Mount Hua swordsmanship. Huh. All that power was just Mount Hua sword arts. There's a line in the flower garland scripture, I think. When a cow drinks water, it turns into milk, when a snake drinks water, it becomes poison. Learning with wisdom leads to enlightenment, learning foolishly, clinging to words and letters, leads only to birth and death. When a cow drinks water, it turns into milk, and when a snake drinks water, it turns into poison. If you learn wisely, you attain awakening, if you learn foolishly, bound by letters and speech, you just keep being born and dying. In other words, even if the cause is the same, the result changes depending on the heart of the one who acts. And Pirate King is someone who actually attained ascension. If that was the last thing such a man did before ascending, what could truly be impossible? Right. No one can fully comprehend everything in this world. Pressing further will probably just get us the same kind of answer. All right, I understand. You may go now. Have you managed to settle your heart a bit, brother? A man can't spend the rest of his life drowning in grief. You're strong, even after losing your beloved little sister. As the Namgung heir, I can't show too much emotion, but someday, I will absolutely pay the demonic bastards back. And you will. I'll be there with you to avenge Lady Hia. So, brother, what are you going to do now? Well. First, I should get married. What? Marriage? Just like that. I'll be 20 soon, can't stay single forever. That's how it is when you're the heir of a great sect. And who's the partner? Someone already decided. Hard to say, marriage isn't something that goes however I want it to, so I expect plenty of obstacles. But pretending I don't know would be hard, considering all the guidance I've been given, in many ways. You've been given a lot. Wait. Don't tell me. He told me to do as I please. Whether I bring her into the Namgung family to inherit our clan arts. Or let one son take the Zhua surname and form an independent branch. My God. With this, the era of the 17 heavenly martial stars is totally over. Are you sure about that? Humph. Of course I am. It was ridiculous nonsense from the start. It's not like martial artists are such a big deal. 17 heavenly martial stars. If that's the naming style, we should at least be the 28 constellations. 28 constellations. Even with alternates, we don't quite have that many, do we? Oh, you big bear, it's just an expression. I mean, there's 16 of us, and they go and make themselves a 17th just to one-up us. It's annoying. Still, the sects that represent the martial world were the 9 sects, the imperial faction, and the 7 great families. Add those up and you get 17, right? Those people had no problem picking top 10 masters, and such before. Then suddenly they chose 17. Anyone can see they were thinking about us. When 1 or 2 dropped out, someone else would have filled the spot, but now that 7 are gone, the title itself might change. Well, that probably depends on how hard our Lord Baek works from here on out, doesn't it? Humph, listen to this big bear trying to flatter me when it doesn't even suit him. Mount Hua. This is hard. Really hard. The completion of a divine art. Is that something only heaven can grant? Senior brother. Chonghyo, what's with the fuss? Did something happen? Senior brothers. The senior brothers. They've passed away. What? Who did such a thing? The demonic cult. It was the demonic cult. The demonic cult. Tell me exactly what happened, in detail. Namgung Family Training Ground Lower Hall. How's your body? Feeling any better? I've heard the story. Master. At first, I doubted my ears. But seeing you in person, it makes sense now. To reach peak level at just 17. I was lucky. In the martial world, even luck is part of strength. No need to be so modest. What about the kids' lessons? Why have you come all the way down here? Lessons? In times like these, how could I just focus on that? More importantly, I've even heard rumors you showed near supreme level skill. That was, well. So Pirate King Zhua Bun really ascended to immortality. Yes. I didn't directly learn any of Pirate King's arts, seems he was someone as incredible as Grandmaster Zhenmu. But when he used my body to perform the sect's swordsmanship, it was truly astounding. An immortal who ascended through the sword. No wonder something like that could happen. Did you record all the sword techniques used at that time? Well. Everything was too chaotic then. But I do have it all memorized. UNHO. A person's memory naturally erodes with time. So. It should be written down properly, shouldn't it? You're being very blunt about it. Yes. I'll start writing it down right away. But since it's based on memory, there might be errors, so I'd like your help, master. Of course. That's exactly what a master should do. Thank you. No need to thank me. Reminds me. Kanjin told me to give you some medicine. Good timing, your fasting pills were running low anyway. Even if it shaves off a bit of lifespan, it's a pill Grandmaster Jingmu highly praised. There's no way we can stop taking it. And above all, 20 years. Sadly, that's the limit. I remember Pirate King's last words clearly. And also Grandmaster Jingmu's regretful sigh, I had hoped at least a little of my last strike would reach him. This doesn't even come close. Perhaps Grandmaster Jingmu was speaking about Pirate King's realm. And the demonic leader seemed to know Grandmaster Jingmu as well. Amitba. You've finally shown yourself. To be personally acquainted with Grandmaster Jingmu from 140 years ago. 20 years from now, we'll have to face monsters with terrifying martial arts again. We'll need at least supreme level strength. And no more than that. So, there's no time to hesitate. Brother, are you here? Oh. Grand-uncle Gong is here too. Grand-uncle? He's my sworn brother's master, so of course he's my grand-uncle too. Sworn brother. Well, we did agree to treat each other like real brothers. Sigh. Yes, we really are sworn brothers. We definitely are. Anyway, that's not the important part right now. Well, it is important, but still. Beggar King. Beggar King sir has woken up. And he's asking for brother UNHO right now. Beggar King Sanosa is asking for our UNHO. Why? Damn it. I ended up taking a bath. Master. The physician said. There was no other choice. NGH. Whatever. It's not like this was your fault. Master So. I've brought UNHO, the one you were looking for. You called for me, Master So. I have something to talk about with this child. Everyone else, step outside. Yes, Master. We'll wait. Hey, young Master Gong. Don't worry. I don't plan to eat your disciple. I've heard everything. So this was that rascal's Wabuyan's doing. Yes, that's right. Why is he suddenly releasing pressure? Don't be so tense. I only shut out the sounds around us. More importantly, you really went all in on that lie. Too much trouble to explain everything. I think you might be misunderstanding something. TCH, sure. Lesser folk might be fooled, but back then, you were not Swabuyuan's puppet. If anything, he was yours. The fact you blocked out the surroundings now, does that mean I can take this the way I'm thinking? As expected. Reaching peak level at 17 wasn't just luck. Well, that's because. Hold on. This is something I'd like to hear as well. Head Elder Chongmu. NGH. When did you get here? Senior So, you've gotten weak. And quite a bit cleaner too. Shut up. Alright, UNHO. Whatever you were going to tell Senior So, about what exactly happened back there, I need to hear it too. Should I really tell everything without hiding anything? How honest should I be? Well, in front of Head Elder Chongmu, do you happen to remember Grandmaster Jingmu? Nangung family, lower hall. What an exhausting day. After Beggar King left, many other great masters kept coming to find me and bombard me with questions. Have I ever had a more tiring day than this? You're late. Hurry up and pick up your sword. I'm tired. You're late. Grab your sword already, I'm tired. This is already our third meeting, can't you be a bit nicer to me by now? Stop whining and come at me. Just from a glance, you don't seem like the type to get strong by hiding in the mountains. So how about it? Ever thought of going to the Northern Warfront? It's on a whole different level from this kind of simulated training. You get to feel the real thing. You really talk a lot. Grandmaster Jingmu was always stingy with his words. Humph. That old man's over 100 years dead. He must have been way more strapped than I am now. Then at least explain things properly. Don't just fling around words like merit and fault balance at random. Merit and fault balance. Sounds needlessly grand. Influence is more accurate. And I'm not very good at explanations. Influence? Then if I become the most famous person in the Central Plains, will you be able to break free of your current restrictions? Won't know till we try, but probably not. Your swordsmanship is way too different from Grandmaster Zhengmu's. NGH. Your movements are like flashes of pure instinct. You're too tame. Against an equal opponent, you need to know when to pour everything in, even if it means taking a hit. Still, you're way better than those brats from the 9 sects and 7 families, so don't feel too bad. But still not at your level, right, sir? Of course not. You know how many years I rolled around on the Northern Front. Anyway, think about it. This isn't the kind of martial art you master by sealing yourself up on a mountain like those Mount Hua scholars. Our Grandmaster died, senior uncles, senior elders. So many people I trained alongside are gone. It all happened in a moment I wasn't even fully conscious of. I could say it was like that for everyone and try to comfort myself. But UNHO was different. He stood his ground and fought the demonic Grand High Priest head-on. It's frustrating. I was a fool. Beauty. It might win a man's heart or attention, but it can't save a life. In the end, beauty is hollow in the face of death. How stupid of me. 20 years. Time to become strong enough to protect the people I care about. I'll just keep looking straight ahead and move forward. Infinite manner. As someone who witnessed this incident closer than anyone, this body can feel just how grave it all was. With that heavy awareness, I will accept the position of alliance leader. Now. Even if things started on a gloomy note, this is a new beginning, so we might as well enjoy the ride, don't you think? Normally, that seat would have gone to Morong Jiang, but in this disaster, Morong Jiang and many other masters died. Come now, have a drink. An alliance leader should at least have the weight of a 17 heavenly martial star, but since Beggar King and the other top experts turned the position down. My father WHO really wanted the role, ended up taking it. For now, all we can do is stop him from causing any big trouble. I'll do my best as well. Mount Hua. Mount Hua in full bloom. If your presence really is upright and sharp, I did think something felt off. A person with that kind of presence should have sword arts that are sharp and beautiful. After seeing your techniques, they really do fit Mount Hua well. Sir, is it really okay for you to just chat like this in broad daylight? It's fine, it doesn't cost that much influence. My life, my choice. If you've got that kind of strength, can't you please give me a bit more detailed guidance? At peak level, you should be finding your own path. You're just being lazy, aren't you? You've worked hard. We're almost there. Once we arrive, unpack your things, then go pay your respects to the sect leader this evening. Huh? To the Grandmaster sect leader? He said he wants to hear your story in detail. And also discuss your future. My future? At your age, most people struggle to even become first-rate, but you're already at peak level. It's unprecedented, so of course the higher UPS are torn. The elders will be calling for you often. I'll be careful. No. In the end, what matters most in the martial world is martial strength. People will start lining up to win you over. Even if you meet them separately, they'll show you favor, so take as much as you can get. So if the sect leader asks you what you want, ask for time to train in the mountains. Understood. This kid. Unlike those stuffy mountain hermits, he's actually pretty interesting. But still. You're a bit different from the others. If things go as your master says, UNHO you will stagnate. Mount Hua Sect leader's residence. Right. Back at the Namgung Villa things were hectic, so I couldn't really get a good look, but seeing you now, it truly is astonishing. Peak level. At just 17. My. I was lucky. No need to be so modest. In the end, all of that is still part of your strength. So, is there anything you need for your training? Your contribution this time wasn't just for the sect. If there's anything I can do for you personally, I'll grant it. In that case, I'd like access to all of Mount Hua's sword manuals. And, if possible, I'd like someone well versed in scholarship to be assigned to me. The sword manuals, sure, but someone scholarly. Why is that? I've almost completely decoded the hidden plum sword and farming plum sword, but I'm still lacking with the plum mist sword and light and shadow sword. I want to fully interpret the secret manuals. My academic knowledge is just too lacking. You've completely deciphered the hidden plum and farming plum swords. Yes. They're excellent sword arts, and very well explained. I need a talented person who can read and interpret the manuals and help infer the missing pieces. With that, I think it'll greatly help open up a new realm just like Elder Guangmu did. I see. Understood. I'll assign someone suitable to you. Is there anything else? Thank you. In that case, I'd also like the chance to cross swords with others. Would it be alright if I travel the martial world together with the person you assign? Yes, do that. You can find the sword manuals in the archive library. I'll give orders to have copies made for you to carry on your travels. Thank you, you are most generous. Hongmi-ho. It's been a while since I last came to Hongmi-ho. My fasting pills are almost gone, so before I head out into the world, I should drop by. It's been a while. Have you been well, UNHO? It's been a while. Have you been well, UNHO? Kong Ahayan. What are you doing here? What do you mean, what? This is my house. And you came all the way here without even dropping by to say hi. So cold. Ahaha, sorry. Things have been crazy for me lately. Still, Ahayan, you look a lot better than a few months ago. Did you have some kind of breakthrough? Kind of, but a certain someone showed such outstanding results that I'm too embarrassed to brag now. Haha. I just got lucky. Anyway, what really brings you here? Why? I can't come see you unless something's wrong. No. That's not what I meant. TCH, how boring. It's an order from the sect leader. From the sect leader? Yeah. You asked for a scholar who could travel with you and help study the secret manuals on your journey. Don't tell me, that's you, Ahayan. Yep, that's me. You're not disappointed, are you? Honestly, if it's you, Ahayan, I feel reassured, but since it's a trip outside the sect. Did Lady Soyo Hyang and Elder Kong Jin actually agree to this? I was just on my way to get their permission. Absolutely not. A grown girl going off alone on a martial world journey with some dark-clothed young man. I forbid, don't mind what he says, just come back safely. You're going to say the exact same thing my father used to, aren't you? Spare us the embarrassment and stop talking. But. My precious daughter. Ahaha. Isn't it amazing and reassuring that he's peak level at just 17? If Ahayan didn't care about him, would she really obey just because the sect leader said so? Fine. I'll allow it. But on one condition. Huh. Okay. What condition? You have to eat this first. UNHO. That's the look of a complete madman. What exactly is this? Ugh, the smell. Well, I haven't named it yet. Let's see. Primordial mixed pill, sounds good. Do you know why you need rest periods after taking spiritual pills, and why the more you take them, the weaker their effects get? Isn't that just how medicine works? There's no such original rule. It's just that we haven't figured out the reason. Spiritual medicine is powerful, so you rest afterward to recover from it, and the reduced effect is because your body adapts to the medicine. One more thing. Internal energy is originally the refined essence of the world's vital chi that humans take in. True chi is what you get after refining that internal energy so you can absorb more of it more easily. The problem starts there. Say there's a container, and you're stuffing cotton into it. Once it's full, if you want fit more, you have to press it down hard. That's the difference between internal energy and true chi. If the cotton is the internal energy you gather by medicine and breathing exercises, the pressing force is your advanced cultivation method. A highly efficient method compresses it harder so you can fit more power, but it has a limit. The more you pack in, the closer you get to that limit. And the more vitality you lose in the process. But this pill fools your body, as if you were taking spiritual medicine for the very first time. That means when you take the purple rebuilding pill again, you can get nearly the same effect as the first time. What are the side effects? Well, it's nothing big, just. Your internal energy might decrease a bit. Who? See, UNHO. I told you he's totally insane. Giving a martial artist a pill that might erase his internal energy. Dad, are you out of your mind? If you don't want to let me go, you could just say so. I'm disappointed in you. How could you? No. It's not like that. I wouldn't suggest it for no reason. I only brought it up because when I checked on Ho's body, there were no lingering side effects from the earlier purple rebuilding pills. In exchange I'll give him an ultra-high-grade purple rebuilding pill. Even if you lose a bit of internal energy, you'll more than make it back. I'll personally take responsibility and assist you. I'll watch the whole digestion process by your side. Just take it once. Please. It really will help you. UNHO, it's dangerous. 20 years. Even reaching supreme level won't be enough by then. I'll need martial strength at least on par with war god Murong Jiang, or even beyond that. If there's even a small chance to grow stronger, even if the path is dangerous. I'll accept it. Good. Smart choice. It's late today, so go back for now, and in 5 days, at dawn on the full moon, we'll have you take the pill. Gulp. The explosion of all 5 tastes, a violent sensation sweeps through my mouth. No, more accurately my entire body feels it. It's like my whole body is on fire. Stay calm. Focus all your senses on your body, and keep your mind as sharp as possible. Arg. What is this? Arft. For Pirate King Who now has nothing but his soul left with no body or spirit, to feel it this intensely. Gasp. Ha. Hugh. All right. The imbalances in his flesh are being corrected and evened out. So far it's going smoothly. If it keeps going like this. Ha. He's absorbing massive amounts of energy. Damn it, at this rate, UNHO's energy center won't just lose internal force, it'll be like planting a bomb inside him that could go off any time. And it's sucking in my internal energy too. Damn it. I'm sorry. UNHO. For now, all I can do is watch. What is it, senior brother? I'm sensing something strange from Plum Blossom Peak. If it's Plum Blossom Peak. 9 times out of 10 Gene is up to something again. You think so? Oh no. Are you alright, UNHO? Huh. What is this? Even after absorbing all that massive energy. There's not a trace of it left. All I can sense is the calm and steady true chi of embracing essence art. Where is this? GRA. Grandmaster. Grandmaster. Hey, ho. Baek Un-ho. You finally woke up. Ooh. How long was I unconscious? About half an hour. Damn, that was a truly awful experience. Didn't I tell you not to just swallow that guy's pills so casually? So you're awake. What on earth happened? And what was that suction I felt from your energy center? That's. Don't tell him anything about me. I'm not exactly sure either. Maybe it's the accumulated effect of all the medicine I've been taking. My body doesn't seem to have any particular issues, my meridians and blood flow feel wider and thicker. It feels like I can move my internal energy faster and stronger now. It's suspicious in a lot of ways, but the result isn't bad. At least we learned that the primordial mixed pill actually has pretty decent effects. We'll need to keep watching you for a while. Alright then, let's go back down, Master. You still owe me something, you know. The top-grade purple rebuilding pill. Where do you think you're going, pale hobo? From what I see, it's not quite a full rebirth, but maybe an extra 10% or so of effect. And I think even I changed a bit. I've started doing this thing called thinking. What? You don't normally think. You brat. That's not what I mean. Up to now, as just a lingering soul, I was only copying how I was in life. But now, in the realm of spirit and consciousness, I can create just a little bit beyond that. So you're saying it's like your soul came back? Not quite. Think of the gap between a supreme master on the verge of ascension and an old man at death's door. See? You cursed it plenty, but it worked on you too. It really was awful, though. Especially at the end it got truly dangerous. If we'd left it alone, you probably would have lost at least 50% of your internal energy. You're right. Thanks to you, I made it through. Huh? What do you mean? Huh? Weren't you the one who helped me, sir? Me? With what strength? I was barely sane because of the pill's effects. Whatever happened, you must have done it subconsciously. Anyway, hurry and swing your sword. For once, maybe because I can think creatively now. There's a ton of things I want to try. It looks like I'll be escorting our sect's delegation this time. What? You mean that imperial event in the capital, Beijing? Yes. Because of what happened, the capital is on edge. Every 2 years, a large imperial festival called the Great Offering is held. Mount Hua, Wudong, and Zhongnan, as leading orthodox sects, are required to send representatives. That's the official reason, anyway. In reality, it's an excuse to keep the sects under constant watch. Some places are occasionally excused from attending, but Mount Hua and Wudong have never been excused, not once. So this time, I, as the outer hall master, will go as well. Elder Guangmyong. Un-ho. So you'll be coming with us too, master? Yes. I was worried about sending just the 2 of you. What did you pack so much off? Plum Mist Sword and Light and Shadow Sword manuals. Alright. Then travel safely, UNHO. Yes. I'll be off and return safely soon. 5 days later. The building you see over there is the last relay station we'll stop at. Asterisk relay station, place where horses are changed for long distance travel. 20 more li ahead. If we stay the night there, we'll arrive by tomorrow. Just hang in a little longer. Yes, understood. Thank you for coming such a long way. Delegation from Mount Hua. Lord Jo Chonggong. It's been a while. Thank you for the warm welcome. 2 years ago I was busy and couldn't greet you properly. And this gentleman is. Not at all. Lord Baek treated us extremely well that year as well. A member of the Eastern Bureau. The Eastern Bureau, so, the Emperor's invisible blade and watchdog. He wasn't nearly as easy to talk to as Lord Jo, though. They're the ones secretly spread throughout the empire, gathering information from the shadows. The fake beard and forced hearty laughter are to hide that he's a eunuch. Not that it doesn't completely show anyway. Oh, right. UNHO. Yes, sir. Come say hello. This is Grand Eunuch Jo Chongyu from the Office of Rights, Lord Jo, this is. A.H. I know. We're welcoming quite the important guest. The young hero who made a name for himself in the Infinite Manor incident. I'm Baek Un-ho. Your reputation is the talk of the palace, young hero Baek. I look forward to working with you. I've got a pretty good sense for people. I get the feeling we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Yes, I also look forward to the future. Imperial lodging in Beijing. So this is, Wild Wind, Sword. From what I see so far, it seems like a type of illusion sword. If it's an illusion sword, is it similar to the farming plum sword? I never really clicked with the farming plum sword. From the quick read I gave it, it seems a bit different from farming plum. But isn't this manual a bit too full of blanks? And there are too many parts where it just says, this can be inferred from the characters. Still, it's Mount Hua swordsmanship in the end. There should be things in it that connect to what you've already learned. You could say Mount Hua's sword styles are all collected from different sects' techniques. Just look at Hidden Plum, Farming Plum, and Plum Mist, they're completely different in philosophy and logic. Are they? What? Do you know something? Yeah. All 8 of Mount Hua's great sword arts were revised by Patriarch Mok Un-pyung. What? Is that true? Yes, supposedly they were carefully selected and polished more than 150 years ago. So then, where did you learn that? Just. From a random opportunity? How am I supposed to say, I heard it from him directly? And you're sure that's reliable? No matter how you look at it, these are completely different types of martial arts, and you're saying one person refined all of them? And out of all the sword arts Mount Hua had, why exactly those 8? I can't find any common ground between Hidden Plum, Farming Plum, and Plum Mist at all. How should I put this? Want to cross swords for the first time in a while? Cross swords. Feels like it'll be easier to talk with blades than with words. Sounds good. No reason to refuse personal guidance sparring from a peak master. Just don't let your guard down too much. I've changed a lot since a few months ago. Oh. Now I'm curious. Then in the training hall inside the Imperial Lodging, I'll show you Hidden Plum, Farming Plum, and Plum Mist in order. Imperial Lodging Training Hall. Since I'm facing a peak master, I can go all out, right? As much as you like. Here I come. Here I come. I'll start by showing you the Hidden Plum sword. Since I'm facing a peak level master, I'm going all out from the beginning. Go right ahead. I'm stuck. Where am I even supposed to swing my sword? I'm striking with everything I've got, but he's blocking it perfectly. With just a few moves precise and light. If we'd crossed swords before the Infinite Manor incident, I wouldn't have dared to face these sword strikes head on. I can tell you've worked really hard. It's impressive. Yeah. This is exactly the Kong Na Hyan I know. That's the end of the Hidden Plum sword. I'll catch my breath for a bit, then show you the Farming Plum sword. No need. I'm the one who needs it. I want to see it properly, don't you? We're going to be comrades, studying these sword arts together. TCH. Fine, I get it. You're frustrated. It's fine. When else would I get to duel a peak level master? Alright, next. Now it's the Farming Plum sword. An opening. What dash? Baek Un-ho, you. Don't tell me you've been holding back and going easy this whole time. Were you just playing around with me? No. The whole point was to show clearly what each sword style is like. I really did my best at that. Humph. Fine, then next is the plum mist sword. Right. Then why are you sheathing your sword? You saying you can win without drawing it? That's not it. You'll understand when you see it. When I see it. Sword control. The more freedom you add, the more power you lose. So in terms of pure force it's weaker if you exploit that weakness. Now this is the real deal. Nice work, Ahayan. Wheeze, you really are. Huff, peak level. So. Do you see any common points now? Honestly, after feeling them myself, all three arts are completely different. It looks like they don't share anything at all. That's exactly it. What? What kind of nonsense is that supposed to be? So different they have no common ground at all. Oh my god. You realized it? There's no similarity at all. Almost like someone made them that way on purpose. Even between different sects, it's rare to find arts that don't overlap at all, yet 3 of Mount Hua's 8 great sword arts are like that. Not 3. 4. 4. What's this? A lightning-fast sword that I'm barely able to track with my eyes. Other than being fast, I can't even properly grasp it. The light and shadow sword. But isn't that an insanely complicated ceremonial sword art? This is what it looks like when it's executed properly. In other words, you have to perform incredibly complex moves perfectly in one go. If even the light and shadow sword doesn't match the others, then, like you said, someone clearly tampered with them. Then what was the intention behind designing the 8 sword arts like this? I think they're a kind of map. As you know, reaching the way through technique through the sword is a bit different from reaching it by just building internal energy. I think these 8 sword arts are a map showing that path. You learn them in order, from the first sword art up to the 7th. And the 8th and final sword art might be the true, perfected style that leads directly to the way, not a lost manual. Reaching the way. A sword art that guarantees the supreme realm. So the path of the sword master really isn't something anyone should walk unless they're chosen. Well, the same is true for internal cultivation. As you know, I'm hopeless when it comes to internal arts. True. Pulling off sword control with only 15 years of internal energy. I guess everyone really does have a different path that suits them. I'm thinking of traveling all over the Central Plains and gaining experience. That suits my temperament, and there's so much I want to see and learn firsthand. Which means we'd better hurry and restore those lost sword arts, right? Gee, who would be the one we most need for that right now, I wonder? Why yeah, I suppose so. So I'm counting on you, Ahayan. Of course. I want to reach peak level too. We'll be sparring a lot while restoring them, so it'll help me a ton. Imperial Palace. I hear that famous kid from Mount Hua is here these days. Bring that child to me. Choi Yom. Among the Imperial Guards, how many actually witnessed Pirate King's ascension with their own eyes? 13. But at the time they were stationed at the edge of the Namgung estate, so all they clearly saw was the pillar of light and the 5 colored clouds, whether it was truly ascension is nonsense. That alone is more than enough to call it certain. So, how is the task I ordered progressing? We've bought up most of the bonds at a throwaway price, and we've already started putting pressure around them. In a month, 1 month from now, you'll have complete control of the entire Sea Dragon Pavilion. Good. What about Mount Hua? Well, key figures and the sect leader are still alive, so. Do you think I keep you at my side to listen to pathetic excuses like that? No, sir. I'll be more careful. Mount Hua's purple glow energy art. Bring me that manual, no matter what. If I can master purple glow, another form of the Giwa cannon, aiming for an immortal's realm might be possible. You're only 16 now. If I can complete the Giwa cannon perfectly, even someone as merely talented as you might learn it and become immortal. If that happens, it would be the greatest honor of my life. Talent. Speaking of talent, that reminds me, I've heard rumors there's a child causing a big stir at Mount Hua lately. Bring that child before me. Young Hero Baek, Deputy Director O from the Office of Rights is calling for you. He serves closest to Grand Eunuch Choi of the Office of Rights. Why would someone like that call for me? Most likely Grand Eunuch Choi himself wishes to see you. Xian Yin Underworld Choi Yeom, one of the imperial four symbols, and for 3 generations the closest attendant to the emperor, head of all eunuchs. His martial arts are incredible, with most of the strongest masters of the realm now gone. He might be the one currently closest to being the strongest under heaven. For someone like that to ask for me. Now that is interesting. All right. Please lead the way. Residence of Choi Yeom, Xian Yin Underworld, inside the palace. I've brought him, Deputy Director O. This place is insanely huge. Well done. Come in. I am Oh Hyuk, who serves Grand Eunuch Choi Yeom in the Office of Rights. Pleased to meet you. I am Baek Un-ho, 3rd-generation disciple of Mount Hua. Oh Hyuk. You seem like a master with impressive attainment for your age. The reason I called you is by order of Grand Eunuch Choi. What does Xianin Lord Choi want with me? Why, he is the protector of the empire. Such chaos struck the empire, and you were at the center of it. More than anything, you're a master who reached peak level at just 17. Having mastered the strongest arts in the world, it's only natural he'd be curious. Strongest in the world, huh? UNHO, Choi Yeom is not someone you want to get close to. Come, let's go inside. He's waiting. This is incredible. It's no wonder you're impressed. His Majesty treasures Grand Eunuch Choi so much he granted him all of this. Watch out. Well now, isn't this Lord Zhou? You've become quite radiant. Since I last saw you. Zhou Chung, Northern Frontier Commander-in-Chief. Lord, you flatter me. What brings you here, Commander Zhou? What else? A nobody like me can only skulk around wondering if I might catch a glimpse of Lord Choi's honorable face. Judging by your clothes, you must be that young disciple from Mount Hua. Did Lord Choi summon you? NGH. The pressure here makes speaking even a single word exhausting. That's right. Young hero Baek, what are you doing? You should be greeting Commander Zhou at once, since he is one of the 12 Zodiac Guardians who protect the imperial family. My, what a mischievous prank. It seems Commander Zhou has taken a liking to you as well. Shall I tell him to drop by sometime? Huh, you really do have a generous heart, Lord O. I'll take my leave for now. Mount Hua young hero, if you ever find the time. I'd like you to. Don't worry too much about it. It just means young hero Baek left a strong impression. Though that's not necessarily a good thing. For now, please wait for a moment in that reception room. I'll bring him shortly. Understood. A supreme master among the 12 Zodiac Guardians. The gap really is enormous. My road is long and winding. Looks like there are relics on display here too. Even at a glance they look priceless. How wealthy is this man? Is it because I'm a swordsman? Your eyes go straight to the sword. I greet Grand Eunuch Choi Yeom. What gives you the confidence to assume I'm the eunuch? What would you have done if you were wrong? How? Well, that's because I couldn't sense any presence, any energy. In all the world, who but Grand Eunuch Choi could have such terrifying presence while seemingly having none at all? Heh, so you're not just strong, you have a sharp tongue too. So, will you use that tongue to tell me everything that happened at Infinite Manor? That's why I called you here. So, to sum it up. Pirate King ascended to immortality. And the demonic leader survived even that attack. That's what you're saying? Yes. I saw it all with my own eyes. You truly were at a remarkable scene. And on top of that, he used your body right before ascending. That's a story almost unheard of. I was lucky. Indeed, but luck is a crucial part of strength. That one over there got his position because he was lucky enough to meet me, after all. Still, it really is shocking. Ascension means Pirate King shed his human shell and rose to the heavens, yet a demonic leader who hasn't fully shaken off mortal limits blocked that. And this, spirit projection. I see. As for the scribe spirit. The great general's office of Kingi would know most about that. Oh Hyuk. Who did we send to Hengxiang again? The second young master and guard Captain Zhang Qianin are posted there. Shall I summon them at once? Don't be stupid. Peng family and Baek family are already glaring at us. You go and ask them for a detailed report yourself. Understood. And you, boy from Mount Hua, yes, my lord. It must have been a hassle coming all the way here. I'll give you a small gift. A gift? You brought me information, so I'll gift you something equal in return. Go with Oh Hyuk. If you go to the great general's office of Kingi, it will help answer some of your and that beggar's questions. I'm grateful for your favor. South Sea, Sea Dragon Pavilion. What kind of outrageous behavior is this? Outrageous? Outrageous is what you're doing right now. You're the ones interfering with legitimate financial business. Legitimate financial business? My father protected the martial world of the Central Plains and ascended to the heavens as an immortal. Did I say anything about that? The Pirate King saved the martial world and became an immortal, sure, but the money doesn't get to ascend with him. Debts still have to be repaid, don't they? Here, 1,000 gold taels. That's the lien on all Sea Dragon Pavilion's buildings, land, ships, the entire island. Choose, either pay back the money now, or walk away with only your lives. You bastard, how dare you, hey, brat. Think carefully before you jump. I'm only talking this nicely out of respect for the man who became an immortal. Stop posturing. Either pay the debt or get out. Exactly 1 month and 15 days after Pirate King's Baek Un-ho ascended, the mountain of debt he left behind drove the Sea Dragon Pavilion to the brink of ruin. Reincarnation, huh? That's a troublesome subject. Imperial Palace. But a person being reborn while retaining all their memories is definitely possible, based on what we've discovered. Jang Jaemyong, Kinggi General's Office. That said, just because you practiced martial arts for a long time in your past life doesn't mean you're automatically strong in the next. You still have to build your internal energy from scratch in a new body. I see. So since the body changes, you need time to adapt to it, and your internal energy doesn't carry over, so you need time then to rebuild it too. Exactly. Oh. Then, what actually causes a reincarnated person's martial progress to be slow? Understood. I'll speak to the Grand Eunuch about support on that. Huh, if you'd be willing to say that, I'm grateful. Our people have it pretty rough right now. Anyway, to continue, our master explained reincarnation like this. The soul changes bodies then builds up its vitality again from zero. What matters there is the vessel. It doesn't seem like you can freely choose where you'll be reborn, and your new body's natural quality and 5 faculties severely limit you. Even if you already know the path up the mountain, it's still a human body that has to walk that path in the end. Exactly. Martial talent is something you're fundamentally born with. When you put it that way, reincarnation sounds like a pretty inefficient method. But if you have enough time, it could let you grow terrifyingly strong. True. If you ever happen to be reborn in a body with outstanding talent and faculties, you might end up with no one in the world who can match you. So what do you think about the demonic Grand High Priest's body swapping? If that's real, then you could say reincarnation's weaknesses are almost completely removed. Because it would mean choosing whatever body you want. If that's possible, then it's an act that defies heaven. And any art that defies heaven comes with a backlash worthy of its power. Reincarnation feels a lot like Mount Hua's sword system. One life spent to master a single sword art, and yet a set of seemingly unrelated arts gets tied together as one path. Maybe reincarnation is a way for talentless people like me to walk a similar path. If so, what exactly does the demonic Grand High Priest's body swap mean, and what form does it take? A few days later. Amazing. They really weren't kidding when they said the biggest power in the Central Plains is the imperial family. So this is the Great Offering. The Empire's main festival, hosted by the court itself. Huh. What's wrong all of a sudden? Nothing. It's just. Looking at this festival, I feel like something important happened at one of these before. But since I can't remember it clearly, I guess it wasn't that important. I thought it might be you and sure enough, it is. I told you to drop by when you had time. Did you forget? Come now, get over here. There's something I want to say to you. Is it really okay for the person in charge of the Imperial Guards to just leave his post in the middle of such an important event? In that short sentence, you've already gotten 2 things wrong. Forget that and just get over here. I have something to tell you. UNHO, you really can't even break through something this simple. Like. Hell, I can't. If we're just talking raw internal energy, there's probably a 3 or 4-fold difference between us. But my realm isn't just about stockpiling true chi. It's insight into the forms. Genuine understand of swordsmanship itself. Look at this brat, so that's what peak level does. If I use any more strength here, the higher UPS will notice. And then I'll just embarrass myself. TCH. Damn it. Fine, my own house is on fire right now, so I'll be direct. Voice transmission. I did not drag you here to harm you. There are too many eyes on us here. Come to my office this evening. Now that I've made contact this openly, I can't give you another chance. Is that a threat? No, I'm begging you. And it's of great importance for you as well. It's about Sea Dragon Pavilion. About Pirate King. And it involves your sworn brother, Namgung Cheol. At this rate, Sea Dragon Pavilion could be wiped out. So, if you want to save Sea Dragon Pavilion and Namgung Cheol, you'd better come. What is he really after? Judging by what he said and what he's doing, it does look like he's desperate. But he mentioned Sea Dragon Pavilion and Brother Cheol. Then it really might be dangerous. When has the martial world not been dangerous? It's the path he chose, after all. Didn't he worry about his family right up to the very end? Yeah, he did, but in the end he let go of all attachments and ascended. I see. Still, I can't just leave Brother Cheol in danger. I have to find out what's going on. Do as you like. But don't panic too much. Sea Dragon Pavilion is far from an easy sect to crush. And on top of that, he's the son of the Namgung clan. Do you really think something huge will happen that easily? Commander Zhou's office. Sea Dragon Pavilion has gone bankrupt. What? What? But isn't Sea Dragon Pavilion the huge sect that controls the southern part of Zhejiang? They own an island, ships, everything. TSK. They've always been heavily indebted. Normally, that's just a part of trade, but most likely they bet everything they had on this last war to try to fix it. But then the Pirate King ascended. And the demonic leader escaped. So all they were left with was debt. Just how big a debt are we talking about? 1,000 gold taels. And that's just the amount due in the first repayment. But the Martial Alliance's victory was practically guaranteed. The bonds had paid out that would have covered everything, I understand. But even so, is it really bad enough to wipe out the whole sect? Just because they're broke, they have to quietly hand over all their property. It's Choi Yom. That snake-like eunuch is behind it. When news of the first ascension in 170 years reached that old monster obsessed with collecting martial arts, it must have been child's play to topple a debt-ridden Sea Dragon Pavilion with money alone. Among the 4 great trading houses of the Central Plains, and even from Hangsong, there's not one that hasn't taken imperial inner treasury money. And the ones who run that inner treasury are the eunuchs. Their leader is Choi Yom. The elite palace guards must have been deployed. You mean the Eastern Bureau? If it were them, I wouldn't even be here talking to you. It's the Brocade Guards. The Brocade Guards? Aren't they your subordinates, Commander Zhou? Didn't I tell you earlier, that's not really the case. I am technically commander of the northern frontier, but it's an empty title now. All because those damned eunuchs whisper in the Emperor's ear non-stop. The Brocade Guard's Grand Commander should have been me, but... Damn it. I see. So right now Brother Cheol is at Sea Dragon Pavilion, and, since the Namgung heir isn't someone they can easily touch, if Choi Yom doesn't target him directly. Then we watch for which factions make a move, and strike them all in one blow at the decisive moment. Exactly. Now you're starting to get it. So you have a plan. I figured you wouldn't have called me otherwise. The next day. UNHO. Are you really sure about this? Are you really sure this is okay? According to Lord Zhou Chung, this was the only post he could give US. Still, an interpreter post. That's a bit much. They say it was originally vacant anyway. That's true, but I've never even taken the civil exam. Either way, he said he can't shield US for long. We need to join up before the Eastern Bureau catches on and moves. But UNHO, why are you going this far? Sure, Great Hero Pirate King is a beneficiary of the alliance, and young Lord Namgung is your sworn brother. And with the Sword King as alliance leader, it should be their job even more. Namgung Baek is so petty that even if his own grandson were about to die, he'd never lift a finger to save Sea Dragon Pavilion. But still, brother Namgung Cheol is the clan heir, isn't he? You don't get it. Namgung Baek has hated Namgung Kong from the very start. He had to hand over the clan head seat against his own wishes. He's the kind of man who chased honor even when his own granddaughter lay dead on the battlefield. So he's hardly going to move just because his grandson might die. No wonder. He felt a bit off the first time we met. Even if he doesn't get along with Pirate King, he must have known his grandson was being taught martial arts by him, yet he still came just to interfere if you think about what that implies. The Martial Alliance probably won't step in. Even if you are right, this is insane. What changes just because the two of us join them? A lot changes, obviously. A lot, huh? Are you really sure about this? This sect, this very family is already bankrupt. Isn't this marriage proposal a bit too one-sided? Blood Cloud Sword. Joa Harang, Sea Dragon Pavilion, Joa Harang's residence. Great Hero Pirate King would probably look kindly on it too. Father, mother, please allow me to form a bond with your daughter. Given how sensitive they are about money, it's understandable for the Namgung clan. He surely thought so as well. There's no real reason to oppose you. I wanted to bring Miss Jor as well, but we're having her stay safely at my home. Of course, that child must have been deeply traumatized. For her safety, it's better she stays there. That man with the whip took a fatal blow, but no body was ever found. There's a high chance he's still alive. This must never happen again. I'll make sure no one loses their precious ones like that ever again. I'll prepare thoroughly. Sorry. I spaced out for a moment. If we move a bit farther, there's a boat waiting for us, so we should get going. Watch out. Too bad I missed. Though if you died, that would have been a shame in its own way. Red Dragon Spear, Bei Gyu. Red Dragon Spear Bei Gyu. How laughable you are. Someone of your level reduced to mere banditry. Selling your martial skills for money, that is truly the way of a vagrant rogue. Warriors of Sea Dragon Pavilion. Stop these bandits. I'll take that one. Hiya. Kill them. You'd all better be careful. Things will get ugly if you kill this young master. Imperial King Sword Form. Heavenly Thunder. I am the grandson of the current martial alliance leader, the Sword King, and son of Namgung Kong, head of the Namgung clan, young clan head Namgung Cheol. If you truly dare to harm me, then go ahead and loose another one of your arrows. The Namgung young clan head. He's the Sword King's grandson. Didn't you say the alliance wouldn't care about Sea Dragon Pavilion? Idiot. We're 100 strong, they're barely 30. I'll keep Bloodcloud Sword busy. Don't back down, just push through. We must steal all of Sea Dragon Pavilion's remaining wealth and manuals. Yeah. He's not even 20 yet, let's crush the brat. There's a limit to how stupid you can be. Seems you lot don't even have that. Come at me as much as you like, I'll cut you all down. Sea Dragon Pavilion's two peak masters, Seawave Sword and Bloodcloud Sword. Even with just two of them, holding off 100 enemies is extremely hard. Many of Sea Dragon Pavilion's warriors are injured and fallen. At this rate, the outcome is as clear as day. UNHO. Like you did back then, I'll have to break my limits in this fight if we're going to win, right? Alright then. Why should I be any less capable? Cheer me on. I'll break through my limits too. Brother. Yes, UNHO. Cheer on your sworn brother. Who's this guy? I am a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua, and Northern Patrol Lieutenant of the Imperial Brocade Guard, the humble sword Baek Un-ho, here to assist. Who dares face my sword? UNHO. What are you doing here? And in the Brocade Guard? What on earth is going on? I heard my one and only sworn brother was having a hard time. Let's talk details after we finish up here. What on earth is going on? Mount Hua, you say? Did the Martial Alliance step in? No, he said he's with the Brocade Guard. Then it's the Imperial Court. Why would the court get involved with Sea Dragon Pavilion? Damn it, what is actually happening here? Wait. Humble Sword. I remember now. The new rising star of Mount Hua from the Infinite Manor Bloodbath. The one who personally witnessed Father's ascension and received his help. What is someone like that doing here? Daydreaming in the middle of a battle, are we? Are you mocking me, Joa Harang? UNHO. A top-tier expert even among peak-level masters. I don't think I can handle more of this. I surrender. I don't see any point in continuing this fight. We'll withdraw quietly, so let us go. A wise decision. Everyone, lower your weapons. I don't see you for a few months and you've turned into a total monster. Bei Gyu, was it? Fine, I'll let you go. However, you'll fully compensate us for the damage you've caused, won't you? Compensate? Did you really think you could touch the Namgung air and just walk away? If you pay a proper price, those who leave here will not need to fear future repercussions. What do you want? Manpower. As you can see, we've got a lot of cargo. The term lasts until we reach the Namgung estate. I'll pay you half the usual wage. Only those who volunteer need come. As for those who turn this offer down, the Namgung clan will remember their faces very clearly. I refuse. Remember me or not, we'll see about that later. Anyone who's short on money can do whatever they want. In the end, 34 of them signed on to work for Sea Dragon Pavilion. Roughly a third of the attackers ended up joining US. You're wondering what I'm thinking. Yes, these are the very people who attacked US. I don't understand what you're counting on, taking in them. Money, obviously. The reason they attacked US in the first place was for money. If we're offering it, why wouldn't we hire them? But if they start harboring any funny ideas. Heh, don't worry about that, young lady, funny ideas, you say, how could they dare think of such a thing? Here stands a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua and Northern Patrol Lieutenant of the Imperial Brocade Guard, the Great Humble Sword, UNHO. Who would dare stand against him? Truly, it was a moving sight. What exactly happened, UNHO? And nothing much, it's just. I'm never coming to your rescue again, no matter the situation. Huh, just a joke. Those bandits DFI nightly have a big patron behind them. Otherwise, would they really press the attack even after hearing he's the Namgung heir? If we hadn't absorbed them like this, there's a good chance they would have regrouped and made a second sweep at US again. So you scattered their group while at the same time turning them into cheap labor to move our cargo, is that it? Exactly. Sea Dragon Pavilion's numbers are already down. We're grateful for even one more pair of hands. And this Xian Yin Choi Yom. He's an even bigger player than I expected. How do you keep getting tangled up with such big shots wherever you go? Still, I don't think that's what I should be saying to you and Miss Ahayan first. There's something else you should say first. Thank you, both of you. Accepting Commander Zhou's proposal while escorting your sect leader, and helping to save Sea Dragon Pavilion and my life, that couldn't have been easy. I'm truly grateful. What's there to thank US for? If you were in my shoes, brother, you'd have done the same. I don't think I helped all that much. I'd run to your side and risk my life if you ever faced danger too. I swear it on the name of the Namgung clan. There's no need to risk your life for me. You're way weaker than I am. Your life might just go to waste while I escape safely on my own, you know. Wow. Oh, come on, brother. It's a joke, a joke. No need to look so serious. No, joke or not, you're absolutely right. Excuse me. How could a mere, young clan head of the insignificant Namgung clan ever hope to help the Great Humble Sword UNHO, third-generation disciple of Mount Hua and Northern Patrol Lieutenant of the Brocade Guard? I was arrogant, so arrogant. Brother. Men, honestly. Ha ha ha. So you say they pulled back with those numbers? They even ended up lending him extra men. Fools. 2 unexpected people showed up who weren't in the original plan, and you expect me to clean all of that up by myself? I heard the name Red Dragon Spear Bay GYU carried quite some weight. Was it all just an empty reputation? They're still just brats, not yet even 20. It's easy to talk big, unless, of course, we're talking about the Namgung heir, the one they call Humble Sword. He's different. He's upper tier even among peak-level masters. He used sword control techniques. And their power was roughly equal to my own. If he'd actually held his sword in hand and kept fighting head-on, I couldn't predict how that would have turned out. So, are you saying you want to give up? I'm saying that if you have any fallback plan, we need to combine it with my strength right now. 3 peak-level masters and the Namgung clan's heir. That's not a group you can touch lightly. We'll have to strike again soon before their injuries from this battle fully heal. Fine. But this time, we must succeed. Failure. Spare me the obvious. I'm just as desperate for my reward as you are. Zhejiang Province, Southern Sea, Bottom Hermitage. Are you truly going, junior sister? Everything will unfold as fate dictates. Why take hardship upon yourself? With Pirate King gone, this is our chance to punish those vile pirates. Abyss Myangjiang. They're no better than pirates themselves, extorting protection feed like that. They may step back for now, but who knows when they'll return. Then we can punish them when they return. The Pirate King is already gone. Now, who in the world could stop you? Pirate King's martial arts remain fully in their hands. I don't believe that talk about him ascending to immortality, but what if we die and then they come back? We need to go now and wipe out those villains so there's no future threat. If that's truly how you feel. Very well. Then please. Come back safely. Wow, what a truly impressive sight that was. A third-generation disciple of Mount Hua. A Northern Patrol Lieutenant of the Imperial Brocade Guard. You were positively brimming with confidence, UNHO. Says the great hero who already ascended and claims he had no lingering attachments. Looks like family love transcends all that, doesn't it? You cared enough about your family in crisis to cry out, UNHO. Like that. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, Un-ho. This brat. How dare you? You're way too obvious, great hero. That's my line, you brat. It's been nearly 5 months since we started crossing swords. When I sparred with Grandmaster Jinmu, it felt like I was facing my own future through the blade. But with Pirate King, it feels like every training session is a life and death battle on the edge. Rough and brutal swordsmanship, far from the precision of Mount Hua's techniques, even the basic horizontal cuts are different. Little by little, I'm beginning to understand what path Pirate King walked, how he grew, and what he reached at the end. But now I also realize that Pirate King in the Dream Garden can't show me that final stage. There's a massive gap between the ascended Pirate King and the one in the Dream Garden. It's still a world too deep and too vast for me to grasp. Mount Hua's swordsmanship and Pirate King's swordsmanship. What is the link between these two, and could it be the crucial clue to entering the realm beyond supreme level? Huff, huff. Damn it. Let's stop here. Seriously, your internal energy is pathetically thin. How am I supposed to properly swing a sword like this? But we're under the same conditions. Same, my foot. There's a huge difference between martial arts designed to maximize efficiency with minimal energy and those that aren't. But Jinmu, forget it. Don't even bring up that Jinmu guy. You and him practice the same martial art. Mine is completely different. So of course he could fight efficiently. Hell, if I didn't have all these damned restrictions piled on me. Unlike with Grandmaster Jinmu, about 60% of each sparring match ends because Pirate King runs out of internal energy. Well, anyway, that makes it 87 wins and 61 losses now. Nonsense. How can you call it a defeat when your pitiful energy prevented my peerless divine art from being fully displayed? I'm undefeated, as far as I'm concerned. What kind of logic is that? Well then, keep up the good work. Man, he really just cuts the connection like a sore loser. My body feels light. This is another difference from training with Grandmaster Jinmu. And another difference. Wounds I receive in the Dream Garden leave traces on my real body. There's a clear difference between injuries close to death and lighter ones. I'm not sure if it's mental fatigue or damage to the soul itself. Pirate King said he's just a user of this space too, so it's hard to ask him about it. UNHO. That part you've been stuck on for days. I think I've figured it out. Oh my. You figured it out. How? It's written in ideograms, a single character can hold so many meanings. Did you find some kind of method for decoding the characters? Well, you see. Wow, I didn't expect to be helpful this soon. Your brother here is the genius who placed first in the civil exam at 17, you know. I always wondered where I'd ever use all these ancient characters I studied, turns out it's here, in the most unexpected place. Look here. I think this character itself is wrong. The meaning doesn't fit. Oh. I think this isn't widespread but transmit. So rather than spreading the sword form widely, it's probably a move meant to link into what comes next. Brother, you really did place first in the civil exam. You're like a different person. I was shocked at first too, you know. See. Good thing you finally realized it. You too are receiving help from a very distinguished scholar, so consider it an honor. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. But is it really okay to share all this so openly with an outsider? You're not an outsider, brother, and I'm only asking about bits and pieces anyway. Now that makes sense. I have a rough idea now. I'll show you tonight. Yes, thank you. Enemy attack. Everyone, battle stations. Why would the holy nun of the Southern Sea come all the way here? What does it matter when I'm here to punish pirates? Do you know who that is? Abbés Myungjiang of Bottom Hermitage in the Southern Sea. Abbés Myungjiang. Why would Bottom Hermitage come here? It's because of the relationship between Bottom Hermitage and Sea Dragon Pavilion. Their bad blood is quite famous in the martial world. The Southern Sea was, originally a place where the line between pirates and fishermen was never clear. The one who killed her disciple wasn't even a pirate, yet she's still like this. Unbelievable. The father of the one who killed my disciple was a pirate, so naturally his son must be a pirate too. Just because the father was doesn't mean the son is. That's a hasty judgment. And who are you? I am Namgung Cheol, young clan head of the Namgung family. I heard that the family of great hero Pirate King, a benefactor of the martial world, was in trouble, and as one who received his grace, I couldn't simply stand by. Pirate King, a benefactor of the martial world. Even a passing dog would laugh at that. That damned old man. He probably just got dragged into it. I damn you, wench. You didn't even dare come down while I was alive. What does the cause matter? What matters is the result. Besides, I heard that matter was resolved when great hero Pirate King climbed Bottom Mountain alone and settled everything. Nonsense. If that were true, I wouldn't be here. That was only a matter between Pirate King and Bottom Hermitage. The grudge between Sea Dragon Pavilion and Bottom Hermitage is separate. That's completely unreasonable, Holy Nun. Unreasonable. What's unreasonable was what Pirate King did when he came up. Don't feel wrong, didn't that bastard tell you? No matter what grand cause you claim, the martial world's logic is power. Back then we didn't have the strength and got beaten. But let's see how you fare now. Well. An adult stepped into a children's fight first. Oh, of course I had to pay them back. Elder, what exactly did you do? They said they'd apologize if I could defeat all their first disciples. Wait, you actually beat them all? Please tell me you didn't actually hurt anyone. Ahem. The other girls I'm not sure about, but Manhwa was a tough opponent. Did you kill her? Not quite, I went easy on her. Just took one right arm. Ugh, no matter how I explain this, there's definitely going to be a fight. Ahian, you have no grudge here, so don't get involved. What? But. Holy Nun, what exactly do you want? Surely you're not planning to massacre Sea Dragon Pavilion here. Is that child the famous humble sword? Humph, I'm not above spilling some blood, but if all those who trained alongside that pirate commit suicide, I'll spare the young children's lives. What kind of absurd demand is that, Holy Nun? Heh, so you're saying we fight until one side is finished. Who's that? What do you say, Holy Nun? How about showing some Buddhist mercy? So, what do you say, Holy Nun? Show some mercy? Weren't you the one who killed your own senior and created this grudge in the first place? And now you strike when the sect is weakened. How can you call yourself orthodox and not feel ashamed? What was that? How dare you lecture me about mercy? In any case, outsiders are not to interfere in this matter. Humble sword, and you, Namgungyer. Oh. So Red Dragon Spear Bei Gyu doesn't count as an outsider now? Unfortunately, I'm not an outsider. I've promised to marry Miss Jo. Which makes Blood Cloud Sword Joa Harang my future father-in-law. Marriage, you say? Do not worry, Holy Nun. The Sword King will turn a blind eye. He hated Pirate King so much in life that no one can say for sure he truly approved this marriage. That may be, but touching a son of the Namgung clan is. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. Besides. Someone already made a promise, didn't they? Indeed. This is how the martial world works. Who can say for sure what's truly righteous or correct? In that case, I'll settle all grudges here today. There's no more point in talking. If you refuse to step back, I'll crush every last one of you. I'll help as well. It looks like it'll be too much alone. If my little brother's with me, I've got nothing to worry about. I don't like what I'm seeing either. A so-called Buddhist walking with bandits and slaughtering people. Shouldn't she be grateful we're calling it out and trying to wake her up? Humble sword. Are you insulting Bottom Hermitage? Holy Nun. Let me handle that boy. For someone so young, your tongue is awfully sharp. Humph. It's nothing compared to the shamelessness of the elders. And this, from the man who ran away with his tail between his legs just days ago. Red Dragon Spear Bei Gyu. A guy who did nothing more than twirl a spear out on the frontier, gets called peak level and thinks he's something special. You're not on my level. How arrogant your words are. Right here and now, I'll straighten that mouth of yours. Be careful, UNHO. Humble sword, the rumors were exaggerated after all. He's nothing special. If a few steps back is enough to make you that happy, making an old man smile sure is easy. Look. I just stepped one more pace back. How about a smile? You little brat, how dare. Ha, this kid. I thought he only picked up my swordsmanship. But he learned my quick tongue perfectly too. Yes, very good. My dream, after scraping money together as a wandering mercenary in the north, was to found my own household. But as time passed, my greed grew. How much money would it take to become a regional lord? While I was wondering, what if I had even more than I do now, he came. Red Dragon Spear Bei Gyu, 53 years old, peak level master. Who's there? I came from the bureau. Bureau? You mean the Eastern Bureau? Why would they be looking for me? Bae-gyu, don't you want to return home in glory? I'm sure you've saved up a decent amount, but not enough to buy a manor in the capital. What do you want? And what can you offer? Quick on the uptake. Land, a house, an official post. I can give you anything you want. As long as you help with one task. Capture Sea Wave Sword or Blood Cloud Sword of Sea Dragon Pavilion. Oh, and my master dislikes sharing, so killing the rest of the Sea Dragon riffraff is included. Master? Whatever. As long as he can give me what I want. I will follow without complaint. Humph, how foolish. Reusing the same trick you've already shown. Agreed. Humble sword. Stop blocking my path. Throwing away your own weapon. Have you lost your mind? Are you mocking me, humble sword? NGH. Sword control. Once the panic washes over you, your techniques become so predictable. TSK, has the North really fallen this low? Fast, strong, flashy. But that's all. If being the strongest were that easy, Hidden Plum Sword would have been enough for me. Damn it all. You really are something. But be careful. Your true enemy is not me. I know. Xian Yin Choi Wyom, the most powerful man in the empire. But he's not a problem for me. Is that so? Who? I, humble sword, have defeated Red Dragon Spear Bae-gyu. I, humble sword, have defeated Red Dragon Spear Bae-gyu. Little brother. What? Bae-gyu lost to that kid. How foolish. That's what you get for a man who only ever rolled around on the roadside. Do not waver, you vagabonds. After a life and death fight with Red Dragon Spear, he's sure to be badly injured inside. If you follow me to victory, I promise we'll split Bae-gyu's share evenly among you. You're fated to die in battle anyway. So I hope you make the wise choice. TCH. So that's how you want to play it. In that case, I'll also have to give it everything to protect UNHO. Imperial King Sword Form. If you want to get to UNHO, you'll have to defeat me first. About 70% of the purple rebuilding pill has been digested, giving you around 20 years worth of internal energy, but it's still far too little for a prolonged battle. It'll get better once you fully digest the pill. If that happens, you should be able to use the light and shadow sword a couple of times without strain, right? There's no time to hesitate. UNHO. Yeah, I. No. Humble sword. The form of the technique is sloppy. Is that just how bottom Hermitage's arts are? No, that idiot just never learned them properly. Bottom Hermitage's arts were originally refined, delicate, and full of tricky methods. Abyss Myongj's techniques seem completely opposite to those principles, though. NGH. Boy. When you swing a sword. Adamantine hardened body. You should swing it harder, shouldn't you? You can take hits like that yourself, holy nun. Humph, I'm on a different level than you. No matter how many times you hit me. You'll never be able to injure me. Truly, an impressive external art. Your head is harder than stone, holy nun. Why, you. Now I remember she were just some brute with monstrous strength back then too. Your forms are still as shoddy as ever. So how did you beat her back then? Easily. I was faster and stronger. Her junior sister was far more troublesome. She annoyed me so much I just cut off her arm holding the sword. Utterly unhelpful as expected. Anyway, in the end her style is just using brute force to crush with power. You could break through with an attack that surpasses that strength. And with your current state, the light and shadow sword should be able to land a clean hit. But it has to be at the same level you showed that damned monster. That level, huh? To be honest, even now I don't really know how that was possible. In other words, unless you land a strike at near supreme level, you won't defeat Abyss Myongyang. Right. Leaving Mount Hua was exactly for moments like this. The path of the Sword Master is forged only through real lethal combat and deep pursuit of the way. Then by surpassing this very situation, I will grow stronger. She's hammering at me relentlessly. It feels like it should shatter in one blow, yet it barely holds. Just a bit more force and it should break, but she still manages to endure. The way she uses technique to endure, it's like when she fought Pirate King. Why? Why do I see the outline of my senior sister when I look at you? Why? Yes, my senior sister was a genius with talent just like that humble sword. A genius among geniuses, expected to lead Bottom Hermitage one day. But Pirate King cruelly broke her. So, I decided her path was wrong. That mere technique could never fully control 1,000 caddies of force. Yes. In the end, flimsy technique can always be shattered by overwhelming power that breaks all balance. So I devoted myself to training, from 1,000 caddies to 3,000. Humble sword, let's see if that paltry sword of yours can withstand this attack. I'll show you that breaking my senior sister wasn't only the fault of weapons and the enemy. Come. Try to block it. Genius of technique. UNHO. Are you really going to test it now? Yes. I've only deciphered about 70%, but the more our swords clash, the more it feels like it'll work. Even though one mistake means losing your life. What else can I do? If that's my fate, I'll accept it. Life in the martial world was always like this anyway. He really is insane. Completely insane. But yes. That's how it should be. For someone chosen by this Pirate King's Wobuyuan. Break through your limits, Baek Un-ho. Wild Wind Sword. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But, of course. That's how it should be. He is the guy chosen by me, the broken sword, after all. Go beyond your limits, Baek Un-ho. The flow of energy. It's naturally flowing along with the little divine sword's blade. No, to be exact, it's being absorbed. He can't even control his own power. Is this a demonic art? This makes no sense. Chaotic Wind Sword. Gee good heavens. To think Master would be pushed back by such a young, inexperienced brat. Ha. It's all over. Forget the reward, just spare our lives. Let's stop now. I had a feeling, but I didn't think he'd actually beat Myangjiang Shinny. Especially while using a sword technique that hasn't even been fully deciphered yet. He truly is a reckless fellow and an amazing one at that. What a mess. I just swung the chaotic wind sword based on feeling, but I never thought it would actually work. Well then. Shall we wrap this up? Amitba. Young benefactor, please show mercy. The Murim is a swirling vortex of entangled grudges and debts. Why do you step into a matter that does not even concern you, young benefactor? Telepathy. Hearing, Amitba, means. Could it be reinforcements from the Boda Hermitage? I am well aware of your concerns, so I promise that will not happen. I can't feel their presence at all. Even though I'm receiving their telepathy, I have no way of knowing which direction it's coming from. An expert. Right now. No, maybe even if my body were in perfect condition, this is an expert I wouldn't dare face. Ha. Take your master and leave. Are you saying we should just let them go? If it weren't for my brother, I would be the only one alive here. Above all, there was no reason to intervene in the grudges between the Haryong sect and the Boda Hermitage. Monks of the Boda Hermitage, please take Shinny and retreat. Thank you. To emphasize once again, the fact that we are not harming you must be clearly understood as an act of grace, not a grudge. If it were up to me, I'd want to eliminate them all, but seeing as we'll have to rely on the Namgung family's protection in the future. It's a shame, but there's nothing to be gained from arguing. Master. UNHO. Are you okay? HYUN. Thank goodness, you aren't badly hurt, and I'm fine. I suffered some internal injuries, but I should be fine after a few days of rest. UWH, I see. Oh, right. I brought a healing pill. Taking this will help, hold on. I definitely put it somewhere in my luggage. Oh ho. Thanks as always. Thank you. Truly, thank you. This humble nun wishes to repay your grace, so, tonight, please come out to the lake east of where you are staying. Grace, you say? Is it really grace she intends to repay? Or? How can you trust the words of the Boda Hermitage nuns? She probably has a reason why she can't show her face, so just don't go. A reason? Those righteous faction bastards are transparent. If they call you out, they're obviously going to try and fool you claiming the Boda Hermitage's martial arts are superior. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Just don't go. Ha. Hey, I told you not to go. I will trust my intuition just this once. You came. It's a pleasure to meet you. Young benefactor. Even if the Boda Hermitage attacked again under the guise of revenge, I didn't think they'd be that threatening. However, that was a grave miscalculation. A rising star once evaluated as the future of the Boda Hermitage. A tragic swordswoman whose right arm was shattered by the broken sword when he climbed Mount Boda. Well, I'll be damned. Even though her sword arm was severed. She reached the pinnacle of the supreme peak stage. Do not worry, young benefactor. I have no intention of harming you. I just wanted to say thank you. But you have something strange attached to you. What? This girl, can she actually see me? Until now, no master of the supreme peak had ever noticed the soul attached to me. If she happens to sense the broken sword, her sworn enemy. It seems this humble nun startled you, young benefactor. It doesn't look malicious, but souls have their own grudges, so please be careful. Fortunately, sensing it seems to be her limit. Yes. I didn't expect you to be a master of the supreme peak. Why didn't you step forward? Don't the grudges of this world only disappear when you let them go? If I had pointlessly revealed my level, my junior disciple would have become even more obsessed with revenge. Therefore, I only watched quietly. Thankfully, it was resolved peacefully, thanks to you, young benefactor. You made a truly difficult decision. To let go of your grudge against your enemy, then, are you finished with what you wanted to say? I watched you fight my junior disciple, young benefactor. It was truly hard to believe you had reached such heights at the age of 17. Originally, a single sword technique was passed down in the Boda Hermitage. But unfortunately, with my arm becoming like this, learning it involved a lot of trial and error. Perhaps because of that, my current sword technique can hardly be considered the Boda Hermitage sword technique anymore. Because it is so unique, I didn't think it would be helpful to leave it with the Boda Hermitage, but I was feeling regretful about letting it die out with me. What do you think? If you are willing, young benefactor, I would like to pass my sword technique down to you. After meeting Mong Won-kyung, until reaching our destination, we had time to receive her martial arts teachings every night. Good. But you need to refine it a bit more delicately. Here, if you loosen your grip a bit like this, and simultaneously inject power like this. It becomes like this. Honestly, she's not the type to kindly explain things step by step. She focuses on showing me the end result rather than giving me a method to ponder and train. She quickly skips over the reasonably easy parts, and focuses only on what's absolutely necessary, so. Her teachings are incredibly efficient for me. It's great that you understand so quickly, young benefactor. All my senior martial sisters gave up on me, saying my explanations were too difficult. Difficult? When you hit the core points and explain it like this? Let's get things straight, UNHO. Normally, it's natural to find it difficult. However, out of everyone I've seen so far, there's never been an unprecedented genius like you, Baek Un-ho. Now let's move right to the next one, Mong Won-kyung. Imperial Palace. You fools. If you failed, you shouldn't just come here to report it. You should have brought a countermeasure. King Bugs. I apologize. But who would have known that the two peak experts we could freely command, Red Dragon Spear Bei Gyu and Myeongjiang Shinny of Zhejiang, would be defeated. We don't have any resources to spare. Spend your time thinking instead of making excuses. Ha. Well, whatever. If it's come to this, mobilize the spear guards. Pardon. But as I mentioned before, the little divine sword is currently a commandant of the northern advance. If things go wrong, it could lead to friction with the embroidered uniform guard. What friction? Zhou Cheng is just a toothless old wolf. Of course, that's true in the capital, but the provinces are a bit different. Furthermore, even if it's not Zhou Cheng, there is a unique relationship between the spear guards and the embroidered uniform guard organization. I've thought of a secret plan, Eunuch. Speak. Zhou Cheng can hardly be considered your competitor anymore, Eunuch. However, his martial prowess has definite value. Therefore, how about bringing him under your command, Eunuch? Under my command? Wouldn't that be too dangerous? It might be right now. However, if you inherit the Grand Eunuch's martial arts, who in the world could possibly stand against you? If you reach out your hand first, he'll immediately bow down to you. You think so? Yes. And also, to test his loyalty, you should order him to be deployed for this mission. No matter how great the little divine sword is, he can't compare to Zhou Cheng, can he? Come to think of it, didn't you say your birthday is coming up? Take a roll of top-grade shoe brocade on your way out. I'll put in a good word for you. Thank you, Lord. Then, I shall tell the black halberd Zhou Cheng that eunuch O has summoned him. 1 week later. Yonggang Ferry Crossing. Didn't our journey here feel a bit too comfortable, Hyun? Still, we traveled comfortably for a week, right? Thanks to that, I fully recovered my body. Huh, that's true. Thanks to the Supreme Purple Purity Pill Marshal Uncle Kongjin gave us. Still, credit where credit is due, right? Supreme Purple Purity Pill. Resting fully for a week actually made my energy stronger than before. And Hyun. You probably noticed it earlier, too, but... Yeah, I know. You mean these auras we felt as soon as we arrived at the Yonggang Ferry Crossing? Right. If we take a boat and reach Anhui, they won't be able to touch us, so this is probably their last chance. They might throw their trump card. You should brace yourself. Yo. It's been a while. Little divine sword. The black halberd Zhou Cheng. What the? According to our prior arrangement, he shouldn't be able to appear here. Don't tell me. Get behind me, Hyun. Oh ho, is this your woman? She has a pretty face, so she'd make a fine companion. What brings you here? Companion? Our plan definitely wasn't like this, was it? That's... Whoops. I heard you defeated Myangjiang of the Boda Hermitage, and you certainly have the skills to back it up. And yet, you blocked it. Hey, it was way too obvious. Striking up a conversation just to suddenly swing your sword. You didn't sincerely think I would fall for that, did you? Why are you doing this, Lord Zhou Cheng? What do you mean, why? A more comfortable path opened up, so isn't it obvious? Well, I really don't like that OHYEK brat, but I can deal with him later. Even if the broken sword's martial arts fall into my hands, the process after that would be incredibly tedious. Not bad. Try parrying this one, too. With pleasure. Oh my. The blade is ruined. I can't use it anymore. UUNHO. Should I join in, too? I probably won't be much help, but there's no need. Because he isn't being serious. Now, at this point, please be honest with me. What is your real reason for coming here? Anyway, you really are a boring brat. How did you figure it out? Because it wasn't the kind of action Lord Zhou Cheng would take. Someone who, rather than taking the easy path to remain third-rate, would walk the difficult path to become the best. That is the kind of person I saw you to be, Lord Zhou Cheng. Amusing. To think even a brat like you, who I've only conversed with for half a shijin. TL/N, a shijin is 2 hours. Has grasped my character this well. That damn brat provoked me, so I just pretended to play along. So, is the martial art prepared as promised? Yes. The Haryong sect also came prepared for that much. What's going on, UNHO? I heard sounds of fighting. It's nothing. My superior was just playing a little joke. Superior? Right, the young patriarch of the Namgung family. I am Zhou Cheng, the Northern Advanced Chief Supervisor of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. You must have heard from UNHO. Now, which of you from the Haryong sect will come with me? I, the Haryong sword, will go. But Lord Zhou. From what I heard, I thought we were supposed to part ways after everyone moved to the Namgung family. The situation has changed. If I hadn't put on that little act just now, the guys that Brett sent would have attacked you all first. Enough with the useless chatter, you bastard Zhou. Don't try any tricks. So you finally show yourself after just watching this whole time. Grand Eunuch O already anticipated that you would only pretend to act. I didn't expect you to show up. I thought you were busy with matters in the West, but I guess you're just playing around. I already finished all that before coming, and since my job is to take to your head, is there any reason I shouldn't step up? Park Ji-moon. You think you can take my head all by yourself? Know your place. Step back, Miss Kong AAH. Yes, know my place. Aren't you the one who forgot yours? Struggling so pathetically when you're just an old man about to lose everything. I wondered who it was. It's that barbarian eunuch bastard from the Eastern Depot. To think that bastard reached the Supreme Peak stage. You must still be resenting me because that barbarian wench you served died by my hands. I still remember it. What she did at my feet before she died. Begging me to kill her peacefully, even offering to lick my boots. King bastard, how dare you? I'll make you choke on those words today. As if. Now, shouldn't we tend to our own business? And who are you? It is a pity, martial artist Baek, to meet you in this manner. General John. Why are you here? I'll make a proposal. If you step back now, I will let martial artist Baek, martial artist Kong, and the young patriarch of the Namgung family go peacefully. Humph, and what are you going to do if you don't just let us go? You must know my uncles, the great lords Namgung Sun and Namgung Bun. Are you really threatening my life even knowing that? That's exactly why I'm trying to end it peacefully here. If you keep running your mouth, I'll have no choice but to show you that dead men tell no tales. Dead men tell no tales, silencing the witnesses. This isn't even funny. Spouting nonsense about silencing witnesses while threatening a young patriarch. Stop your blabbering, General Zhang, because not only you, but the Namgung family can end even Grand Eunuch O at any time. Anyway, this is why. Arguing really isn't in my nature. Attack. Dual swordsmanship. It's almost like watching the slaying sun sword of the Jiansang sect. For the government to collect the martial arts of Jianghu sects. The government collecting the martial arts of Jianghu sects. Stop your bullsh***. You deceitful bastards. Acting so haughty as a prestigious family while claiming to pursue the immortal Tao. You're no different from them right now, are you? You act under the pretext of protecting the Haryang sect, but in the end, your intention is to take that martial art for yourselves. Hearing a thief accuse everyone else of being a thief too, is truly music to my ears. This bastard. He holds dual swords, but it's different from the dual swordsmanship of the Central Plains. It's like an extremely aggressive sword and shield. But even that is still swordsmanship. All I can hear is the growl of a blade stained with anger and madness. What on earth made General Zhang's sword so extremely aggressive? If I hadn't met Mong Won-kyung, I would never have realized that those dual swords are nothing more than a shallow venting of anger. Refining inevitable negative emotions, and the compassion that seeps into them. The Manhwa-style prajna sword that I am currently being taught was a swordsmanship that had reached exactly such a realm. I'm still in the process of learning it, so I don't know it perfectly yet, but the only thing that can calm such killing intent is a compassion that can cover everything. What was that swordsmanship just now? The Manhwa-style prajna swordsmanship of the southern Sea Boda Hermitage. It is the heart of one who lost everything, yet did not abandon the righteous path until the very end. In the end, your life has run out. Right. I lost. Do as you please. However, Grand Eunuch O is absolutely not an easy opponent. He might have anticipated my defeat and sent more troops. You're right. It certainly seems that way. Those people are. Kohahaha. You Zhang bastard. Throwing your weight around by hiding behind your great master, only to get beaten up by a young pup. Serves you right. Gungik.